president, the vice president, etc. I mean, literally the Secret Service have to put shooters up in and around and on top of buildings to cover situations like this. People would have been cleared, obviously, much more intensely going into hotels. But the reality is that you're not going to be able to do that day in and day out. A hotel couldn't function if they had that level of security of checking their guests in and out. It takes away the whole atmosphere, obviously, of being on vacation, or in particular, maybe being in Las Vegas. So these shootings are just absolutely difficult, if not impossible, to defend against. And the other idea that he used an automatic weapon also sort of sheds light on that he's probably not like a military-trained person, because they tend not to want to shoot on automatic. But we don't know if there's a mental health component. And obviously, we don't know motive at this point.
Yeah, it is the very, very early stages of the investigation. The shooting took place, I'd say, about 3 or 4 hours ago on Las Vegas. Brian Ross is still kind of hanging out here with us. And Brian, you know, Brad mentioned open air. And there was one major distinction, I'd say, with the Ariana Grande concert in Manchester, London. The attacker in that case tried to get into the building, could not, and then blew up his explosive nearby. This sort of situation, yes, there was security getting people in and out of that concert, but it still was open air.
Absolutely, and of course from a perch high above, those people are defenseless. There's no defense against that sort of thing. And in this case, the fact that it appears to be, according to the Clark County Sheriff's Office, just one shooter who has been contained, is down, as they say, with the possibility now they have identification of who it is. That is very helpful, and they'll figure out pretty quickly. At this hour, they'll be getting search warrants to get into a phone if the person has a phone, to a last known address. As Pierre was reporting, the search for computers, any sort of electronic device, communications device will be very important, and within hours they'll have that information. And if there's no identification on him, they can take a body and take a finger. There's a machine the FBI has that within 12 seconds they'll be able to run that fingerprint and see if there's any sort of identification, if the person's been printed before, who's been arrested before, or has been in the military. So all aspects of that are underway right now.
And we're now hearing that there is limited flight activity has resumed at the airport there. But in terms of that, how do you go about trying to keep the area secure to preserve the investigation, but also letting people get out?
Well, that's important in terms of crowd control.
Yeah.
And one of the things they do, of course, is try to stop everything, freeze it, get people to safety. That's why they shut down the airport. They don't want anybody else coming in or going out, or perhaps a follow-on attack against aviation. So that would be the standard. The Las Vegas police, the Clark County Sheriff, they have trained for a number of scenarios. They've always thought that Las Vegas was a potential terror target. In fact, Al-Qaeda and ISIS have often featured photos of Las Vegas in some of their publications online. So they've always thought there could be an attack. They focused a lot on the casinos, though. This is a scenario perhaps they've not drilled for.
It always feels like, I'm sorry, but it always feels like we're playing catch up. You know, every time we put up new security measures, somehow these attackers find ways around them. You pointed out with Ariana Grande, they stayed before the security gates. Now we're looking at the possibility of a shooter shooting from a hotel because they can't get into the actual concert arena. So how do you try to stop that cycle from happening? Is there an answer?
Probably not. In an open society, there are limits to how much security you can impose on a place like Las Vegas, where people want to come and go. You can't shut down the street. You can't have everybody sort of through a metal detector as they enter the strip itself. So very, very difficult.
Now, you mentioned in a lot of terrorist videos, they often feature Times Square, New York City, Las Vegas as possible targets. Do we know, I know it's early, do we know if there's been chatter of another pending attack or something as horrible as this?
Not that I have seen or heard about in the last 2 or 3 weeks, and we were paying close attention on the anniversary of 9/11 to see if there was something that was connected to that anniversary, and at that time, no. But we do know that ISIS, even as it's been defeated on the battlefield in Syria, has been urging its followers around the world to do what they can to attack. At this point, there's no indication of what's behind this shooting, what's the motivation of this shooting, whether there's any connection to terrorism at all. It's just not known at this point. But soon they'll have a sense by identifying who the shooter was and what was his background.
That so frequently. I mean, in the immediate aftermath, you want to know, is everybody okay? What happened? Do they have the shooter? And then the big question becomes, motive. Why did this person do it? I mean, not only do the authorities want to know, but people at home want to know. How much of a red flag is that? We keep hearing ISIS over and over again in so many of these attacks. How quick are authorities to want to either confirm that or rule that out?
They're very quick to want to know that, and they'll learn that by a background check on this person, and as Pierre and Brad were indicating, getting a hold of phones and computers to see if there's any sort of connection at all. That's been the case. They know exactly what to do, and that's what they're doing at this hour right now.
So there's no doubt at this point there are officials perhaps from the FBI, ATF, who may be heading to a home somewhere here in America right now to try to track down this person's background.
They have several names they're checking out.
They do already.
They have several names. We don't know if they're connected. Many times people end up with identifications not their own, so they're checking out a lot right now, and they'll use any IDs that are found on the person. If they can locate a car perhaps he drove in, he got there somehow, and again, as I reported, on the phones or the computer. So there are a number of different ways to check it out. And finally, if they're left with just getting the fingerprints, they can do that. They have a special machine that's just amazing. They used it in the Boston Marathon case when they identified the bomber finally there after the shootout that took place in Watertown. By running his fingerprint with this machine, they put the finger right on the machine, and they can tell within 5 or 6 seconds if it comes back to anybody.
Wow, that technology is incredible.
That is incredible, and it's very needed at this point.
That's the key, of course, right now, is they've contained the situation, they've stopped the shooting. Now let's figure out who is responsible.
And we want to point out, Brian, I know you're getting a lot of information in, and you're actually filtering it for us. In situations like this, where it's a developing story, it becomes difficult sometimes to filter through what we can and cannot confirm. And so we're trying not to give you any information that we cannot confirm. And Brian, we so appreciate.
Right, and the early reports are often, as we've learned from experience, early reports are often wrong, and the reports of multiple shooters now appear to be of just one shooter.
Absolutely. Our Brian Rossi was joining us here with us. And as we're nearing the top of the hour, 4 o'clock Eastern, 1 o'clock in Las Vegas and Los Angeles, I want to just recap right now. A mass shooting event taking place at a country music festival there in Las Vegas, right there on the Las Vegas Strip. Early reports are Brian Ross learning that there was an investigation on a higher hotel floor, which would seem to indicate that the shooter may have been shooting an automatic weapon from high above, just targeting many people who were there at that concert and on the Las Vegas Strip.
Yeah, right now we're hearing 2 people dead, at least 24 injured. That number could climb. Those numbers are just coming from one area hospital, but this happened at the Route 91 Harvest Festival, a 3-day country music festival. We hear that Jason Aldean was performing at the time, and witnesses there are just describing multiple rounds of what sounds like automatic gunfire and just a completely chaotic scene in the aftermath. The potential for people to have been trampled. Again, we're just looking at multiple injuries, but our Matt Gutman is on the ground there outside of Mandalay Bay where this all happened. And Matt, what are you hearing and seeing at this point?
People are just trying to gather their belongings. Everybody is still blocked from the Strip. Nobody can go past that police checkpoint you see behind me. So they're just waiting, including eyewitnesses, victims, people who were nearly shot or had family members or friends who were shot. So still very much an active scene in terms of grief, in terms of picking up the pieces, and obviously, as Brian has mentioned for the past few minutes, in terms of the investigation, which is going to take hours. There were so many people here that complicates the effort to try to figure out who was where, who knew what, where the shooter was shooting from, and whether there was another shooter. Right now, police think that there was only a single shooter. Apparently, from the videos we've heard and from multiple eyewitnesses, that shooter was firing on automatic into the crowd, bullets popping everywhere, knocking people down, absolute chaos as people tried to get out of the concert area. There were at least 10,000 people there. I'm surprised that more people weren't hurt, given the reports I've heard about people being trampled in the effort to get out. But there are also amazing stories of heroism. Folks just kneeling down in the middle of these barrages of gunfire to try to administer first aid, basically in the open, trying to save people's lives. And this man I spoke to earlier, Mike Kronk from Alaska, was here on his birthday weekend, 48 years old, a teacher, and right next to him, his best buddy, who he was here with, took 3 bullets to the chest, and immediately he and some other people started to give him first aid, trying to literally plug the holes in his chest with their fingers. He took off his shirt. There were military personnel who just happened to be at the concert. They rendered first aid. So amazing stories of heroism, but also chaos and panic in this crowd. And I think one of the things that was most startling and off-putting for these people, other than the fact of the obvious that they were in the middle of this dense barrage of gunfire, was the fact that they didn't know where it was coming from. And that's because the initial reports are that it came from higher up above. That's what people are saying. And it was shooting down into the crowd. So people didn't know where to go or where to seek shelter. And that was one of the most concerning things for a lot of these folks who were in that crowd.
Hey, Matt.
Hospital is saying at least 25 were hurt. Go ahead, Candace.
I didn't mean to interrupt you while you're giving that important update on the victims, but we're getting word from the Bakersfield Police Department. Bakersfield, of course, located there in Southern California. They're mentioning that several of their off-duty police officers were there attending the concert. And the important note here from this press release is that one of the officers was struck by a bullet from the active shooter.
Yeah, they say some of the officers witnessed the gunfire, but they weren't in a position to return fire. They say one of the officers was hit by the shooter, being treated at a Las Vegas area hospital, but they're reporting non-life-threatening injuries. So it does sound like that officer from Bakersfield, California, is going to be okay, but they apparently had several officers in the crowd.
I believe it, and from the stories I've heard from, again, just eyewitnesses, it seemed that the response was immediate. The problem was getting the injured out of the concert venue. There was a fence surrounding it, so people literally had to physically haul the victims over a fence to get them out of harm's way. Some of them crawled under the stage in order to seek shelter and just try to render first aid. Again, that chaotic scene, but the fact that those Bakersfield officers were there must have been very helpful if they found anybody who was hurt. I'm happy to hear that that officer did survive. Obviously, people did not survive. We have multiple reports of fatalities, and obviously at least 24 people have been wounded. But as we wait for that police press conference coming up, we understand that that number is likely to rise. And you may have seen just a few seconds ago an ambulance pulling in. So I don't know if they're still trying to reach people who are wounded or if they're just bringing in medics there just to render first aid in case people need it right now, perhaps suffering from shock or post-traumatic stress. But this still very much feels like a kinetic and active situation here, at least in terms of gathering information and making sure that everybody is okay. One additional note I'm hearing anecdotally from people here in the crowd who work at the hotels, that those hotels, especially New York, which you see just behind me, still on lockdown. There were some reports possibly of gunfire there. That is unclear. What is clear is that people had to seek refuge in the kitchen, in storage containers, in the freezers, just to get out of harm's way. And now that hotel apparently was also being evacuated as of about half an hour ago.
Matt, we just got an update from the University Medical Center there. They're saying they received 26 patients. They're still saying 2 dead, but they're pointing out that 12 of those injured are in critical condition. So that's the latest we have on the numbers. But you talked about one of the victims you spoke to, talking about having to haul his friend who was shot over a fence, and that seems to be a recurring theme from some of the witnesses we've spoken to, too. One even called it a kill box because he said, they were sort of walled in there. It was complete chaos, people getting trampled, and one of them was inside of a tent, and so he said, we're just sitting in this tent, and suddenly you see bullet holes flying through. I mean, it's just hard to imagine how that all unfolded at an event where everybody is just having a good time, enjoying some country music, and then you're having massive crowds have to react to that kind of a situation.
From what I'm hearing anecdotally, a kill box or shooting fish in a barrel is an appropriate way to describe it. I mean, when you think about it, it's 10,000 people, as densely packed as they could possibly be, all of them trying to crowd the stage to get closer to Jason Aldean as he's performing. And I understand he was probably about 5 or 6 songs in when the gunfire started. That automatic gunfire just spraying into the crowd. Hearing multiple reports of people getting shot multiple times, 3 bullets in one person at least, and that's the kind of thing that we're hearing about. Again, with automatic gunfire, you're not able to aim very well, but what was going on is these people were so densely packed that apparently aim was not necessary. All you had to do was point in the crowd and start shooting, and chances are, if you are a lone shooter or a terrorist or whatever this person was, you're going to hit people. Again, reports are, some people thought that it was multiple shooters. We're understanding it's just one shooter, but that shooter did have time to fire multiple clips, empty the clips, reload, fire again, reload, and fire again. So not exactly clear how many rounds were fired into that crowd, but dozens and dozens of rounds. That kill box, or whatever people are calling it, is certainly an appropriate term. Hopefully that number doesn't rise. Hearing that those 12 people are severely or critically wounded is something that's indeed very disturbing.
And once again, Matt, we were just waiting that press conference with Sheriff Lombardo there from Metro Police and the Clark County Police Department, or Clark County Sheriff's Department there. But the latest numbers that we're getting, I should point out, are only from one hospital with the more than 24 people who are injured and 2 dead as well.
And they're looking at 12 people still in critical condition. So that number could rise. Still a very active investigation. We're waiting that briefing at any moment. Brian Ross, we want to thank you for being here with us, too, and talking about the investigation with us. But right now, we're going to send it over to George Stephanopoulos, who's going to take over our breaking news coverage. George?
Good morning, guys. What a way to start the week here. Thank you very much. As we've been saying, there's been a mass shooting in Las Vegas at the Route 91 Country Music Festival, unfolded around 11:30 Las Vegas time last night. At least one shooter right now. That shooter, police report, has been down. That is the gunfire. That was the scene at the Route 91 Country Music Festival near the Mandalay Bay Hotel. As you can hear, for several minutes, the concert went on for several seconds. You hear that gunfire sounding like fireworks. Right now, we know that at least 2 are dead, 26 injured, according to local hospitals. We're awaiting a police briefing right now. As we do that, I want to bring in Matt Gutman on the scene in Las Vegas. Matt, it appears the gunman now is down, according to police, but this was such a terrifying situation.
What?
In front, stay in front.
Matt Gutman on the scene. Matt, I was just saying, I don't think you heard me right there. What a terrifying situation as we see this video of the shooting unfolding just a few hours ago.
That's right, George. That shooting, you can hear, that's automatic gunfire. That is a sound that you don't often hear. It gives you the indication that this person was firing blindly into the crowd. Now, when people fire on automatic, it means that they're not really taking proper aim. But people were so densely packed, we hear there were anywhere from 10 to 20,000 people in that crowd, that you don't need to aim. And hearing from eyewitnesses, one of them, Mike Kronk, sitting right next to me, who was covered in blood of his friend. He was shot 3 times in the chest. People were hit multiple times by these rounds. Assault rifle rounds fired right into the crowd, and they had nowhere to run. They were so densely packed, everybody trying to get closer to the stage where Jason Aldean was playing, and they tried to scatter. People were trampling each other, trampling the wounded, and right there are also stories of great heroics. People tending to the wounded right in that spot that they called a kill box, George, trying to stanch the wounds, literally plugging the wounds with their fingers right in the chest to stop the bleeding. An incredibly chaotic scene, but also those tremendous heroics. And the problem is it was so densely packed, there were so many people that at first medics and first responders couldn't get in there to help. So people had to load the wounded out, carry them over fences to try to get them out of that kill zone. This man, Mike Kronk, tried to carry his friend under over a fence and then under the stage. They tended to him. There were military personnel, possibly law enforcement on the scene as well, who were helping render first aid. That man survived, but they managed to get that injured person into a truck. That was the only way to evacuate, a pickup truck. There was another man shot in the chest there, and he died in this man Mike Kronk's arms just seconds later. An incredibly harrowing scene for the thousands here. And all around the Strip, people can't get back in the Strip. You see them coming out, but they can't come in because it is still on lockdown. These iconic hotels, George, New York, Luxor, Mandalay, Excalibur. They're all right now on lockdown. They're being evacuated. People are being taken out just as a precaution. Right now, authorities believe that there was a single shooter. He's apparently been neutralized. He or she has been neutralized, but not before firing off multiple clips on automatic. First responders saying that there are at least 26 wounded, 12 of them in critical condition, and 2 fatalities so far. But that is obviously likely to rise with those 12 people in critical condition. Hopefully they can be stabilized, George. But right now, all the focus here by law enforcement is on securing the scene and on starting the initial phases of the investigation. And to that end, the ATF, the FBI, multiple agencies are on the scene trying to help out. George.
And we are awaiting word from the police. Okay, Matt Gutman, thanks very much. I want to bring in now Michelle Leonard, who was on the scene when this happened, an eyewitness, a vendor at the site. Michelle, thank you for joining us right now. I can't even imagine how harrowing those moments were.
It was very scary. It was frightening. It was confusing. It was, you just can't even explain what happened to us.
So Michelle, try and explain to everybody where you were and what you saw as this unfolded.
Okay, I was towards the main entrance, and I have a business, and I do these country music festivals all the time, and so I had a store, and I was on the main drag, and Jason Aldean was on. When he was on, I heard these it was just going nonstop. And I turned around and I told the girl that's working with me, I used some foul language, and I said, what the? And I turned around and I looked, and then people just started running. And I couldn't get out of my booth because it was caged in. And I ran to the next store, and the vendors are breaking the walls down. We're crawling over tables and concrete barriers, and I fell. I'm injured, and I'm at a friend's house right now. My leg is injured, and I ran to Hooters. I was trying to get to Hooters, and got to Hooters, and there was mass confusion, and it took this hallway. I didn't want to be in a hallway, and so I went outside, and I found my truck. And I had a hide key in my truck. And I found the key, and I took off, and I went the opposite way of what was going on. And I found some girls that were panicked and running, and I picked them up, and they came with me.
So you were able to make it to your car. Thank goodness you're safe right now. We hope your leg is okay as well. Could you see where the shots were coming from where you were? Or did you just have to get out of there too quickly?
I couldn't see them. All I did is I heard them, and I knew that something was wrong. I just knew it because I do these shows all the time, and they do not put fireworks in the middle of the show when a country artist is singing. They don't do it. And I just knew this was going to happen one of these days. I knew it.
And Michelle, we're talking tens of thousands of people there, correct?
Yes, people are just running and screaming and falling, and nobody knows where to go. You don't know where it's coming from. All you were hearing, it sounded like 1,000 shots. I don't know how many there were. My friend found people on the ground in front of Hooters that were dead. And my other friend was praying over bodies that were dead. It was a horrible thing. I was running and I lost my shoes. I lost the ashes of my father that were around my neck.
Michelle, I am so sorry. I know how difficult this is. As I said, I couldn't imagine being in a situation like this. Do you have a sense of how long the shooting went on? Are we talking a minute, less than a minute, a little more?
It was more than a minute. And if you count a minute with shots going off, they went off. It felt like it was like maybe 15 to 20 rounds, and then it was again, and then it was again, and then it was again. And you had no idea where it was coming from or where to go.
So you couldn't see, and obviously the shooter was fairly far away, so you couldn't tell if the shooter was saying anything. All you heard was the shots.
I didn't know if the shooter was far away because it sounded like it was so close. I thought it was in the crowd because we couldn't see the stage from our vantage point.
Is there any way you could tell from the sounds of the shots whether these were different weapons or all the same weapon? Did it all sound the same?
It sounded like the same. It was the same weapon. It sounded to me like it was the same weapon. It was constant, just pop, 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 pop. And then a second later, it would go again. If I had to guess how long it was, I would say anywhere between a minute to 2 minutes.
And from what you could tell, all coming, although you couldn't tell where the person was from the same location. Earlier, there had been reports, perhaps, of other shooters. That doesn't appear to be the case right now, although we can't be sure right now. But you say your friends saw several dead on the scene?
My one worker said that she witnessed a body in front of the Hooters Hotel. And she's the gal that worked with me, and we got separated when we were running. And then my son-in-law's friend from Arizona, he was at the show, and he called me up to see if I was okay. And as they were running, they stumbled over bodies, and they prayed for the body and took off.
Such a sad evening in Las Vegas right now. Michelle, thank you very much for your time, and we hope your leg is better, and thank you for sharing that story with us. Terrifying scene unfolding just hours ago in Las Vegas. Shooting on the Sunset on the Las Vegas Strip at a Route 91 Country Music Festival. As you see on the screen right there, 2 confirmed dead right now, at least 26 injured. That number almost certain to rise in the coming minutes and hours. Right now, we've just gotten some audio of the police breaching the room where they found the shooter, where the shooter went down. Want to play that?
Going to sit on the suspect's door. I need everybody in that hallway to be aware of it and get back. We need to pop this and see if we get any type of response from this guy to see if he's in here or if he's actually moved out somewhere else.
The audience on the 32nd floor, SWAT has explosive breach. Everyone in the hallway needs to move back. All units move back.
Breach, breach, breach.
You heard it right there. Breach, breach, breach. They went into the room. The shooter is down. We're awaiting a police briefing right now. As we do that, let me bring in Brad Garrett, former FBI special agent. And Brad, we just heard from that eyewitness. Michelle Leonard said this was about 1 to 2 minutes long. From what she could tell, it all sounded like the same weapon, and it was just dozens and dozens and dozens of rounds.
You know, George, the whole thing suggests he's maybe 32 floors up, shooting down. And the sustained number of rounds that are fired almost suggest, without knowing, of course, that is this really some sort of belt-fed sort of machine gun versus changing magazines? I don't know. It has that sound to it, to me, which would also suggest that he maybe had it on a tripod, which makes automatic weapons much easier to shoot because the barrel's not going up and down. That's why you don't shoot automatic. So there's a lot of things in play here as to exactly how he did this. But if he had anything that allowed him to shoot multiple rounds, more than 15 or 20, before changing magazines, if that's the case, changing belts, the number of people that you could kill in 1 minute with a weapon like this is just sort of unmentionable. And with them packed so close together, and he knew that. That's why he picked that location. He did not have to obviously go through security. I suspect they have him on surveillance coming into the hotel. He obviously checked in, or somebody else checked in for him. So planned, but with little regard for security or that he's going to get caught while he's shooting, probably.
And Brad, when you talk about a belt-fed gun, how many rounds could be fed?
Oh my goodness. Hundreds. I mean, it just depends. It depends on his proficiency. It depends on a number of things. The other thing, George, if that scenario would be true, you're talking a large capacity bullet, which causes also mega damage, much more so than maybe a sidearm clearly would. So that's my big concern, that the numbers of people injured and dead, unfortunately, could be fairly high.
And we know he was found in this hotel room. The question is, how would he have gotten there in the first place? Where was he shooting in a different location before he was found?
Well, maybe. But apparently the police must have figured out in fairly short order where the rounds were coming from, because as you heard the audio when they breached the door with explosives, that they felt like they were at least in his room or near his room. And so, again, how did they figure that out? A number of ways, probably. Who was checked into the room? Had they already figured out who was in there? Did people on each side, let's say in the rooms adjacent to him, did they say there's a guy with a weapon on the balcony shooting? All those type of things. Eyewitness, information is the absolute key in both stopping these things and also making sure you don't have any other shooters, which it appears we don't at this point.
That's what we think right now. Okay, Brad Garrett, thanks very much. I want to bring in our chief investigative correspondent, Brian Ross, as well. And Brian, no positive identification yet of the shooter, no sign yet of what the motive might be.
No indication at all at this point, George. They're tracking down potential names of the shooter. They have a name they're working on. They're not certain yet if it's the actual name, but they are checking that out. They will also attempt to get a hold of any phones or computers that the shooter had to determine if he had connections with anyone overseas or what was his background, what may have led him to take this action today. And George, you and Brad were talking, an AK-47 on full automatic could fire off 600 rounds a minute. Each magazine holds about 30 rounds in it, and it sounds, according to weapons experts who've heard these chilling audios overnight, the tapes, that this was a person who reloaded several times, had magazines, and was able to do that, of course, locked in a hotel room with nobody to stop him.
And so far, no claims of responsibility on the internet.
Nothing like that at all, George, and we're checking, but it's so far nothing at this point. Las Vegas police, Clark County Sheriff, they have trained for potential terror attacks. They've always thought that Las Vegas could be a target. Al-Qaeda and ISIS have claimed they'll attack Las Vegas at some point, but at this point we have no claims of responsibility. And this scenario, shooting at a crowd from high above on the 32nd floor, was not one they had trained for.
Not one we had heard about before. Okay, Brian Ross, thanks very much. I want to bring in our senior justice correspondent, Pierre Thomas, as well. And Pierre, federal authorities already on the scene, ATF?
ATF, FBI offering their assistance, and this is the worst case scenario that they've been concerned about for quite some time, George. A group of people congregated en masse at a hotel, at a concert, with a shooter with direct access to them. This is the scenario they've been concerned about for quite some time. As has been previously reported, no clear indication yet on what type of incident this was. Unfortunately, in this country, we have mass shootings that involve terrorism. We have mass shootings that involve people with mental health issues. We have mass shootings that involve people with grievances with the places that they work. So law enforcement officials say it's too early to know. The key will be the name that was used to check into that hotel. They'll need to see if that is actually the person. They'll be checking to see if that person had any identification on them, because the critical thing is to find out what type of associations, what can they learn, what can they glean in these early hours, because they want to make sure that this incident is completely over, George.
And how confident are they right now, Pierre, that this was the only shooter?
They seem pretty confident, George. The law enforcement officials I'm speaking to in Washington said they were trying to get additional information from the scene in Las Vegas so that they could use all the databases that they have, checking fingerprints obviously as well, to again lock down on exactly who we're talking about.
Okay, I know you're going to continue to work your sources right now. Pierre Thomas, thanks very much. I want to go back on the scene to Matt Gutman in Las Vegas. And Matt, we heard from that eyewitness, Michelle Leonard, talking about people, her friends, walking by, multiple dead on the ground. So far, only 2 confirmed dead, although 26 injured, 12 critically right now. And you were speaking also with an eyewitness who was right on the scene, helping save some of the victims.
We're hearing anecdotally, George, that there are multiple victims down, fatalities. We're hearing of body bags, and that man that I spoke to, who's still sitting right next to us here, Mike Kronk from Alaska, said that he was in a truck that was evacuating some of the wounded, and a man died in his arms. Others are talking about, as Michelle Leonard said, just people lying on the ground. Now, the hospital is saying that there are 12 people critically wounded. So Maybe those people were simply unconscious. Maybe they can be stabilized. Right now, hospital officials are still saying those 2 fatalities, 26 wounded, 12 of them in critical condition. And again, when you hear that staccato of gunfire, that rapid fire automatic, you can understand why we're hearing of victims with multiple gunshot wounds. And what these small caliber rifle rounds do is they essentially ricochet inside the body. They're not initially meant to kill someone. What they're meant is to cause maximum damage inside, to literally rattle around inside someone's body, making it harder to stabilize them and to save them once medical personnel get to them. And that's why some of this stuff is so damaging. We don't know how many rounds were fired, but clearly multiple eyewitnesses are telling us that the shooter had a time to fire full clips, reload, fire again, reload, and fire again. So you think about 30 rounds a clip, at least 3 reloads. That's at least 90 rounds, possibly 100 rounds. We're not exactly sure. But obviously dozens of rounds fired into a crowd of people, densely packed, thousands of them crowding the stage. And you can imagine what kind of chaos and carnage that could have created, George.
Matt, try and describe what this setting was like. We see the hotels there surrounding where the concert was. Just to lay out where the people were, how many were in that concert, and what they were surrounded by.
The concert venue itself is really in the shadow of the Mandalay Bay Hotel, which you see right behind me. Now, the Mandalay essentially overlooks the airport, which is why we heard reports of people scattering into the runways and some chaos at the airport. And beneath it is a giant squared-off place. It was fenced off, and within that was the concert stage and those tens of thousands of people at this venue. Now, this is a country music festival. There are tens of thousands of people here attending it from all over the country, from Canada, from Alaska, and thousands of people. But, George, let's go to that briefing right now, which is about to start. We've been waiting to hear word from Las Vegas police, and we believe it's coming right now.
Okay, thanks, Matt. We are going to tune in right there. Let's listen.
Well, good evening. Obviously, County, and I'm here to talk to you about the tragic event that's taken place, and it's currently taking place at the Mandalay Bay out on the Las Vegas Boulevard South. We experienced an active shooter situation approximately 10:08 p.m. tonight, this evening. We had calls come into dispatch of multiple shots being fired from the direction of the Mandalay Bay towards the Route 91 concert that was taking place on the east side of Las Vegas Boulevard. Through investigation and response, we determined there was a shooter on the 32nd floor of the Mandalay Bay. Officers responded to that location and engaged the suspect at that location. He is dead currently. He has been identified. He is a local resident. I will not release his name at this time. But we are interested in a companion that is traveling with him, and her name is, and I will provide you the name, so please be accurate on this, is Mary Lou Danley, Marilou, last name spelled Danley. She is a Asian female, approximately 4'11", weight of 111 pounds. We have not located her at this time, and we are interested in talking to her for follow-up. 2 vehicles we're interested in locating, and we need your assistance with that. We have a Hyundai Tucson with Nevada plate 114 Baker 40B40, and a Chrysler Pacifica Touring Nevada plate 19D401. These are the plates registered to the suspect that we located at the Mandalay Bay. So there's a couple of things that need to occur at this time. One is the Red Cross is responding to the headquarters here at the police department at 400 South Martin Luther King to receive any phone calls from family members who are trying to locate their family that attended the concert and aren't unable to contact them. So that number will be established here shortly, and we'll get it out to you to publicize it here shortly. Additionally, anybody that may have cell phone video or any type of video associated with this event that would be a benefit to the investigation, please respond to the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department headquarters at 400 South Martin Luther King, and we will take custody of that video. So if you have it, you evaluate it, and you think it would be a benefit, please bring that down to the headquarters. So family members, if you are unable to call or you do not want to wait for a call and you want to respond in person, we have set up a family retreat area for you to respond so we can help you locate your loved ones here at the headquarters. So you will be contacted by a police officer here at the headquarters, and they will direct you to where you need to go. Standing with me is Special Agent in charge of the FBI, Aaron Rouse. He is assisting with the investigation, which is ongoing. And then we have Fire Chief Greg Castle from Clark County Fire, and they are assisting with all the victims. Now, as far as number of victims, I cannot give you an accurate number at this point. We have well in the excess of 100 plus injured and excess of 20 plus that have died at this point. So we will get those numbers to you accurately as soon as we can. But please bear with us. This is an ongoing investigation. But we are comfortable that the primary aggressor in this event has expired or passed away and is no longer a threat. There's been multiple phone calls and accusations or conjecture coming through social media that there's multiple shooters at other resorts. That has been proven to be false. Additionally, there's been accusations or beliefs there's some explosives going off. That is also false. The only explosive contained in this event was from our SWAT team breaching the room. So please, we are pretty confident that there is no longer a threat other than we are attempting to locate the person of interest.
Was this an act of terrorism?
No, not at this point. We believe it's a local individual. He resides here locally. I'm not at liberty to give you his place of residence yet because it's an ongoing investigation. We don't know what his belief system was at this time.
Any kind of motive or anything?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Any kind of motive or clue?
No, we have no idea at this point. It's an ongoing investigation. As you can imagine, it just happened. So please bear with us, but we have all the forces to bear from public safety handling the situation.
Can you believe he acted alone?
Okay, I'm going to say this one more time. We do not know. It's an ongoing investigation. Right now, we believe he is the sole aggressor at this point, and the scene is static. We are attempting to locate the person of interest.
Safety of first responders? Safety of first responders?
I have two police officers that are currently at the hospital, one in critical condition, the other one minor injuries. But there are other police officers that were off duty attending the concert that have expired. We don't have those individuals identified at this point. I don't know the sequence of events on that.
Can you explain more time? So you're saying how many people who are injured and how many people who are dead?
Right now, we believe it's 100 plus injured and 20 plus dead. Okay, and I don't want to give you an accurate number because I do not have it at this point.
Right now, there are still people on lockdown, on the strip. What do you say to people who are afraid right now, or what should they do?
I still want them to shelter in place. They will be contacted by first responders, and they'll advise them when they're free to go. It's better to shelter in place than to be unaware.
Sir, clarifying, you said that there are officers who have died?
I'm sorry, ma'am.
We
believe there's a couple off-duty officers that were attending the concert that may have died. We don't have them identified yet.
Do we know the relationship among the women that you were resisting and the aggressor?
All I know at this point is they are roommates.
What kind of weapon was used?
I can't give you that now.
Do we know if he had checked in as of yesterday and
Yes, we believe so.
Would you be able to repeat the make and models of the cars that you're looking for?
Yes, absolutely. We are looking for a Hyundai Tucson, unknown color, Nevada plate 114B40. Additionally, we're looking for a Chrysler Pacifica Touring, unknown color, Nevada plate 19D401.
A devastating time. What words of comfort do you have for the Las Vegas residents right now?
Well, it is. It's a devastating time, and it's unfortunate. And, you know, we have been talking about active shooters in the past, and it's unfortunate it did occur here. But we have responded to the scene, and we're doing the best we can to provide safety for the survivors. And right now, we believe it's a sole actor, a lone wolf type actor, and we have the place under control.
Can you provide any details on how he was taken down?
No, I cannot. All right, thank you very much. We'll do regular briefings, and we'll advise you of the schedule as they come forward. Thank you.
Great deal of information there from Sheriff Joseph Lombardo there in Las Vegas about this shooting, which unfolded around 10:08 in Las Vegas time last night, shaping up to be the worst mass shooting since that shooting at the Pulse nightclub in Orlando back in June 2016. At least 20 dead, according to the sheriff, more than 100 injured as well. They believe there was one shooter so far. The sole shooter is dead. He was taken down by police shortly after the shooting began, but they're also searching for the shooter's roommate. They say the shooter is a local resident of Las Vegas. They did not identify the shooter. This was the scene at around 10:08 at the Jason Aldean concert when the shots began to fire. As you can hear, for several seconds, the concert went on before absolute panic on the scene. As we've said, at least 20 dead, more than 100 injured. As we keep that up there, I want to bring in Brad Garrett, the special agent, a former FBI special agent as well. And Brad, we did get an awful lot of information right there from the sheriff. One shooter, they believe the shooter is down. There were not multiple shooters. There were not explosives being used. They believe he was a local resident. And then interestingly, they also talked about the person of interest. They are now searching for a woman named Mary Lou Danley, described as an Asian woman, 4'11", 111 pounds. Also looking for two vehicles, a Hyundai Tucson, a Chrysler Pacifica, both with Nevada plates. So a lot of information there, Brad.
A lot of information, George, and as we have talked so many times with these mass shootings, there is information out there about that he was going to do something like this. It may not be direct. She's going to be a key element. What was their relationship? Did she drive him there? What does she know about the weapon he used? His background? Are there other people connected to them? Again, we don't know motive or what his philosophy might be. But yes, they have a lot of information they gained in a very short period of time, which is always fortunate if you can get your hands on the shooter early on, because that's where this started and worked backwards. That combined probably with whatever information the hotel had on him.
And Brad, the sheriff described the shooter as a lone wolf type. He used those words right there. As Brian Ross was saying earlier, this kind of shooting, kind of into an open crowd like this, had not been something that had been tied to Al-Qaeda or ISIS websites in the past.
Well, typically not, but George, again, both ISIS in particular, Al-Qaeda right there next to them, you know, they have these people that are inspired, that have really nothing directly to do with either organization, that may have launched an attack. But, you know, we'll have to see. These things get driven by, I'm angry at the world, I'm angry at country western music, my ex-girlfriend was down in the crowd. You know, it does not appear that this was a targeted shoot of an individual. But again, you can either look at this in a big way or a very small way as to what the shooter's motive was. You know, was it religious, philosophical? Was it personal? Is there a mental health component? What kind of weapon was that? Where did he get it? You've got ATF in the middle of that, and maybe the trace will give them more information about the weapon and maybe more about him.
And presumably they'll be able to run that down relatively quickly now that they have identified the shooter and a roommate right there, the shooter who is down. I want to bring in, thank you, Brad. I want to bring in an eyewitness now, Seth Bale, who was also on the scene last night. Tell us, Seth, where you were, what you saw, what you heard as this unfolded.
Yeah, we were about, 75 to 100 feet away from the main stage where Jason Aldean was performing. And we heard several kind of series of pops in a row. And, you know, as I said, I think I told your colleague, I first thought it was just bottle rockets going off. Like, it didn't sound like gunfire or anything, you know, overly loud, just a series of pops kind of near the speaker system. So I was kind of looking around. Everybody was ducking, but a lot of people thought it was just bottle rockets or some kind of little mini fireworks or something. And then we saw them yank the Jason Aldean and all the performers off stage. We saw somebody kind of in the middle of the crowd go down. People started screaming. So and then we realized that this was not any kind of joke. So we just kind of made a beeline for the east side of the eastern exits, because it sounded like everything was coming from the west. So we, dove and ran to the east as quickly as we possibly could when we realized this was not a joke or any kind of practical joke anymore or anything like that.
And Seth, how far away were you from any of the victims?
I saw somebody go down probably, 30 to 40 feet from me. Everybody kind of dove to the ground, so it was kind of hard to see who, unfortunately got hit as opposed to who was just a victim. But somebody we could see definitely went down kind of towards the middle of the crowd, straight back, and then we saw them go down. We saw everybody else near them dive to the ground. And then, as I said, we kind of ran out towards the east, and there were, again, I can't tell for sure. It appeared to be multiple victims kind of all around, kind of shooting on the ground, kind of as we were running east. Again, it was hard to tell who was hit and who was just ducking for cover, understandably. But there was definitely blood all over the place, and it was a tragic experience. Doesn't even begin to describe it, honestly.
And we know that this area was surrounded by the hotels. You say you heard the shots from the west. Could you tell from where exactly, or did you not have a chance to see that?
No, that would be complete speculation on my part, to be honest with you. It sounded like they were coming from the west. It sounded like it was somewhere near some kind of speaker system, because that seemed like it amplified it. And again, I really thought it was some kind of bottle rocket, because, I've shot firearms before, and it was definitely not a gigantically loud bang. It was just a series of pops in a row, probably at least 5 or 6. It sounded like little firecrackers or little bottle rockets or whatever. But it sounded like it was behind us. So if we were looking at the stage, behind us would be kind of where Mandalay Bay was, kind of Las Vegas Boulevard was, if you know where the concert was.
To help people out there, we now know the shooter was taken down on the 32nd floor of the Mandalay Bay Hotel. Where is that in relation to where you were on the concert floor? How far away is it?
That's on the other side of Las Vegas Boulevard. That is to the west. That's kind of behind us. If you're looking at the stage from where I was, that was behind us and to the west of Las Vegas Boulevard. The whole concert, the whole thing was on the east side. If you're at it's the other side of Las Vegas Boulevard. So Mandalay Bay would be on the far side of it, to our west and behind us. So that would make sense, given kind of what we heard, that the shots would come from behind us across Las Vegas Boulevard. I mean, if I had to guess in terms of feet, maybe if you run it, maybe like probably 0.2 of a mile to get from where we were to where the shooter was. Again, that's just speculation.
Yeah, but about 2. So we're not talking 100, 200, 300 feet. We're talking a fair amount of distance right there.
Yeah, it's definitely more than a couple hundred feet. It would take you, it would take you at least a minute or two to walk across Las Vegas Boulevard and get to Mandalay Bay. It's not like you can walk there in 30 seconds. It's at least a couple-minute walk.
Right. I heard from a previous eyewitness who thought the shooting was going on for well over a minute.
It was longer than, now that I know that it's a shooting, obviously, it's surprisingly long. As I said, there was, again, I'm guessing, but at least 5 or 6 kind of series of pops in a row that sounded like, to me, as I said, sounded like bottle rockets. It sounded like kind of mini firecrackers or whatever. It didn't sound like crazy large gunshots. But yeah, there was at least 5 or 6, and I would say it absolutely lasted at least a minute. I mean, that's, again, speculation, but I would say at least a minute for sure. That's your previous caller was absolutely right about that.
So Seth, how big was your group? How many people did you go to the concert with?
There was, probably about 7 or 8 of us. Most people are locals or friends of mine in Vegas. I go back and forth between Vegas and Los Angeles, and I was with a lot of my friends who live here. There was about 7 or 8 of us, and it was a lot of confusion. Half of us thought, as I said, it was just some kind of fireworks or whatever. The other half kind of dove to the ground immediately, knew what was going on. So it took the rest of us kind of a little bit to kind of realize that, as I said, this was not some kind of prank by the speaker system, but this was the real deal.
Are all your friends okay?
Everybody that I know is okay, thank God, thankfully. Apparently a friend of a friend got hit, but that's, again, I can't confirm that. I don't know for sure. But everybody that I went to the concert with, thankfully is okay. So that's, some kind of very, very small silver lining in this whole thing.
Well, we are glad you're okay. Thank you for that information, Seth. Thank you very much. Seth Bayless, who was on the scene at the shooting just hours ago. I'm joined again by our chief investigative correspondent, Brian Ross. And Brian, I want to come to you in a second, but first I want to play again that moment where the police took down the shooter.
On the suspect's door. I need everybody in that hallway to be aware of it and get back. We need to pop this and see if we get any type of response from this guy to see if he's in here or if he's actually moved out somewhere else.
All units on the 32nd floor, squad has explosive breach. Everyone in the hallway needs to move back. All units move back.
Breach, breach, breach.
There you heard it right there, the explosion from the police. The police have now said there were no other explosions at all. But we did learn an awful lot from Sheriff Joe Lombardo just moments ago. They believe this was the only suspect, the only shooter. They know who he is, even though they're not telling us yet.
Exactly. They do have a name. They're looking for an accomplice or a companion of his at this point. And they've got the license plate numbers of 2 different vehicles that could involve somebody who was accompanying him or brought him to the location. They can also tell by the sound of the shooting, this was a fully automatic weapon, not a semi-automatic, but a fully automatic weapon, capable of shooting at full automatic about 600 rounds a minute, George, and each magazine contains about 30 rounds. So the burst that we hear and that the eyewitnesses have described to you this morning suggests that he emptied a magazine, changed it, and did it again and again.
Because he was able to go on for quite some time.
Exactly. He locked into his hotel room on the 32nd floor, spraying the crowd.
And they said that he is a local individual. He had a roommate, Mary Lou Danley. They describe her as an Asian woman, very relatively small, 4'11", 111 pounds, and they seem to be searching for her.
They're looking for her, and they have some information on the background of the individual. His name has not been made public yet, but they, of course, are searching his background to see what they know about him. Did he have any issues with the hotels, with Las Vegas police? Is he connected to any outside group?
Right, and they're being very careful now to say they don't have any positive information right now, indication of what the motive.
That's right. Nothing at this point. It will take a while, but it won't be long.
Okay, Brian Ross. I want to bring in another eyewitness right now, Brian Claypool. Brian, tell us where you were when this happened. Were you in the concert?
Yeah, hey, George. Yeah, I was sitting in the front row of what's called the Neon Lounge, the VIP section. And if Jason Aldean was looking out toward the crowd, it would have been on his left side. And initially I heard some pops, and I thought it might have been some fireworks because he was the last act. I look up in the air, I don't see any fireworks. I get a little bit worried, and then it was pretty eerie because Jason kind of hesitated in his song, and I'm thinking, wow, he's worried about something. And then all of a sudden we heard the shot, and I saw him drop his guitar, and then I was off running. And then the shots, it was assault rifle, and they went on. I'm not kidding you, George. It seemed like 10 to 15 seconds. I was laying on the ground in the aisle, and then there was a break, and I ran down the steps, and then a guy funneled about 20 of us into a little room because we were kind of in the line of fire running north toward Luxor, and the police officer was saying, go get in this room, and then, I felt like there were like these 6 young, I don't know, they must have been like 20, I don't know, in their early 20s, and they were crying, they were on their knees, and I got the thought of Orlando, being kind of held captive in there. I didn't want to die inside this little room with these girls, and so we waited till another round of shots went, and then I peeked out the front door, and then the guy said, police officer screamed, go now, and then I rallied everybody out of that room to run north to get away from the shots. And then it was, I saw two people shot. I just talked to, I just got free. I was hiding in the MGM conference center, finally got freed out of there. I ran into a couple from Austin, Texas, who told me they spoke to a girl whose friend was killed, who was right in front of us in the general admission section. There's a little fence in front of us, and then the general admission section, and the young lady from Simi Valley, California, dead. So, I mean, I'm telling you, your life is flashing in front of you.
It sounds just terrifying. Brian, when you were in that little room, how far is that from the Mandalay Bay Hotel where the shooter was taken down.
George, by the way, I was staying in I'm staying on the 24th floor. I share the same elevator as this sniper. Same elevator. I guess he was on 32. I was on 24.
Right.
So imagine that. And another thing, I almost left the concert early. I hate to talk about me when other people get killed, but Jake Owen finished, and I said, I got an early flight to get back to L.A. in the morning. And I thought for a split second about leaving early, and I would have walked right. George, the corner where that shooting started is the exact corner I walked across. So I'm thinking that I left early, then I'm minced meat. But I was right near, our section was right on that corner of Las Vegas Boulevard and whatever the other street was that faces the Mandalay Bay.
So you're saying
it was right.
That corner was right beneath the Mandalay Bay? You're not suggesting the shooter started out on the street and then moved upstairs?
No, no. Look, okay, if you could picture this, from my room, I'm on the 24th floor. I got a Las Vegas Strip view room, right, for this concert. Looking out of my room, it was eerie. I could see the whole stadium set up for the concert. You could see it, you could view it. So I'm sure this guy, whoever he was on the 32nd floor, I don't even know I don't even know what happened. Did he shoot from the street, from the room? But he has a clear, open view, panoramic view of that entire stadium. And then you walk out to Mandalay Bay. There's a corner. You cross the street, and then that's one of the entrances right into the concert. That's where I entered, that first gate, which is where the VIP section is on the left, and then the stage is right there. That's where it all started. I don't know whether he was on the street or in the room.
But if he was in that room on the 32nd floor he was found, you're saying that would be a clear shot down onto the concert?
Absolutely, George. Absolutely. In fact, let me tell you, I flew in Saturday morning. I was only going to stay one night. I was going to come back earlier today. I decided to change my flight to tomorrow morning, right, just to relax a little bit more. And I remember earlier in the afternoon, just in my room looking out there, and I was just like, wow, this is just unbelievable. That's part of the reason why I stayed. Because the view that guy had, he's looking right at this beautiful setup for the Route 91 Harvest music concert. You could see it's just panoramic view. So I guess it was just right to do what he did. And then we ran into Tropicana, then people were frantically running from there. Then they're like, there's a shooter coming there. I mean, there's chaos everywhere. I thought I was safe. But then it's like, run to the MGM. Then ran to the MGM. And then they said, they think the shooter's coming there. And then we're sprinting down to the conference center. We're hiding in the room there. It's just, I mean, you feel, the feeling you get is just complete helplessness. You're completely helpless. Then you're wondering in your mind, it's like, is there enough law enforcement to handle this? You know what I mean? It's like I saw these poor police officers with their revolvers. I'm like, man, those are some courageous people, but I don't know how they're going to be able to fight that guy. It's just like...
How long was it before you knew you were safe?
Oh, George, I'm telling you, whatever time, until about a half hour ago. So this shooting, what time did the shooting start? About
10:08, we're told by the police.
Yeah, okay, 10:08, so about, what time is it now? It's 2 o'clock a.m. my time in Las Vegas. So I'd say about a half hour ago is the first time I felt safe. So you take from 10:08, okay? You go from 10:08 until a half hour ago, all right? Don't feel sorry for me. I mean, people were killed. But everybody I was with was worried about their life. It didn't matter where you were. You didn't feel safe anywhere.
But your instinct, as you said, your instinct was to run. Get out of that room.
Okay, my initial instinct was run, and then I get up, I'm in the front row, and people. Here's the chilling part of it, George. People still didn't understand, like when the shooting started, that a shooting was happening. They were like in that frozen moment, and I was like, oh man, I'm like, I hope these people don't get hit, right? I saw Jason Aldean drop his guitar, and I'm like, I'm out of here, okay? I knew something was going down. And then I couldn't even get up the aisle. And then that's when the 15 seconds or so of just assault rifle shooting occurred. That's when I laid on the ground. I was pulling people down. Get down. Lay down. I felt energy from these bullets. I didn't get hit, but I felt it. It felt like it was right next to me. And then I waited till it stopped. That's when I then sprinted down these steps. That's when I saw a guy near the door open saying, get in here because you're in the line. Where we were running was in the line of fire. So get in this room. And then girls in there crying and just trying to keep people calm, trying to wait till the next round stops. You know, I know you have kids. I think I met you when you met my little girl last year when I was in the studio. I've got an 11-year-old girl. It's like then you're thinking about that. Is your time up? I'm not going to be able to raise my daughter. It's like, but then the other part of me was like, no, I'm going to stay strong. I'm not going to go down. What I decided, though, George, was I'm not going to go down sitting in that room, okay? That was a temporary situation because I was thinking of Orlando and those poor folks in there who were kind of held hostage in there. And I'm like, that's not going to happen here. And the minute the shooting stopped, that's when I went up to the front of the door, and the guy's like, get everybody out of here.
How long were the breaks, Brian, how long were the breaks between the bursts of fire?
I would say probably about a minute. There was not a big break. I mean, the first round was the longest, George. I mean, it could have been more than 15 seconds. I'm not kidding you. I mean, and I'm not just saying, how people say, like, oh, wow, it sounded really long, but it really wasn't. This was really long. Okay, it's right, at least 15 seconds of just assault rifle shooting, and then I'd say maybe a minute went by before I was able to get into this little dark little room, like a little production room, and then the shooting started again. And then there were 2 more rounds of shooting inside that room before we took the chance. We were taking a big chance because, like, when we exit that room, George, we're next to the street. Just so your viewers can picture, we're contiguous to Las Vegas Boulevard. Like, we're right next to the fence, which is right next to Las Vegas Boulevard, and that's right next to crossing the street to the Mandalay Bay. In other words, we were not on the other side. We were right where it was happening. So when we ran in the open, we were fair game to being shot. So it's like we had to just time it, take a risk of, a leap of faith and pray and just run.
Brian, I can only imagine that time slows down in a situation like that.
Yeah, it's right. It does, and you break it down in your mind. When you're laying on the ground, you're pulling people down. You're at that moment. I know it sounds like people say this all the time, but it absolutely does feel like an eternity. Like you're laying face down in an aisle. Imagine this, right? Laying in an aisle. You've got a child you want to raise, and you've got people next to you, and people are not laying down. And it seemed like forever. And then I got to tell you, the scariest moment, though, was standing up. Standing up, I had to make a move, and I make a move to run. And then I'm hearing shooting again, and then I see this little door, that was like a blessing from God, that door was open, and that guy was a hero. Whoever that guy was out front, hero, getting people in there. And then the time, George, the time went the slowest inside that room, because that's when I felt the most about, like, I was emotional. I was having major heart palpitations because of feeling about what happened in Orlando. Like, what if he closes the door? And what if I don't know. We don't know. We don't know what's going on. We don't know if they're shooting right on the sidewalk. We don't know whether they're going to jump the fence. There's like a small fence right there, George. What if they're right there? They jump the fence. Then we're right there. We're in the room. We're done. We can't run anywhere. So it seemed like forever in that room. Once we got out of the room and started running, then I felt like there was more of a hope that we could survive.
Were people using their phones trying to call others outside, or pretty silent?
Absolutely. I mean, everybody. I mean, everybody was trying to contact somebody. Everybody was crying. People hurt. I mean, everybody was just crying. I mean, if you think about, George, what we were doing, we were all there. A lot of people working hard, want to take a weekend just to relax, and I stay an extra day. And then, by the way, that's running through my mind. Then I'm like, I was supposed to fly back to L.A. at 7:50 tonight. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to die tonight. Am I going to die tonight because I made a decision not to fly back, right? That's running through my mind then. I'm like, why did I do that, right? But everybody was emotional. This wasn't like a bunch of courageous people like, oh, this is nothing. Oh, we don't have to worry about this. Everybody was crying. Even when I ran to the Tropicana, people just standing there sobbing, like crying. I just it's the unknown. What people don't get when something like this happens is it's the unknown. You don't know where it comes. That's another thing, George. It's not like you can look and see something and then go the other way, right? That was another thing that was just, it was
You didn't know it was only one shooter.
No, George, I'm telling you, it was like it was tormenting. It's like we're thinking it's coming from different areas. Then I'm getting some people texting me as I'm running. Somebody texted me, oh, there's a shooter at the New York. Then in our minds, we're thinking, oh my God, there's people, there's more. They're taking down the city. Anywhere we run is not going to be safe. Imagine that. I mean, this wasn't like, okay, just run to the corner and hide behind the fence and you're okay. It's like there was never a moment until you asked me till 35 minutes ago. There was never a moment where I felt safe. We were hiding. There were little kids next to me, 2 kids. We were planning where to go if the shooters come in the back door. If they come in from the casino area, here's where we're going. Here's where we're going to run out here to try to get to the street. We're trying to plot ways to be ahead of the game because we had to be on our game thinking we were thinking there could be shooters at every casino. We didn't know. That's what it's unknown.
How long did it take for the police to get on the scene from what you could tell? There must have been several security guards there.
It was fantastic. I mean, it's emotional for me. I mean, I saw one police officer, like, I felt so bad for him. I hope he's okay. He was right near the fence. Like, remember I told you about the little room that they put us in? I saw this one police officer. He just was so brave. He was like jumping over the fence, like to go fight this, like to take on this guy. And I'm like, oh my God, it's like they're so brave. Like, but I would say within seconds, then we heard the sirens, and then within a couple minutes, and I mean the whole area was just everywhere. I mean, police cars, ambulances, everywhere.
But even in those minutes and hours after the shooting, after that first shooting, you said you were still scared. We had gotten these other reports that there were reports that possible other shooters across the city. They were shutting down the airport, people breaching the runways, pure chaos.
Right. That was making it worse for us. Imagine if you were in the middle of it, right? And then you're running for your life, and then okay, you're running. And every step I took toward the north part of the stadium to get out of it, I'm thinking, okay, I'm going to live to see another day, right? And then I get out, and then I get a text message. I know a friend that lives here in Las Vegas. She says, oh, well, no, there are shooters at other places now. And so I'm like, okay, where in the world am I going to go? Where am I going to go to feel safe, right? I mean, it was like the worst nightmare ever. It's like everybody just, George, I'm telling you, I ran through the Tropicana. I saw flip-flops. I saw tennis shoes. They were all over the floor. People just lost. They were dropping things. And then when we were running, and here's another thing, we're running in the middle of the casino, and then everybody's thinking we're dead meat. We're in the middle of a casino now. What if the shooter gets in the casino? We're done, right? So everywhere we went, it was like a chess game. It's like that we couldn't win.
So you said it was only about a half an hour ago where you felt safe. Where were you exactly?
So I initially ran from the location of the concert. I finally made my way out. We had to sneak through these little bleacher exits. Like imagine like hundreds of people trying to get through a little area where only 1 or 2 people can get through. Imagine that too, George. Okay, there's still a shooter behind us, and then we all had to take a deep breath, and we're all like, okay, one at a time. Yeah, one at a time while 10 of us could get killed, right? Like imagine that. It wasn't like there was a huge exit at the end there where a bunch of people can run out. We were going through these little maneuvering through these little areas to get through a little 1 or 2 people could go out at the same time. Okay, then when we get out of there where everybody's screaming, run north. Everybody's screaming, run north. Okay, what's the next casino north of there? The Tropicana. So I get to the Tropicana, walk over the bridge. I'm standing there trying to catch my breath. All of a sudden I hear somebody screaming again. There's another shooter. He's in the Tropicana. Get out. So we start running north again through the casino. That's where I see everybody's shoes, flip-flops everywhere, clothing dropped, purses dropped. I end up, who knows how I got there, George? I end up at the MGM, right? I end up at the MGM. Then I get a text from somebody saying, there's an active shooter in the MGM, right? So everybody starts screaming in the MGM, screaming. They go, get out of the MGM. So they ran us from the MGM. To the MGM's credit, I give them a lot of credit. They had a plan in place. They ran us all to what's called the MGM Conference Center. It's like a building contiguous to the MGM. They didn't think a shooter would go over to there, right? They're going to stick with the main casino where there's a ton of people. So I give MGM a lot of credit. So they ran us all over to there, and we hid there in these little rooms, like little conference rooms. Everybody's just hiding there. I mean, imagine that. And we're looking at these doors. There, and by the way, George, there was doors at the end of this conference room, and I'm not blaming anybody, but there's no police officers there. There's a parking lot there. So we're thinking, okay, anybody can walk right in here. We're dead. Like if they come in this way, we're done. If they come in from the other way, from the casino area, at least we can run. We're plotting ways to go. If he comes from this way, we go this way. So, I mean, this is what went on until, 40 minutes.
It's just unbelievable. I know it's only a little after 2 a.m. there on the West Coast in Las Vegas and Los Angeles. Have you been able to speak to your daughter yet?
She's sleeping. I haven't. I haven't been able to sleep to speak to her, George. But I know you're a great father, and I know that you know what it's like to be going through something like this, where you think about. I mean, think about the different types of people that were in this concert, George. I mean, it's anybody from like 20-year-old all the way up to, there were some elderly folks there. So you've got young kids, you've got parents, and then that's just what was going through my mind. I mean, is this it? Is this it? I mean, is this the country I live in? I mean, I speak about civil rights issues. I mean, I'm a lawyer by trade. I'm actually out there fighting for people's civil rights and freedoms, and here I am. I'm like, is this how I'm going to die? This is going through my head when I was in that room, that little dark room. I'm like, is this my effigy? Like, I'm going to die in this little room. Like I fought to protect people, and I'm going to die because of maniac people, and my daughter's not going to have a father. I mean, this is just me. I mean, what I went through pales in comparison now to these innocent folks that were just out enjoying themselves.
We are all thinking of them right now. So many victims of this shooting, and thank goodness for you that your daughter will be able to wake up to your voice this morning.
Yeah.
Brian, thank you for sharing your story. We really appreciate it. Boy, Brian Ross, the picture he paints of absolute chaos over minutes and then hours is just chilling.
Chilling, not knowing where the bullets are coming from, with the reports apparently false of shooters at other hotels as they run through the labyrinth of the Strip, up and down different hotels. Just stunning, and an indication of the kind of chaos one person with an automatic weapon can cause.
And his words so telling. He's in that small room, and his mind, like so many others, like all of us, goes immediately back to that last mass shooting in Orlando.
Exactly.
More than 50 people killed back in June 2016.
Right. And that shooter in that case had a semi-automatic and did such damage. A number of people in a closed area. But, it's just indication of this automatic weapon that we can tell by the burst. It was a fully automatic weapon, which are extremely difficult to obtain. They are illegal, and even on the black market, they're hard to find. You have to have a special license, which takes years to get, and people who trade back and forth with the special license. The guns cost $55,000 to $60,000. This was clearly something well planned and thought out in advance, not a spur-of-the-moment attack.
We know how it happened, but we still don't know why.
Exactly right.
I want to go back on the scene to Matt Gutman in Las Vegas. Matt, I believe you're there with Mike Kronk, who you were speaking with earlier.
That's right. Mike Kronk, we found him sitting actually right here on the curb, and he wasn't wearing a shirt because he had used it to stanch the blood of one of his friends, and he was sitting there with his head in his hands, and there's still blood on his hands. And he had been through one of the most harrowing experiences I've ever heard, and we just started talking to him. And Mike, maybe you can just tell me your story. I mean, where were you tonight?
We were at the Route 91 concert, and been there all day waiting for Jason Aldean, and it's real surreal, actually. Everybody's having a good time, and then all of a sudden you hear some popping going on, and I don't think anybody really understood what it was. And then my buddy, after a little bit of popping, my buddy's like, I got hit. So my buddy got shot 3 times, and then everybody knew there was a shooter. So everybody pretty much dove on top of each other, cut down. It was a lot of chaos, people trampling each other and, trying to get away. And it seemed like forever, but we were just trying to take care of the people that are wounded. There were a lot of people that were really selfless and actually stayed with people.
Just going to hold it closer to you, Mike. Now, you're an avid hunter, and so you recognized immediately that this was not just gunfire, but it was automatic gunfire coming in rapid bursts.
Yeah, it was very obvious. Whoever was shooting, it was a fully automatic, and they had to reload. So whether there's one person or two, but there was a break between clips being, shot out.
Now, you describe it rather casually, but, your best friend, you're here on your 48th birthday trip, you're a retired teacher, and you came with your best friend, and he took 3 bullets to the chest, as close as I am to you right now.
True. It was hard. I saw him there, and I was like, I wasn't going to leave him, so we had to, there was an EMT there. Somebody was an EMT. There was lots of, awesome ex-military people that were trained. So we got him compressed, and that's, kept compression on his chest. He actually put his finger in the hole, so we, don't move your finger, and we could keep the compression on, and probably stayed like that for at least 10 minutes, 15 minutes before we finally made a decision that we needed to get him over the fence. So we get him under the stage, so at least we knew we were safe dealing with him.
And so you and 3 other guys had to physically haul him over a fence in order to get him under the stage and to a protected area.
Yeah, we got him over and then slid him under the stage, and we were under there, and another awesome lady came over and helped compress, and so there was multiple. I am no hero, but there was tons of heroes out there there's a lot of heroes out there.
It's pretty astonishing to think that you guys were physically plugging his bullet wounds with your fingers.
Yeah, Rob, with my friend Rob, he had his finger in the hole. He's like, don't take it out. He's like, leave your finger there, we'll compress over the top of it. So we just had, shirts and whatever we could,
And then you couldn't get him out. There was no ambulance there because there was still an active shooting situation.
Correct.
And how did you manage to get him out?
Well, there was a couple, I want to say they're EMT, first responders, and we got him out from under the stage and ran him around the back, and we got him on a cart, and we drove around the side where there was a triage center, and one of the cops, we were going to throw him in his car, but then something happened where he had to go, and we ended up loading up a pickup truck, a civilian pickup truck with 4 wounded people to get him, but we got turned around.
4 wounded people in that pickup truck?
Back of the truck.
As well as you guys?
Yes. Yeah, there was 1 person with each person, so 8 of us in the back of a pickup, and we got turned around, so we couldn't go, and then we ended up right back here on this street, right where those cop cars are, and got him in an ambulance, and that's where one young man passed away, as we were carrying him out of the...
One of the guys you were with actually died.
It was somebody I did not know, but...
Somebody in the truck with you?
Yes, we had him in the ambulance, and we were loading him in the ambulance, and the guy said, let's set him down here, and so I set him down with myself, and the young man passed away.
He literally died in your arms?
He did. Been a tough night.
For so many people here.
So many people died and are wounded. And it's very sad.
Sorry I had to experience that. I must just have been.
Me too. But I'm glad some people are safe, and it's a terrible tragedy. I mean, I don't know what other words you can use for it.
We got a piece of good news a few minutes ago, though. Your friend Rob, the one who was shot 3 times, including bullets to the chest, his daughter texted you.
Yep.
What'd she say?
He said, hey, Dad talked to us, said he's going to be okay. So that took a load off me, but still, so many other people. I mean, it could have been me. I was right next to my buddy. That could have been me that got shot. So, very thankful right now.
Did you actually hear the bullets hit? Did you hear them?
You actually heard some of the bullets hit the fencing. Yeah, it's aluminum. And that's how that's pretty much how we kind of knew this was not firecrackers. And then my buddy got shot, obviously, but we did hear some hit the aluminum fencing.
I mean, you're incredibly strong. You're standing through this. You're an avid hunter. You've been in situations that are chaotic and maybe not similar to this, but difficult. But it's just impressive how you've withstood all of this.
I try to keep your head, and do what you can. I mean, like I said, there's tons of people that were true heroes tonight.
And George, we've talked a lot about luck as well tonight, and Mike's girlfriend actually fell ill earlier today, and so she decided to stay in the hotel. Or she could have been along with you guys, too.
Yeah, she was. She actually came to the concert and left like about an hour in. It was too hot, you know. So I'm very thankful that she got sick, to be honest.
Anyway, I really appreciate it, Mike. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. So we'll talk to you in a little bit. George, there's something else that I want to mention about tonight, and that is when we talk about this shooter opening fire automatically, it took planning, not only to know his target. He had to set up, apparently, the room with, a view and a balcony to the concert venue. Then he had to bring in a certain amount of ammunition that he knew sufficed to whatever degree that he needed. And they had to know when to open fire, how to do it. This took planning, something that is not something that happened off the cuff, not something that was spontaneous as in so many lone shootings that we've seen. This is someone who was plotting this out, who painstakingly planned it and then executed it with, as you hear, this cold-blooded attitude until the very end, until he was taken down by those tactical teams on the 32nd floor of the Mandalay Hotel. So obviously just a tremendously harrowing and just gruesome night for so many people here. And you also hear those brave tales about people who helped their friends despite the fact that they were in the line of fire. But people like Mike and the others that we've heard from tonight just wouldn't leave their friends. They weren't going to leave them to die there in the middle of that concert venue. They hauled them out physically by themselves. So just as much of this is a horrific night, certainly some heroics by some very brave people. George.
Sure is shaping up to be one of the worst mass shootings in American history. Right now, we know more than 20 dead, more than 100 injured, according to police. Want to bring in Nick. Right now, right there, we see Mary Lou Danley. That's the person police are searching for right now. I'm here with our chief investigative correspondent, Brian Ross, as well. Brian, described as the roommate of the shooter. We don't know the identity of the shooter yet, but they're searching for this woman, want to speak with her, and 2 vehicles.
That's right. She is described as the companion of the shooter. They do have a name. They have not made it public. And they're also putting out the license plates of 2 different Nevada vehicles, a Hyundai Tucson and a Chrysler Pacifica, looking for both cars, looking for her as a possible accomplice in this shooting. A companion of the shooter is how she's being described.
She's being described as a companion. They're saying there were no other shooters as far as they know, no explosives used.
That's right. No explosives, only weapons, a high-powered automatic rifle of some sort.
But there's a be on the lookout right now for that woman right there, Mary Lou Danley, described as the roommate of the shooter. We want to bring in now Nick Miller, who actually played. Nick, you actually were playing with Adam Craig at the festival right before Jason Aldean?
That's correct, George. Yeah. I played at the festival earlier in the day, and we had come back to watch Jason's set, and yeah, we were just there enjoying the set when this all happened.
So where were you exactly?
I was actually quite far back in the crowd, probably I'd say 100 or so yards from the stage, and at first I heard a sound that I thought was just fireworks. Everybody kind of looked surprised, and then it turned into continuous machine gun fire. And yeah, it was just a really shocking experience.
How'd you get out? What'd you do?
Well, I saw the crowd coming towards me, a lot of panicked people screaming. So I turned to run, and I slipped, and it was like a beer somebody spilled or something, and so I actually thought I was going to get trampled. So when I got up, the gunshots were still firing. I looked around. The worst thing was I'd lost. I couldn't see Adam, or we were there with his family. I couldn't see them, but the gunshots were still firing. So I just ran, and I called Adam as soon as I got outside the festival gates, and he had ran in a different direction. And we just went about, getting in touch with his family, and luckily we managed to account for everybody. I ran to the Tropicana Casino, that's where I am now, and we're in the convention hall. It seems they're bringing everybody in here, and we're just waiting here for any further updates of what to do next.
Have they told you now the situation? We've heard from the police that they believe this was the sole shooter. They believe this is contained. Are they having you stay in place, or are you free to move around at this point?
We're in quite a big space. I was actually in the main floor of the casino, and they've asked everyone to come into one place. We've all been patted down. I think that they've gone through the casino. They're clearing every area, so to bring people all into one place. So everyone's pretty tired and in shock, but I guess everyone feels safe now that things have calmed down a bit, and the police have come in.
What kind of security was there for the concert? Were there metal detectors heading into the concert or in any of the hotels around it from what you could tell?
George, because I'm a performer, I usually come in through the back gate, the performer's entrance. The security there was very, very good. It's the Live Nation festivals, the security's always been excellent in my experience. I don't see how anybody could have foreseen this happening, and I couldn't fault any of the security for something like this, and that's my experience and my observation of security.
Well, I know it's been just a terrifying night for you and so many there in Las Vegas. Thank you for joining us this evening. I want to go back to our former FBI Special Agent Brad Garrett. As we put this back up on the screen, this Be on the Lookout that we just received for Mary Lou Danley. She's described as a person of interest. Actually, I want to bring this to Pierre Thomas instead. Pierre, we now see this person of interest, Mary Lou Danley, born in 1954, Asian woman. Also the car, the Hyundai Tucson, one of the cars they're looking for right now.
George, so critical to find her, person that he apparently had been living with. She is in a position to know possibly what took place, what went down, George, and it is critical to find her, according to my sources. Also, law enforcement officials are telling me that they will be looking quickly at what has happened at the hotel in terms of whether there's surveillance footage that they can look at to determine the comings and goings of the suspect, to get a sense of what he may have had in terms of planning and also in terms of any kind of support. So right now, that is critical to get the additional information about the suspect, perhaps through this person of interest story.
Right, but Pierre, so far they know who the shooter was. They've taken the shooter down, yet they're not releasing the name. What kinds of things are they now doing before they're prepared to release the name?
One of the things they're doing, I'm told, is that his name is being run through every database that the United States government has, both in terms of criminal and intelligence, to get some sense of whether he has any ties to any outside groups. There's no indication of that so far, but that's one of the things they're doing, George. That's critical to determining determining whether this is some kind of act of terrorism or a random targeted lone wolf, someone who may have had some kind of grievance with the hotels, someone who may have had some kind of mental health issue. That is why it is so critical to do this kind of background work that's being done right now, George.
Okay, let me bring in Brad Garrett. He's now with us right now, the former FBI special agent as well. What is gained by the delay?
The delay, be clear, George. What do you mean by the delay?
In releasing the name of the shooter.
Because the following. You don't know who he is connected to. You don't know who supplied the weapon. You don't know his circle, basically. So by putting his name out, you're now alerting other people. They know this guy's name. They're going to come looking for me. So you're trying to contain intel that may be out there. You've got this woman they're looking for. Obviously, she's part of the puzzle, directly, indirectly, etc. But that's really the key. Contain the information you have to see if you can resolve it. I suspect in fairly short order, George, in the next hour or two, you'll know who the shooter is.
But person of interest, clarify here, that doesn't necessarily mean they believe she's an accomplice.
No, it's proximity. Apparently, she lived in the same house. What is their relationship? George, these shootings are always planned. This wasn't a spur of the moment yesterday afternoon that he was going to go do this. He's been thinking about it a long time. He had to get the hotel room. Now, how well do you have to plan? Just saying, I want a room that faces a particular venue. Other than that, you could go to almost to any floor if you have height and pull off what he pulled off. But the point being, this was planned. If it's planned, somebody else probably knows about it. Has he been to a range? Where did he get the weapon? Did somebody train him how to shoot it? Did he make comments to her that he was going to go do something, or to somebody else? All of that you want to gather as quickly as you can.
This may be a naive question, but how do you get that kind of an arsenal into a hotel room?
Oh, simple. I mean, you break it down and put it in a suitcase and carry it in. I mean, you're not going through security. People don't tend to check your bags. I mean, even one of the bell folks, the bellman, could have even brought his bags up. It's really hard to say because we don't know what's in our luggage, or they don't know what is in our luggage. So I'm not sure that that would be that difficult to do. Or did he get the room, go back down to the car, put it in a bag, and carry it up himself, like walk the stairwell up to the 32nd floor? You know, there's also, you know, those possibilities, obviously.
By this point, the police have already been through his apartment?
Oh, they've been through his apartment. You know, they're hot looking for the cars. There's going to be information you know, there's going to be computers, obviously, but there's probably some information or evidence that will help them based on what they found at the apartment. You know, has he been talking about this? What websites does he go to? Has he posted things suggesting he's angry about X, Y, and Z? Is he, you know, connected to an extremist group, or is this just personal?
And thank you, Brad. And Brian Ross, our chief investigative correspondent. Of course, we're always these days on the highest state of alert, but there had not been any chatter that had been picked up specifically about Las Vegas recently?
Nothing specifically. Las Vegas had long been thought to be a potential target for terror groups overseas. They've used pictures of Times Square, of Las Vegas, of various iconic sites in America as possible targets. Los Angeles police, Clark County sheriffs, they have trained for possible terror attacks aimed at casinos. George, we've gone through some of the video. It appears it was about 4.5 minutes. More than 200 rounds were fired. 6 different bursts.
Over 4.5 minutes.
That we counted. He was firing, clearly reloading magazines in between shooting. This gun will shoot as much as 600 rounds a minute, but the magazines sometimes only hold about 30 rounds unless it's a particularly large magazine.
So this might suggest magazine, not belt, as Brad Garrett was talking about before.
The breaks in the shooting suggest that he changed his magazines. He had to reload and put more bullets, more rounds to shoot. But 6 different bursts at least, which is consistent with what the eyewitnesses have been describing to you. The terror of that over 4.5 minutes, they didn't really last a minute long. They lasted, what the longest we found was 17 seconds of firing, but it must have seemed like an eternity for those who were under fire.
And presumably in the coming hours, we're going to get more surveillance video from around the entire strip.
Exactly right. We'll see what happened there as people ran. The surveillance video, as Pierre was saying, will be important to see when this person checked into the hotel, what was his action, where did he come from, what was the car. And they're looking for this companion, a 62-year-old woman who he supposedly lived with, and the suspect they're looking for is described as a 64-year-old white male.
Okay, Brian Ross, thanks very much. Our chief investigative correspondent right there. We're coming up on 5:30 now in the East Coast, 2:30 in the West Coast, covering this mass shooting that unfolded last night in Las Vegas. At least 20 dead, more than 100 injured, according to police right now, 12 in critical condition. The shooter has been killed. It all unfolded at the Route 91 Country Music Festival in Las Vegas last night. Apparently, the shooter was in the 32nd floor of the Mandalay Bay Hotel. Police now searching for this woman right here, Mary Lou Danley, described as the roommate of the shooter, who has not yet been identified, an Asian woman, 4'11", 111 pounds. They're also searching for 2 vehicles right there. Hyundai Tucson, Nevada license plate 114B40, the Chrysler Pacifica, Nevada license plate as well. And this was the scene unfolding at 10:08. Jason Aldean on the stage right now. He was described as an eyewitness as having dropped his guitar once he realized that it was indeed a shooting. At first, so many in that crowd thought it was bottle rockets, fireworks, couldn't be real. It was all too real, as Brian Ross just reported, unfolded over 4.5 minutes. More than 200 rounds fired over 4.5 minutes. It must have seemed like an eternity to those who were living through it earlier this evening in Las Vegas. As we've said, police have reported that the shooter is down. They took him down on the 32nd floor of the Mandalay Bay Hotel. This was the moment police went in.
Sit on the suspect's door. I need everybody in that hallway to be aware of it and get back. We need to pop this and see if we get any type of response from this guy to see if he's in here or if he's actually moved out somewhere else.
All units on the 32nd floor. SWAT has explosive breach. Everyone in the hallway needs to move back. All units move back.
Breach, breach, breach.
Okay, that was the moment. Breach. That was an explosion. The explosion was from the police right there. They did take down the shooter. I want to go back to Las Vegas now. Matt Gutman on the scene.
We were at the Luxor.
All right, you guys go ahead. Thank you. Yeah, I'm here. I hear you. Thanks.
Matt?
Hey, George. So everywhere you go, people come to you and you say, we were the ones who were running away. Those folks who just stopped to talk were in the Mandalay Bay. And I asked them if they had actually shot any video, and they said, nobody shot video. We're only running. And that's a story you hear across the city right now. Folks were caught, obviously off guard. Nobody expects a lone shooter like this, but the number of the bullets fired, the mass of the chaos, when you're talking about 10,000 people plus just at that concert venue alone, and then you're talking about the tens of thousands of other people who are all over the city, out for the nightlife, here for the concerts, and the bulk of the hotels here, from Mandalay Bay all the way to...
I think we lost Matt Gutman there right now. I want to go to Lindsay Davis, who's at the University Hospital Center there in Las Vegas. And Lindsay, we know from police more than 20 dead, more than 100 injured.
That's right, George. 26 patients were received here at the University Medical Center, 12 in critical condition, 2 were pronounced dead at this hospital. Now, police are not allowing family members in at this time. They say that they're trying to assess the situation. So you can imagine that this is just further gut-wrenching agony for families arriving here, and they not only can't get in to see their loved ones, but they can't even get an update on their condition. The police have the entrance blocked off. It's relatively quiet here, though we've seen 2 ambulances that arrived within the last 15 minutes or so with flashing lights, no sirens on, but in one you could see an EMT working on someone in the back. Now, this hospital is where the majority of the injured have been taken, but again, because we're talking about more than 100 people injured, this is just one of several hospitals in the area where victims are being treated. And then also you have more than 20 dead, among them police officers. Additionally, we know at least 2 officers are injured, one of them critically.
Right, those were police officers on the scene. We heard that from Sheriff Joe Lombardo earlier this evening. Okay, Lindsay Davis, thanks very much. I want to bring in now Joseph Ostunio, who's an eyewitness who was on the scene at the concert, the Jason Aldean concert earlier this evening. Joe, thank goodness you're okay, but you were with a friend who did get hit?
Yeah, I was with my friend. She got hit right shoulder. Yeah.
Is she okay?
I just talked to her family. I talked to her brother, and they told her that she's in stable condition at UMC.
Tell us how the scene unfolded from your perspective.
I mean, he described it pretty well. It sounded like, we all thought it was like fireworks going off in the Strip, and it kept going and going. And when Jason Aldean kind of ran off stage, everybody started running. It was absolute chaos. And we're lucky we got out.
And how did you get out exactly? How far did you have to run?
I mean, we had to run a decent amount of distance. We actually had to hop a fence to get out. Luckily, there were people assisting people hopping over this wall that we hopped, and we're lucky we got out.
How long did it take you?
It took us probably about no less than 5 minutes.
So you and could you tell from where you were where the shots were coming from?
We knew they were coming from somewhere on the Strip. It didn't sound like it was coming from inside of the venue. So it sounded like it was coming from closer to Las Vegas Boulevard.
Right, and then you were able to get to your car and really get far away from the scene. Where are you now?
Well, I had a friend pick me up at the hospital because the hospital is on lockdown. There's police everywhere. There's police in riot gear literally standing in front of the emergency room. My dad's actually a clergyman, and he tried to flash his credentials, and they wouldn't even let him in to check the status of my friend.
And Joe, your friend who was shot, at first you weren't even positive she was shot?
No, I wasn't sure at all. She kept complaining that she was hurt, and I felt up her whole body. I lifted up her shirt a little bit, and just to check to see if there was any wounds, and we didn't see anything. Once we got to the designated place we agreed to meet or to go to, we double-checked her again, and sure enough, we found a pretty large wound in her right shoulder. It was probably about 1.5 inches.
Inch and a half. Wow, that is an incredibly large wound, and it just a chaotic scene in those first moments, huh?
It was. I mean, when everybody started kind of running, it was. I mean, we hit the ground a couple times, probably on our way out. I mean, it was just chaos. It was a war zone.
A war zone, and then and from what we know, the shooter on the 32nd floor had just an open shot on the entire scene, as we're seeing it up on the screen right now. How far were you from the stage at first?
We were pretty close to the stage. I don't know how many feet we were away from the stage, but we were pretty close.
Well, thank goodness you're okay right now, Joe. Thank you for joining us this morning. We hope your friend is okay. We're sending her our best wishes as well. I want to bring back in our chief investigative correspondent, Brian Ross. Right now, they are really zeroing in on this one shooter, the suspect, now dead, trying to find out everything possible.
Exactly. Searching for a companion, for questioning at this point, not knowing whether that person was involved at all, whether that person has fled. Clearly, they've gone to the suspect's home where this companion would have been. She was not there, so they're now looking for her. They have a what's called a bolo, a be on the lookout. 2 vehicles they're searching for with license plate numbers, so police should fairly quickly pick up where those vehicles might be.
And Brad Garrett, our former special agent, you know, the police, this we now know, as we see Mary Lou Danley, that's the person of interest police are searching for right now, that even though this unfolded over about 4.5 minutes of shooting, those are the 2 vehicles the police are looking for as well. The police were able to pinpoint where these shots were coming from relatively quickly, taken down.
For that, George, one is that you could visually probably see the fire from the barrel. Perhaps somebody was in close proximity, let's say in the next room. Somebody was walking down the hallway. And so in short order, they figured out what direction it's coming from. So quickly assess what floor it was on, again, based on witness information. And obviously they breached the correct door. So they had a comfort level. Their guy was inside whatever room it was on the 32nd floor.
Room 135.
Room 135, we now know that, yes. Brian Ross, on the second floor. We'd heard from an earlier witness as well, who was on the 24th floor, Brian Claypool, that this had an open shot of the concert.
A clear view of the location. And as Brad was saying earlier, clearly something well thought out. This was not a spur-of-the-moment attack. Somebody took the time to gather the weapon, the ammunition, and determine where would be the best vantage point to open fire, spray on the thousands of spectators.
And Brad Garrett, from what we know about the shooting so far, about the person of interest they are searching for as well, any kind of a profile you can put together, or what kind of questions would you be asking in these moments?
Yeah, George, this is going to be a guy that has some sort of grievance. You know, is he mad at society because his perception is that society has treated him in an awful way, so he's going to inflict damage on the rest of us? Is it in particular to the hotel outside where the concert occurred, the Mandalay Hotel, or is it some sort of religious, philosophical, Islamic, et cetera, driven sort of attack? You know, this would be sort of a new approach if it's one of an Islamic extremist. But, you know, basically everything's on the table today with ISIS as far as ways to kill people. So we'll have to see, but you know, plan to the extent that he had a really effective weapon, and he at least took enough time to get a location and elevated enough where he had a clear view of basically shooting down on this crowd. Obviously, he wouldn't want to have been on the second floor. He wouldn't have been high enough. So he may have asked some of those questions in a very innocuous way when he checked in, but clearly thought this out and said, tonight is the night I'm going to go do this.
If it were connected to ISIS, if it were connected to Al-Qaeda or someone inspired by ISIS or Al-Qaeda, they usually want people to know.
They do want people to know. And so maybe that would suggest on the front end this is not the case, that this is really a personal grievance-driven sort of shooting. If you ask me to guess, it may well fall into that category. We really don't know enough yet, to make that statement. And as everyone knows, if it's Islamic extremism, they'll take credit as soon as they sort of figure out exactly what they've got here. Because many of these attacks that are now driven by religious extremists, ISIS doesn't have a clue they're about to go do this. They do it, then they go, oh, we can take credit for that, and then they jump in. So we'll have to see.
Right, Brad Garrett. Brian, that's an important point that Brad just makes. Very opportunistic, often, for ISIS when they see something happen.
Indeed, in this case, the name has not been released by authorities there, but the person they're looking at, who is the companion of Mary Lou Danley, is a 64-year-old white male, not the classic ISIS extremist.
64-year-old white male, local resident in Las Vegas. We've seen his companion as well, his roommate, who police are looking for right now. But we don't know. There she is right there, Mary Lou Danley. But we don't know yet. We haven't seen any communication, anything posted, any kind of letter, anything.
Nothing like that
at
all at this point.
Although police now are fairly certain that he acted alone, or at least he's the only shooter.
He was the lone gunman. They believe that all the firing came from that one room, room 135, over about a 4 minutes and 37 seconds we counted, with at least 6 or 7 bursts, about 30 rounds in each burst. These are extremely powerful and deadly weapons. An automatic weapon, which is extremely difficult to obtain, even on the black market.
And this was the scene as those shots were fired. You see people just running away from that open area where tens of thousands were watching the Jason Aldean concert. One of them, Vincent Sager, I want to bring him in right now, who was right there. And Vincent, you actually saw people get shot? Vincent Sager, can you hear me? I think we must have lost Vincent Sager, Brian, as we keep that up on the screen right there. For several minutes, actually for well over an hour, there were reports that there were more than one shooter in more than one location.
Right, as people ran about from hotel to hotel, the echoes of the sound would bounce off the walls of those tall Las Vegas hotels, people not sure where to go, what to do to save themselves with bullets raining down. Hard to tell where the firing is coming from.
Okay, I believe we do have Vincent Sager right now. Vincent, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So Vincent, tell us what you saw and heard. I was told you actually saw people get shot.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I don't know if you've seen the video that has been put out there, but where we were standing in the front of the stage to the right, closest to Mandalay Bay. I mean, you first heard a couple single shots. They're muffled, so it almost sounds like a pyrotechnic gone bad. And then you just started hearing a riddling of gunshots kind of going over, and then it would stop. And then from there on, we didn't know whether or not if it was, a malfunction of pyrotechnics or a firework, most people thought. And then after, you look up and you see Jason Aldean run off the stage and the music stopped. And, you got people running in front of us, or in front of somebody got shot. They're saying, they're down. And, we had people running with blood on their shirt. There's another gentleman as we were running out where you knew it was more serious. A gentleman saying he got shot in the back, and you see a hole in his shirt and blood coming out. So that's where I kind of realized the realization of, something is going down that is, serious.
And could you tell where the shots were coming from, and which direction did you run?
Yeah, you can tell they're coming from Mandalay Bay, where we were at. And we ran, obviously, away. I mean, as I explained on another interview I did a little bit ago, it was like playing red light, green light with gunshots. I mean, and essentially what everyone was doing, where you would hear, him unloading his clip, and that's when everybody was ducking and getting down, hiding. And as soon as you hear the gunshot stop, everyone would get up and, you would run to. We were running away from Mandalay Bay inside the arena. And, technically you're kind of sitting ducks inside that arena, how it's set.
You're saying you could actually hear him changing clips?
Well, I mean, you can't hear them changing clips, but you know they are because he was shooting up in the hotel. So you hear, just like in the video, you'd hear the gunshots that are rattling, and then, it'd go quiet. And then it'd be quiet for 30, 45 seconds, and then it'd go again, where you could tell he's reloading.
Right. And when did you know that you were safe?
It's about an hour ago.
An hour ago.
We evacuated out from when it first started at 10. We ran out. It took us about an hour to get off the ground. And then as soon as everyone evacuated at MGM, we were safe in there. And then there was a bunch of, accusations going on that there was other shooters at other properties and bombs and whatnot. So where then, everyone was starting to, let their mind wander in a way and got a little intense and scary when it came to that. People were just saying one thing and running around.
Yeah, where were you getting the information? What had you heard about these reports of other shooters?
This was coming off, I'm a local out here, and this was coming from reports that obviously with, friends and family knowing that I live out here and that I was at the festival. I was getting outside information given to me on my phone saying that was going on in the news and what they were hearing on other reports, but then it's just like anything else in this situation. You hear one person says one thing, and it's like playing that game telephone. So you really don't know what is accurate compared to what is not until, you hear the official statement, which we heard from our sheriff a little bit ago.
What was your instinct in the moment about what to do?
Well, I was with some friends and my lady, and the first thing we did was, make sure everyone was safe and run. Get down, make sure, take coverage. I mean, like I said, I was standing up first, saying it was fireworks. But then we realized it wasn't fireworks, and then it was kind of trying to keep people calm. Are all your friends okay? Yeah, we did have a mutual friend that is being taken care of right now, but we're good right now. Well, we are glad you're okay, Vincent. Thank you for joining us right now as I bring back in our chief investigative correspondent, Brian Ross. The scene they talk about for several hours after the shooting, not knowing they're safe.
Exactly. As rumors spread, there were shooters here, shooters there, at 3 or 4 different hotels. People ran in panic trying to find a safe place, and they could not. And as the eyewitnesses have described to you, George, this morning, they really did not feel safe until just recently, with the sense that the shooter had been taken down and there was no more gunfire.
Just in the last hour or so, we see some of the wounded being loaded into ambulances right there. I want to go back to Lindsay Davis at the University Hospital, one of many hospitals, Lindsay, now taking in the wounded, more than 100 wounded, at least 20 dead, according to police. It appears we don't have Lindsay Davis right now. I want to go back in to Pierre Thomas, our senior justice correspondent in Washington. Okay, no, sorry for the confusion here. Lindsay, I hear you are with me right now. Tell us what's happening there at the University Hospital.
Yeah, so just in the last update we received a few minutes ago, the number of patients here at University Medical Center has doubled. So they now have received more than 50 patients at this hospital. Still, we're told that 12 are in critical condition and still 2 that have been pronounced dead here at the hospital. The entrance remains blocked off by police cars. And so, I mentioned earlier, that has to just be a huge frustration as far as families. And we've seen about 3 carloads of families try to come to check on the status and condition of their loved one. And they're simply not able to get into the hospital at this point. And that could change at any time. Police say that they're still trying to assess the situation here.
Earlier, we had been told that of those injured at the hospital, 12 were in critical condition. As the numbers doubled overall, did the number of critically injured go up as well?
That did not change. At the same, that most recent update, they're still giving the same numbers as far as the those in critical condition and those that were pronounced dead. So they haven't had an increase apparently in those.
Okay, Lindsay Davis, thanks very much. I want to go back to Pierre Thomas in Washington, our senior justice correspondent, as well. We saw at the press conference by Sheriff Joe Lombardo.
We're not going to say who the source is, though.
Pierre Thomas.
Yes. George, I've just been speaking to some law enforcement sources, and the Officials are looking at this as some kind of assault-style rifle that may have been augmented to make it fully automatic. It's also possible that this was purchased as a fully automatic weapon. Again, they have the name of the person they think did it. They are doing an extensive background check on this person to see where the gun may have been purchased. Also, they're getting information on the ammo as well. They are at the scene working with local law enforcement officials to get some of the cartridges which may have been found as well, George. So extensive investigation underway right now to look into this person's background. No indications thus far of terrorism, but again, it's very, very early in this investigation, George.
Once they get those cartridges, once they get the weapon, how long would it generally take to find out where it was purchased, how it got there?
Well, one of the things you have to see, sometimes the criminals will file down the serial number. Every gun has a serial number on it. I'm being told that this will be done within hours at the latest, George. This is deemed urgent. And again, the name of this person has been being run through every database that the U.S. government has to see what kind of picture they can create of the person's background.
And so far, though, they're saying no connection, as far as they know so far, to international terrorism.
Correct. That is the early indications. But again, George, very fluid situation, very early in the investigation.
A fluid situation. Thank you, Pierre. Chief Investigative Correspondent Brian Ross. He was described by the sheriff as the lone wolf type.
A lone wolf type, 64 years old, white male, lived about an hour away from Las Vegas, we're told. They're searching for a person described as his companion. They put out an alert across the state, across the western part of the United States, looking for this woman and looking for two possible vehicles that she could be in. Clearly, they've gone to the home outside Las Vegas and did not find her there. Now they're looking for her to see what, if anything, she might have known about what happened.
And those are the two vehicles they're looking for as well. A lot of information there, a Hyundai and a Chrysler Pacifica. They have the license plate for both as well, that being run down at this moment as well.
Exactly. They call it a BOLO, a be on the lookout for. Every law enforcement agent in Southern California and Nevada will be on the lookout for. These days, patrol cars have automatic license plate readers, so they've come across it. If it comes towards you, they can read it and pick it up.
Okay, Brad Garrett, former FBI special agent, they're looking for Mary Lou Danley. We're not certain she's on the run at this point. We don't know a lot about her.
We know nothing about her, George, but anybody that's in close proximity to the shooter, lives at the same address, works with him, any association with him can be critical as to maybe figuring out motive, other people involved. Where did he get the weapon? Because we still don't know that, because people have other people buy weapons for them. They buy them off the black market. They buy them at gun shows. So it goes on and on. Hopefully it'll be straightforward that he purchased the gun and it comes right back to him. But we won't know that probably for some period of time.
So much we don't know at this point. But as Brian Ross just said, 64-year-old white male doesn't seem to fit the profile of someone connected to ISIS.
Typically not. And the other thing, George, because of his age, he probably doesn't use the internet, social media, like younger people tend to do. So his digital footprint may be a lot less. Keep one other thing in mind, George. Events like this are triggered by something. We don't know what that is. I'll only suggest, particularly since I'm here in Washington, D.C. and was an FBI agent when the D.C. snipers started shooting, the anniversary is today, October 2nd, 2002. Does that have any relevance to this? I have no clue. I'm only suggesting is he had some triggering event.
Some kind of a triggering event. And Brian Ross, 64-year-old white male, puts me in mind of the suspect responsible for that shooting at the congressional softball practice earlier this summer.
Exactly. It was some sort of a grievance, spent his time trying to figure out how to cause the maximum harm, cause the maximum attention to take care of his grievance in some way, some twisted way. This woman they're looking for now, her last known address was in the town of Mesquite, Nevada.
Mesquite, Nevada. Do we have any indication of how long they were together, anything like that?
Can't tell at this point.
Can't tell at this point, but we know that they are looking for Mary Lou Danley right now as we're coming up on just about 6 a.m. Here in the East Coast, 3 a.m. In the West Coast. Want to go back to our senior justice correspondent, Pierre Thomas, as well. Pierre, right now, based on what they're seeing, Homeland Security, ATF, FBI, all involved?
Everyone involved, George. These agencies in this kind of situation have to know what this is and what this isn't. Again, no early indication of ties to international terrorism. Again, early in the investigation. But here's why it's so critical, George. If there would be the potential that this could be the beginning of something pretty horrific, that there could be additional attacks. So that's why law enforcement officials from the federal government jump right in with the locals early in these kinds of cases to see what they are dealing with. Also, George, I think it's unfortunate to point out that mass shootings in this country happen on a pretty routine basis, where people take assault-style rifles and they start shooting and killing people, usually not to this level, usually not this many wounded and killed, but these type of incidents unfortunately happen pretty regularly in our country.
Yeah, fairly regular. We're talking about every week, every couple of weeks we see some kind of mass shooting, but this one, with the numbers we're seeing right now, at least 20 dead, at least 100 injured. This would be the single worst mass shooting since the shooting at the Orlando nightclub, the Pulse nightclub in Orlando back in June 2016.
Exactly, George, and that's why you saw the federal law enforcement response so quickly to assist the locals. Because when you have this many casualties, obviously the first thing that comes to mind is whether this is an act of terrorism. Again, no indication of ties to international terrorism in this case so far, but law enforcement have to be at that sort of level of concern until they know that it's not that.
The other big difference, Brian Ross, we remember back in Orlando at the Pulse nightclub, reports from those on the scene, they saw the shooter. He was right next to them, going room to room through that club. This one from a high vantage point, 32 floors above the concert.
That's right, 32 floors of a 43-story hotel with a great vantage point down on the concert. In Orlando, the shooter there, Omar Mateen, actually took time out to call 911 and claim responsibility on behalf of ISIS. There's nothing like that in this case.
Nothing like that. And we don't, and we heard that. I want to play it again right now. We heard that moment where the police took down the shooter, breached that hotel room on the 32nd floor with explosives.
It was very scary. It was frightening. It was
sit on the suspect's door. I need everybody in that hallway to be aware of it and get back. We need to pop this and see if we get any type of response from this guy to see if he's in here or if he's actually moved out somewhere else.
All units on the 32nd floor, SWAT has explosive breach. Everyone in the hallway needs to move back. All units move back.
Breach, breach, breach.
Brad Garrett, we heard that breach. We heard the explosion right there. At that moment, it's unclear whether the shooter was alive, was dead, but we know the police had determined they had to go in.
Well, exactly, George. And you use explosive breaches on doors, so it literally blows the door back into the room. And so two things are going on. You can get into the room quickly, and it is a distraction, at least for the shooter, if he's still alive. So that's the whole key. You're trying to buy part of a second so you can get a round off before he does. But yes, it's unclear whether he had taken his own life or they ended it.
And the explosion, we're not sure whether the explosion would have killed him either. Okay, Brad Garrett, thanks very much. As I said, we are coming up right now on 6 a.m. In the East Coast, 3 a.m. in the West Coast. Some of our stations are going to be leaving us now for local news, but our coverage is going to continue here on ABC. And we are back now with the latest on that shooting that unfolded around 10:08 in Las Vegas last night at the Route 91 Country Music Festival. At least 20 dead, more than 100 injured by a shooter who has now been taken down by the police. Police still looking for the shooter's companion. We see this woman right here, Mary Lou Danley. Be on the lookout for Mary Lou Danley, described as the roommate of the shooter, who is a 64-year-old white male. We do not know his identity yet, but we do know police also searching for those two police cars as well. And there you see the flashes from where the shooter had been targeting those at the concert, Brian Ross, 32nd floor Mandalay Bay Hotel.
That's right, exactly. Room 135 of the 32nd Hotel. 4.5 minutes of sheer terror as he used an automatic weapon to shoot down on the crowd as they ran looking for cover and could not find it.
Bursts of fire, 30 to 35 seconds of silence, more bursts of fire.
Clearly changing magazines, according to weapons experts we've talked to this morning. An automatic weapon, an AK-47, would carry a magazine of about 30 rounds. And it seems he shot off bursts of 30 rounds that lasted 17, 18 seconds, and then a pause, and then again, and again, and again, and again, and again.
And I want to go to Matt Gutman, who's been on the scene in Las Vegas all through the night. And Matt, what we've heard is apparently, no, we don't have Matt Gutman right now. I apologize for that. Let me go to former Special Agent Brad Garrett, though, who's also with us. And Brad, what we've heard described to us by eyewitness through these last several hours are not just those initial moments of terror, but several hours of chaos.
George, when these things happen and your adrenaline takes over and the sheer vulnerability of who's out there, who else is going to shoot at me? How do I get out of harm's way? Because you're basically trapped. This area apparently was fenced in, but with an open air outside, obviously. And so all of that kicks in. And, you know, even people, George, that are trained to deal in these crisis situations will begin to panic and figure out, how can I save myself and hopefully save others? Well, but it doesn't go away quickly, George.
No, and we've heard the witness describe that, and you also hear people describe their thought processes throughout this. First instinct to run, others want to find shelter, but we talked to one eyewitness, I think it was Brian Claypool, who said once he was in that small room, he was brought back to those stories of Orlando and didn't want to feel like a sitting duck.
You're going to feel vulnerable probably any place if you're still in proximity to where the shooting occurred. And unfortunately, you're stuck in the proximity for several minutes, if not longer, before you can actually move and go into another area, inside another hotel, etc. So everything he's feeling and experiencing and those flashbacks of what has happened in other cases grabs you and it overtakes you like it did him, being trapped in that room. Just what happens if the shooter kicks in the door and starts shooting? Not, you know, probably not rational, but it doesn't matter. You're at an emotional fever at that point. That's all that's driving you.
Oh, and we also heard the scenes of panic, people actually breaching the security at the airport, which is close by, as well as you see that video of people running. For a while there, the airports were shut down, and now all the hotels in the area on lockdown as well because of this initial concern about multiple shooters.
Correct. And we didn't know. And what did we get reporting early on about 3 hours ago? Multiple shooters don't know all their locations, because what happens is people see behavior as they're in their crisis mode that they think may have something to do. They may see plainclothes police officers with weapons drawn running, thinking he or she might be a shooter. So that's where that always comes from, because it's consistent. We get that information, maybe multiple shooters. And, you know, a vast majority of the time, or most of the time, it ends up being one shooter.
Okay, Brad Garrett, thanks very much. Now we do have Matt Gutman on the scene in Las Vegas. He's been there for several hours, reporting on the shooting, talking to eyewitnesses as well. This was pure chaos, Matt.
Absolutely, George. If you think about it, there were at least 10,000 people at that concert. And on any given day, Las Vegas hosts hundreds of thousands of visitors, 43 million visitors a year. So you can imagine when the entire strip that you're seeing behind me is on lockdown, the chaos that ensued. And as Brad just mentioned, when you see people with long guns, often plainclothes police running in the street, it only exacerbates that sense of chaos. And in that concert itself, the scene unimaginable. Automatic gunfire pouring down from 32nd stories. And because of the canyon-like effect of the hotels and the buildings, people didn't know where it was coming from. They began trampling each other, people falling down all over the place. You mentioned it, 20 dead, 100 wounded. They were running right over the victims. Friends were trying to pull their victims to safety, literally hauling them over the fence of the concert venue to try to get them under a stage. We spoke to one man, Mike Kronk, whose best buddy right next to him. They were here on Mike Kronk's 48th birthday, took 3 bullets to the chest. They heaved him over a fence, then under the stage, where they had to physically plug his wounds in his chest with their fingers. The victim himself actually helped put one of the fingers in the wounds. He survived, but one of the men that we were evacuated with, who had apparently also had been shot multiple times, actually died literally right where I'm standing here. That serves to show you how chaotic it was here, George.
And Matt, we see the photos here, we see the video of the scene. This is right in the heart of the Las Vegas Strip.
And that must have been planned. You know, you think the Mandalay Hotel facing directly over the music concert, bringing in automatic weapons, that must have been planned, knowing what room to be in, how high up to be in, exactly at what time to be there, and the bringing in a tremendous amount of weaponry. This is definitely a planned event, George, and that just, you know, serves to exacerbate and heighten the horror that we've seen here. And what's also astounding, George, is that we are probably, about 5 hours after the event itself, and we're still hearing ambulances scream across the city. There's still a very heavy police presence here. It's still very much a city on its toes, and there are still thousands of visitors here who can't get back to their hotel rooms because most of that strip remains on lockdown.
Yeah, and there's so many of the hotels still on lockdown. Okay, thanks very much, Matt. I want to go to Adam Payne right now, who was at the music festival tonight. And Matt, I understand, I'm sorry for this, a good friend of yours was shot?
Yeah, he was shot right in the stomach.
Is he okay?
Yeah, actually, he, as far as what his family's told me, he just came out of surgery and they removed the bullet and he's now in stable condition.
Tell us about your experience.
Well, me and my girlfriend, we were center stage, about maybe 150 feet back from the actual front line of the stage. Third song of the set, everybody's having a great time singing, dancing, you know, whatever's going on. And the initial string of gunfire sounded like a small chain of, like fireworks, like firecrackers. There was maybe a 10-second pause between the first and second string, and by the time the second string hit, it got a little bit louder, a little bit deeper, and everybody started turning around, running around. The performer even ran off the stage, him and his band, and like,
is that when you knew it was real?
Yeah, it was kind of right then and there. You know, everything hit the fan. You realize that it's not just fireworks. You know, something's actually going down.
And how did you then, you were pretty close to the stage, how did you get out?
It was kind of a mess. Everything happened with my friend, actually, is kind of how I got out. When we turned around, we started running out towards the exit, and I just happened to glance down at the right time, and he was kind of laying on his back, so I stopped to help him, and I told my girlfriend to keep on going, get out, I'll find her when I get out, and picked him up, and him and I was carrying him out, and everybody kind of got ahead of me, and that's how him and I got out. We just got really lucky that, you know, even that we were like some of the last people out. That
you actually carried him out?
I carried him out as far as I could carry him until a paramedic came and took over for me.
Wow, and as you said, we do know he's going to be okay right now. So where did you go from there? How did you find your girlfriend again?
That was actually a really long and hard process. Everybody kind of split up, went opposite directions. Some people went to the MGM Grand. A lot of people ended up at the Tropicana. I ended up at the MGM Grand, which is not where anyone I know ended. I, fortunately enough, found a group of good Samaritans that had a phone charger with them, and I was able to charge my phone and get a hold of my mother, which actually had my girlfriend's phone number. I didn't have it on my phone at the time for whatever reason. I don't know. But once I actually got a hold of my mom, I got her phone number. I got her mom's phone number. We got in touch with them. And it was probably every bit of 2.5 hours later that we finally got a hold of her and figured out that she was okay and where she was.
Where is she now?
Currently, as far as I know, there's several hundred, if not at least 1,000 people held up in the Tropicana. I was told that there's like Metro officers searching people once, and they're having a second officer come back again, search them twice before they're even letting them go.
So are you able to move right now, or are you on lockdown at the MGM Grand?
No, I'm actually out of the area. I am now at Sunrise Hospital outside the trauma center, in hopes that I'll be able to see my friend soon, but I'm not sure what the chances are of that being tonight.
So you're at Sunrise Hospital. Describe the scene there. We've heard from reports from University Hospital Center. What's the scene like at the Sunrise Hospital?
Right here outside the trauma center, there's a lot of Metro. Everywhere you look, there's probably a cop everywhere you look. Other than that, it's not too hectic. There's not too many. Actually, there's none of like crazy emotions running around and everything. I think everyone that needs to be with their family is with their family inside. They're only letting immediate family in right now.
Earlier this evening, there had been a false report that there had been a shooter at the MGM Grand as well. When you're at the MGM Grand, by the time you got there, had that been all cleared away?
Yeah, there was also false reports of suspicious packages at like the Luxor, and there was also another report of an active shooter at the Harris Hotel. From everything I saw on the news and from what our local police chief was saying, that they diffused all those situations. They got everything under control, and they're looking for 2 outstanding people. I'm not exactly sure what their relationship is to the incident, but
in those first minutes and hours, you don't know what to believe. You don't know what the situation is like. Everything is a mystery.
Yeah, that was hectic enough to the point where I believed for a while that there was more than one shooter. But they're saying now that it was a lone wolf kind of attack, and everything that happened off the 32nd floor of the Mandalay Bay Hotel and Casino.
Right, and police have said they've not taken down the shooter who was on that 32nd floor. Well, Adam, thank you for sharing your story right there. We hope your friend is okay. We hope you get in to see them as well as we take another look at that scene as the shots were fired from the 32nd floor of the Mandalay Bay Hotel. Right there, people running in all directions. And I'm here with our chief investigative correspondent, Brian Ross, as well. We know a little bit about the shooter now, even though he has not been formally identified by the police and what he was using.
Exactly. An automatic weapon of some sort, loading and reloading magazines to continue to shoot unabated for more than 4.5 minutes. George, by our count, some 200 rounds were fired from what was, for his point of view, a perfect vantage point to cause the maximum mayhem and carnage.
And I want to bring in Brad Garrett as well, former FBI special agent. And Brad, we heard Matt Gutman talking about how this would take some kind of planning, some kind of forethought, but not necessarily the kind of operation that would need a lot of help or a big team.
Or no help. I mean, if you have the ability, George, to acquire a weapon, know basically how to shoot it, and you rent a hotel room, and all you have to do is face basically these concert goers who are outside and be up high enough to get your rounds off, and that's really all you need. So we tend, I think, to sort of overstate how well these guys plan these shootings. They are premeditated. They do think about doing them, but with sort of minimal logistics. I mean, think about the shootings that you and I have talked about over the years from Orlando, you name it. A lot of carnage, but the idea that it took a lot of planning to walk in someplace or stand up and shoot down on people, it just isn't something that really does take a lot of planning.
Right, and wouldn't necessarily need to be a very skilled marksman either when you've got an automatic weapon like that and 10,000 people sitting below.
Right, and perhaps if he had it on a tripod of some sort, which would make the barrel more stationary as he's shooting, that also is going to give him, better control as far as the weapon going up and down, which is a problem when you're hand holding a weapon shooting automatic.
You talk about people with a grievance who have some kind of a trigger moment at this point, but to take on a kind of scene where you know you're going to kill, or you, I guess, hope to kill dozens, if not hundreds of people. To most of us, that seems unimaginable.
Well, it does, but in his mind, whatever his bent might be, George, he's really driven by, those aren't people out there. Those are they're part of the crowd that's made my life miserable, which, makes logically, rationally no sense at all. But these guys they don't believe they're shooting human beings. This is all about revenge. That's the key word in this, revenge, whatever his motivation might be. I will tell you, George, he's old enough to really have a lot of negative things to have occurred in his life, whether it's employment, domestic relationships, finances, children, whatever it might be. He may have a great big bag of grievances he's carrying around, and he finally said, I'm not going to take it anymore, and you society, are going to pay for it.
Revenge and attention.
Of course, attention, and despite the fact that he is dead, he's famous this morning for a number of hours or days, and it's all about glory, too. Again, makes no sense because you're not alive, but let's face it, somebody rational and logical is not going to go commit an act like this.
And no one who commits an act like that believes they're going to get out alive?
Typically not. I mean, rarely do we have these situations where the shooter just lays down the gun and says, take me into custody. They either make the police shoot them or they shoot themselves. I mean, that's typically what we see across the board. In terrorist situations, they love to get into shootouts with the police, like we have seen in a number of locations in Europe. So my sense would be he wasn't going to walk away from this last night's shooting.
We also saw that at least with one of the brothers in the Boston Marathon bombing, although the other one ran away and tried to hide. Thank you, Brad Garrett. Also here with our chief investigative correspondent, Brian Ross. Authorities now zeroing in on the identity of the suspect, not yet ready to release it.
They have not made it public at this point. They are looking for a person described as his companion, Mary Lou Danley. They've put out indications of the car she might be driving. We believe her last known residence was in the town of Mesquite, Nevada, which is...
How far is that from
It's
Las
about
Vegas?
an hour from Las Vegas.
Right, so that's about an hour from Las Vegas. Do we know if the suspect, not the suspect, the shooter, if the shooter lived there as well?
He was listed as a owner of the residence she lived in.
So about an hour outside Mesquite, Las Vegas. Although they're described as roommates, we don't know more, at least from the police. They have not given us more information about their relationship.
We don't have the name from police of the shooter himself. We do know the shooter is dead. He unloaded as many as 200 rounds from his perch on the 32nd floor with a powerful automatic weapon using bullets that are about 7 millimeters wide. They are extremely lethal.
Extremely lethal. I want to go back to Matt Gutman in Las Vegas. Now coming up on just over 8 hours ago, this first happened. We got the first reports of shots at around 10:08 p.m. Las Vegas time. So it's not 8 hours ago. It's actually 5 hours ago. Matt, what's the scene now in Las Vegas?
You can see, one of the things that was so striking tonight, George, are the sounds of the Strip. Typically, when that attack happened, there'd be dozens of planes in the sky about to land. McCarran Airport is an extraordinarily busy airport. There were 43 million visitors to the city a year. The Strip would be bumping. There'd be bumper-to-bumper traffic here. And for the past several hours, now you see traffic starting to filter through. But it was completely still here. It was almost eerily still because they had blocked all the streets. They had begun locking down all of the hotels on the Strip, basically from the Mandarin on south all the way to Mandalay, where the attack happened. Thousands of people stuck in the rooms. And then there was the chaos outside. There were officers with long guns. Still, as that gunfire rang out, people didn't know where it was coming from. There were reports that there were attacks in multiple hotels. Obviously, the 10,000-plus people at that concert, absolute chaos there as they tried to scramble out of harm's way. People falling right and left as they tried to flee the scene. At first, George, so many people thought that they were hearing firecrackers. Some people thought that they saw confetti in the air as the bullets ricocheted and just sent splinters up in the air. And then, of course, the carnage. One man I interviewed said that his friend took 3 bullets in the chest. They were side by side. Another man he was with riding in a truck trying to evacuate to get out of harm's way so they could actually meet an ambulance, died in his arms right where I'm standing on this street, right as paramedics tried to get to him. His friend did survive, but those are the kinds of stories, and the sheer numbers are astounding. Those 20 dead, 100+ wounded. Those numbers are likely to rise, not so much the wounded, but unfortunately likely the dead, because medical officials are telling us a number of those people are in critical condition still. And right now, obviously, George, everything is focused, as Brad and Brian have been saying, about the investigation, trying to figure out what led to this attack. The planning to this attack was rather extensive. The shooter took to this room knowing that it was facing this concert, that there are thousands of people below him, knowing that he could open fire, bringing his automatic weapon and opening fire, dozens of rounds fired into that crowd. People calling it a kill box, shooting fish in a barrel. As you mentioned, automatic. When you fire a weapon automatic, it is notoriously inaccurate. But when you're firing at tens of thousands of people, it doesn't take great aim to do great harm. And that's what we saw here tonight, George.
As you said, we know for hours all the hotels in that area on lockdown, flights grounded at that airport. People had run in fear to the airport as well.
That's right. It was sheer chaos here. And again, the way there's so many tall buildings in this area because it is the Las Vegas Strip, and the way the echoes of the gunfire sounded between the buildings, this urban gunfire was very misleading for a lot of folks, which is what led to all of these false reports of gunfire up and down the Strip. People breaking into the fence of McCarran Airport to try to flee the gunfire. There were thousands of people. Think about it. Everybody trying to find an escape route. And one of the saddest anecdotes that we've been hearing is that some of the victims were trampled over as others who were more able-bodied tried to make an exit, try to get out of harm's way to take cover. Just absolute chaos. And still, we're seeing ambulances go to the scene. You see there are dozens of police officers around, checkpoints still set up around the Strip. You still can't go in there. So this is still very much an active scene in that sense, George.
Okay, Matt Gutman, thanks very much. I want to bring in Nick Owen as well. He's on our Jake Owen right now is on the phone with us as well. Jake, what can you tell us?
It was wild. I mean, it was wild. I was on the stage actually watching Jason play. I had just come off stage previously, and you know, standing there, you could hear the bullets starting to hit the roof of the stage, and people started fleeing everywhere. You can hear people screaming. At that point, the only way to go is just wherever it just sounded like gunshots were coming from all around us, and this is before any of us knew that it was coming from above. It was chaotic. It was, I keep saying, it was like a bad movie that you've seen before, but never thought it would be real life.
So you were actually right on the stage?
I was on the stage watching the show about 50 Jason. Jason turned around and started running back towards the drum riser to get out of the way once he realized that gunshots were being fired, and the crowd started running. I mean, it was a bad scene. I mean, there were people literally being shot. You could see blood everywhere. It was something that I don't ever, wouldn't want to ever see again or wish upon anyone else to see.
And it seemed like, Jason played for a couple minutes, and then he just dropped the guitar and ran off stage.
Yeah, well, I think what a lot of people don't understand sometimes is, when we're up there playing, we have those what we call in-ear monitors in our ears, so we can hear each other. And I don't think at first he could even hear the shots that were going off until I think someone maybe in his crew said, hey, you need to get off stage and run back here. Because I could tell he kind of stopped and started running. But at that point, we were all not knowing what to do.
Well, we're glad you're okay right now, Jake. Jake, thank you very much for joining us. I want to go back to our chief investigative correspondent, Brian Ross. We now know the shooter.
That's right. Law enforcement officials have told ABC News this morning the shooter is 64-year-old Stephen Paddock of Mesquite, Nevada. He's been identified by 2 law enforcement officials to ABC News as the dead shooter.
So we now know the shooter had been described also by police, Sheriff Lombardo, earlier this evening as a lone wolf type.
It's a lone wolf. They're looking for a woman described as his companion. They're not sure where she is. A 62-year-old Mary Lee Danley. They put out the indication of the kind of car she could be driving, and they're looking for her to try to learn more about who this person is, what was his motivation.
Okay, and to do that, senior justice correspondent Pierre Thomas going to go through his home, his internet postings, everyone he came in contact with.
That's right, George. I just spoke with an official who confirmed the name. Right now, they are using every available database to run this man's background. The early indication, no ties to international terrorism. Right now, the Las Vegas police is still the lead. The FBI is not the lead. They are assisting. ATF is involved in this investigation as well. Department of Homeland Security is involved. Right now, again, the key is to exploit any smartphones, any cell phones, any computers that this man has. It is critical to find the woman that he was apparently living with as well, to find out what she may have known about this horrific attack, George.
And Brad Garrett, and as we see the woman right there up on the screen, that's the Be on the Lookout right now. It doesn't appear from what we have right now. We remember back in Orlando, Omar Mateen, the shooter, called 911, was in contact with police, communicated with police. We knew something about what he had on his mind. So far with Mr. Paddock, we don't have that.
You don't have that, George, and it doesn't appear that this guy wants the attention. I mean, one of the reasons that Islamic extremist shooters call the media is they want attention. They want to wave the flag, so to speak, for whomever they're following. But when you get an older guy, and it doesn't appear, at least at this point, that we're dealing with somebody that's maybe driven by some extreme religious idea, he's going to be pretty much self-contained. He probably got the weapon himself. Maybe Miss Danley can shed some light on his mindset. I mean, usually people who go down this road, their thoughts, their images, their beliefs get darker and darker. And people pick that up that are around them. So I would think we're going to find a fair amount of information, but we may not find it on the internet.
You talk about revenge and grievance. Different, though, from the kind of workplace shootings we've also covered so often in the past, which seem much more targeted, much more specific, not as general or random.
Right. Yes, that's personal to that location because you fired me, you wronged me, you did whatever you did to me. Now I'm going to go take you out for doing that. This probably has, I'm going to guess, a little bit more of a global view than like even a school shooter to a certain extent, but certainly a workplace violence shooter, where he is being driven by maybe just mad at life because of his current state, employment-wise, domestically, etc. And it's like, you've pushed me too far, and now you're going to pay the price.
But the revenge not necessarily directed at the victims. In that way, it is a form of terrorism because you're punishing the innocent for something that was done to you.
No question that this is a terrorist act. I'm only suggesting that it may well be driven by something in his head, not by some maybe outside philosophy. We'll just have to see. But it sort of has that flavor on the front end of it, the idea that you could methodically shoot an automatic weapon for a period of time, 4 or 5 minutes, also would suggest somebody sort of measured, more organized, and more determined to pull this off and can shoot as long as he can shoot before the police get to him.
And he was able to shoot for, as Brian Ross has been reporting, about 4.5 minutes. Brian, we're coming up on 6:30 right now in these 3:30 in the West, and we're also waiting for another police briefing from the sheriff. They're developing information rather quickly here.
Exactly, they are. They now have the name of the shooter, they believe, 64-year-old Stephen Paddock of Mesquite. They have been to his home. They're looking for a woman described as his companion for further information. No doubt at his home they'll look for any information about phone records, computers, whatever might help them understand what led to this horrible night.
And we've also been able to see, we've heard the moments where the police finally took him down, they breached him. Unclear if there was a shootout or not. We did hear the explosion.
Exactly. We don't know what happened after that, whether he engaged in a shootout with police or he had killed himself or police shot him. We do know he shot really unabated for 4.5 minutes, just spraying bullets down, fairly large bullets from an automatic weapon, which is not an easy thing to obtain even on the black market.
And it all unfolded about 5 hours ago in Las Vegas, 10:08 p.m. Las Vegas time. A mass shooting on the Las Vegas Strip at the Route 91 Country Music Festival. Police have already reported more than 20 dead, more than 100 injured. If you're coming on the air right now, they have a suspect. The suspect has been killed. And as 64-year-old Brian Ross just said, Stephen Paddock, also in searching for his roommate, Asian woman right there, who is being sought right now, along with 2 vehicles, both being sought now by police as we're waiting for law enforcement officials to give us more information in another press conference. Earlier in the evening, there had been more reports of multiple shootings. That turns out not to have been true. Also of explosives as well. That was the scene. The shots fired from the Mandalay Bay, the 32nd floor of the Mandalay Bay Hotel, down into the crowd at this country music festival. Matt Gutman on the scene in Las Vegas.
Hey, George, that's right. I mean, the absolute chaos that unfolded after that shooting broke out. Dozens of shots fired right into that pit where there were thousands of people at the Harvest Route 91 festival. They were right there. There was nowhere to run for many of them, and people called it a kill box because there was nowhere to move. Right and left, people fell down as survivors scrambled for safety. They trampled each other sometimes. They even broke into the airport. Such was the fervor, the need to get out of harm's way. Many people sought refuge under the stage and actually administered first aid to some of the wounded there. And it's taken hours for the Las Vegas Strip to sort of come back to normal. You can see the traffic is still being diverted away from the Vegas Strip. Some of the hotels are still on lockdown. People in their rooms unable to get out, told that they should remain there, shelter in place, even though we understand there was a single shooter and that he has been neutralized. Of course, we now know his name, Stephen Paddock, 64. But I guess out of precaution's sake, a lot of these people have not been told to leave their rooms just yet. Police continue to comb the Las Vegas Strip, I suppose searching for any clues that might yield more information about who the shooter was and what his motivation might have been, George.
It was a scene of absolute chaos that unfolded for several minutes and then hours in Las Vegas. One of the people on the scene was Lindsay Lee, and Lindsay's joining us by phone right now. And I understand you were actually trying to rescue people on the scene?
Yes.
Tell us what happened.
Well, we heard like what sounded like, I don't know, we thought maybe it was like an electrical problem because we saw sparks, and then we thought maybe it was fireworks, and then everyone was just yelling to get down. We really didn't have anywhere to go, so we all got down on the floor, and then it just sounded like it was getting louder and closer, to be honest with you. We're just all sitting there looking at each other like thinking that we're going to die, and a security guard got shot right in front of us. Another guy got shot right next to me. We just thought we were going to die. So I called my mom, to be honest with you. I was just calling my mom to tell my mom that I love her and goodbye. And finally, everyone starts getting up and running. So we're all just running, trying to get out of there. I was actually with a group of people that did end up in the airport and break into the airport. We were all hiding behind the hangar. And then finally, when like 10 minutes, when we felt like we didn't hear shots, we went back to get the truck, and that was just, we started piling people in the back of my truck.
So you actually you were able to get to your truck, and you actually started to take the injured to the hospital?
Yes.
How many were you able to take?
5 injured, but my truck was full of people.
Oh my goodness.
One guy did pass away.
Oh, I'm so sorry for that, Lindsay. Thank you. I'm afraid we have to break away now for another police briefing. Sheriff Lombardo.
Is he ready? Where's he at?
Everybody ready?
Yeah, we're live. Yes, we're ready.
All right, well, thank you for being here. I'm here to give you an update on the situation as I know it at this point. I think it's very important for you to understand that this investigation is going to be long and contracted before we get to the bottom of everything associated with it. But it's one of the things I wanted to update you with is we have located the vehicles that I had put out in the first briefing, and we believe we're confident but not 100% sure we have located the female person of interest. So I want the people to feel confident and calm in that aspect that we've accomplished a lot in a short period of time. Now the number of injuries I do not know yet, but we are looking in excess of 50 individuals dead and over 200 individuals injured at this point. I do not want to give you an accurate number and it be wrong, so subsequently that is why I'm portraying it in that manner. Now the suspect, I am going to provide you his identity at this point. His name is Stephen Paddock. Last name spelled P-A-D-D-O-C-K, with the date of birth of 4/9/1953. As far as his history and background, we haven't completed that part of the investigation yet, but we located numerous firearms within the room that he occupied, and that's, like I stated earlier, it's going to be a long and tedious investigation. Now we're bringing in all the resources of the FBI to assist us in this investigation, in particular to their victim witness advocates and their CSI folks to help us process the scene and ensure that we're getting all the evidence that we can possibly obtain. Now, furthermore, I want to provide you the phone number that I said I would provide in the first briefing. That number for family and friends to get an update on loved ones is 1-866-535-5654. One more time, 1-866-535-5654. Obviously, this is a tragic incident and one that we've never experienced in this valley. So what we're going to try to do is the best we can to get our first responders back on their feet and responding and conducting a proper investigation and ensure that we have the safety of this community at heart. My condolences go out to the loved ones that lost their lives and their families, and we will do the best we can to make it as easy as possible for you to get information as we know it. I think it's important for you to see the FBI, County Fire, and Commissioner Sisolak behind me. It shows that we have full support of all the government entities to solve this situation as soon as possible.
Do you have any sense of motive?
No, not yet.
How many law enforcement officers lost their lives?
I don't know yet, because there's some officers from other jurisdictions that was attending the concert, so I don't have an accurate number of that yet.
Have you gotten an update on your officers that have been injured?
One was critical, but he's stable, and one of my officers was off duty attending the concert and lost his life.
Can you give any more details about the firearms that were found in the room?
No, I don't have any more details on the firearms. All we know is they were rifles, and that's all I know at this point. We're executing a search warrant on the room as we speak.
Sheriff, how are you doing? These are your guys that were out there on the road. How are we handling this?
We're holding up, and we're going to do the best we can. And I don't want to say that's what we're paid to do. It's because nobody's paid to do what we're experiencing right now. But in my preview of the police department, they're doing a fantastic job, and we're going to have to look out for their well-being moving forward.
You said there were numerous other firearms found in Stephen Paddock's room. Was that in his home or was that in the room?
In the room of the hotel. We have officers at his residence, and we'll be executing a search warrant there also shortly.
How does the city recover from this? Are you moving forward?
That's a hard question to answer at this point. It's too early in the process, and please give us time so we can do a good job. Thank you, and I would provide you an update on a regular basis at approximately a 2-hour window at a time. As you can imagine, we don't get a lot of information all at once, so please bear with us when I provide you information.
Excuse me. Several people on social media are asking where they can donate blood and if they can. Do you have any idea?
The phone number that I provided, we will get that information out. But right now, I'm not comfortable providing that information because we're overwhelmed in the medical services at all the hospitals right now. But the United Blood Services has responded, and then once they get all their personnel on the ground and more people in place, we'll be able to provide that info.
So this number is for people looking for their loved ones.
Looking for their loved ones.
Are families still being directed to come here?
Yes, ma'am. There's 2 locations where they have been responding. One is at the South Central Area Command, which is in close proximity to the Mandalay Bay, and then also here. Preferably, we would like them to come to police headquarters on Martin Luther King, so they're not inundated with people responding in that area.
And the families that you're seeing coming, what kind of emotions are they going through?
All right, thank you very much. Have a good night.
More information coming in there from Sheriff Joseph Lombardo on what has turned out to be the deadliest mass shooting in American history. More than 50 dead, more than 200 injured after a gunman named Stephen Paddock started a fire on the Route 91 Country Music Festival in Las Vegas from the Mandalay Bay Hotel at around 10:08 p.m. Las Vegas time. Brian Ross, our chief investigative correspondent, as we look at the scene right there, a lot more information coming in now from the sheriff. They believe they've located the vehicles they were searching for and the roommate of the shooter.
They believe they found the companion, Mary Lou Danley. He said they are conducting a search warrant at this point in room 135 on the 32nd floor there, 125, and found a number of weapons in the room already.
And this was the scene when the shooting began. It unfolded, as Brian Ross has been reporting, over about 4.5 minutes, bursts of gunfire lasting 20-25 seconds. Then the shooter would reload, shoot again. As we've said, killing more than 50 people. Police have also said they found numerous weapons, rifles, in the hotel room on the 32nd floor of the Mandalay Bay Hotel, where they were able to take down the shooter. And this was the moment when police went in, breached the room where the shooter had been targeting those concert goers.
Sit on the suspect's door. I need everybody in that hallway to be aware of it and get back. We need to pop this and see if we get any type of response from this guy to see if he's in here or if he's actually moved out somewhere else.
All units on the 32nd floor. Squad has explosive breach. Everyone in the hallway needs to move back. All units move back.
Breach, breach, breach.
That was the moment the shooter taken down, bringing in our former FBI Special Agent Brad Garrett as well. The police got there relatively quickly, Brad, but not before immense carnage.
Immense carnage under 5 minutes. What's interesting about what the sheriff told us is multiple weapons. You know, that would suggest, since I made a comment earlier, it sounded like there wasn't much of a break between shots. In other words, even if you're good, it still takes a while to reload. That maybe he's just dropping a weapon, picking up another one, and started shooting again. So he had very little delay to get maximum number of rounds down range before he got caught.
And it shows the lethality of these automatic weapons.
Yeah, there's just no question about it. And particularly when you're shooting in people that really can't go anywhere. Again, much like the Orlando shooter, had them trapped in the nightclub, walked into the bathroom, even shot them in the bathroom. So you've got sort of the same thing, even though it's outside because people are confined. And then once they panic and they start to stampede, basically, to get away, you've really got, you've really now set something up where, people are going to die that even aren't shot because they're going to get trampled with other people trying to get by them. But the point being, they're not going anywhere, at least for a number of seconds, and maybe up to a minute or two. And that's all he needed, George.
Right, and you're not targeting people here, you're just spraying.
You're just spraying because they're literally on top of each other. So spraying, one shot could even shoot 2 people. Yeah, you mentioned, you interviewed somebody earlier this morning who said the person next to him got shot 3 times. Well, if he's got an automatic and he's trained one place, you're going to get shot multiple times before the weapon then moves on. But literally, I'm going to guess that most of the rounds he cranked off probably hit somebody.
Okay, Brad Garrett, thanks very much. Lindsay Davis on the scene at University Hospital in Las Vegas. We just heard Sheriff Lombardo say all the hospitals in the area are simply overwhelmed.
Exactly, and we were all just kind of trying to digest the idea that more than 50 dead and comparing that with Pulse nightclub having the 49 deceased, and now hearing on top of that that more than 200 people are injured. Here at UMC, they have more than 50 of those patients, and that number had just doubled from the first time they told us to when we got the update here. We haven't heard yet an update on the critical patients. At this point, they're still standing firm at 12 critically injured at this location and 2 who have been pronounced dead. But I want to give you a look at what I've been talking about here. So I don't know if you can see all the way down this street, but there is a line of police officers, and this perimeter goes around the whole hospital. And so we've been here as family members have come up and they're turning them away. And so as you heard the sheriff just say, they're asking family members to go to police headquarters. They don't want them to come here. And so you just have to imagine how agonizing that is for the family members. You can see it on their faces as they pull up here, and they're not able to not only come to see their loved ones, but also get an update on their conditions.
And so terrifying just to hear these numbers climb hour by hour.
You have to imagine that this is just...
Go ahead, Lindsay.
You have to imagine that this is just excruciating, George, and we're not getting an update except that they're only allowing hospital personnel in. We have seen some people who've pulled up. They're able to show, that they have cards in order to get here, and they are the only ones who are getting admittance into the hospitals. But again, the sheriff saying that they're just overwhelmed, and we heard over the scanner them asking for additional beds at other hospitals.
Okay, Lindsay Davis, thanks very much. I want to go back to our senior justice correspondent, Pierre Thomas, in Washington right now. The latest news from the officials there on the scene, numerous weapons.
George, this is the nightmare scenario. I've just been talking to some federal law enforcement sources, devastated by this information, George. This is the thing that they have been fearing for quite some time, that someone would simply take an assault rifle, automatic, machine gun, and simply mow down people at some kind of soft target. In this case, a concert with people unsuspecting of what was to come. They are exercising every effort to find out what they can glean about Stephen Paddock's background. Again, so far, no ties to international terrorism. You can see from the press conference that the Las Vegas police is still the lead. The FBI will help with the evidence gathering and the forensics, but that tells you right now where the federal government's standpoint is from a terrorism standpoint. George, again, law enforcement officials have been studying these kinds of active shooter scenarios, which have been happening with increasing frequency in recent years, and they're just concerned that this could be inspire copycat situations. But again, this morning, devastated, George.
Completely devastated. So far, they have identified the shooter. It seems that they've identified and are speaking with the companion as well. She would have crucial information.
Critical to talk to her, George. And again, the weapons that were found in the room, law enforcement officials are going to do a meticulous background check to see where these weapons were purchased, to see if they could glean anything that would give them some kind of sense of how to deal with this in the future. But right now, it seems like if this man did not have any type of criminal background, if he somehow augmented the assault rifle, and that's one possibility that's being looked at, is that you can in some ways augment these assault rifles to make them fully automatic. That will be looked at. But if this is a person that has a limited or no criminal background, access to weapons are easy to get, and this situation from firing from a hotel vantage point high up and killing all these people is something that law enforcement again had long been concerned could happen. And it actually did, George.
It did. And Brian Ross, Chief Investigative Correspondent, they should be able to get an awful lot of information about this gentleman very quickly.
Very quickly, we're getting more. We see he had a lawsuit filed against a hotel in Las Vegas 5 years ago that was settled in arbitration. He also held a...
Not the Mandalay Bay?
Not the Mandalay Bay. And he also held a private pilot's license. He was a pilot.
Okay, private pilot. But so far, no indication yet.
No criminal record at all. No indication of that.
And no ties to international terrorism.
No ties at all to international terrorism. Not a person who appears to have been using much of social media.
Brad Garrett, that one piece of information Brian just had, a lawsuit, sort of feeds into the idea of perhaps at some point of some sort of grievance.
No question about it. And it may well be, George, It's going to be a grievance that you and I and others would look at each other and go, are you kidding me? You would go shoot people over this? But people like Mr. Paddock are so brittle that they're just waiting or looking for an excuse to launch a horrific attack. And whatever happened to him in the last couple of days was the triggering event for him. Probably small in relative terms, but not in his mind.
What is happening in the moment for a killer like this? And I know you're speculating, but you've profiled so many killers for the FBI. We've seen the stories about Islamic terrorists, others motivated by religious fanaticism, who describe moments of ecstasy and joy in this moment. Here, you're dealing more with anger.
Well, and empowerment. That's what every mass shooter goes for. It's like intoxicating. I'm mad. I'm going to take it out on you. This is revenge. But now I've taken control. I'm controlling the situation. I'm controlling who's going to live and die. And that's really a big deal in somebody who feels powerless. Because he's going to feel powerless for a number of reasons. Employment, I mean, we can go through the list. But the point being, this is empowering. I'm taking control. I may be dead in a few minutes, but before that happens, I'm in charge.
Empowerment, but an absolute absence of any empathy.
None. Zero empathy. Because he believes the people he's shooting, George, are not human in his mind. They are just people that have wronged him, that have made his life more troubling. And they need to be, we need to get rid of them. Or in his mind, he needs to get rid of them. Again, not personal. He has no clue who he's shooting. It's just like, I'm mad at society, and you're going to pay.
And you're going to pay, okay. And Pierre Thomas, you know, we don't know the motive yet. What we do know is that we are seeing mass shootings like this, not this bad. This one turning out to be, it appears, the deadliest mass shooting in American history. But we are seeing mass shootings at workplaces, at schools, at nightclubs, every single week, every single month in this country.
George, this sort of almost feels like that movie theater shooting in Colorado from a few years ago. Again, people packed in, nowhere to go, simply mowed down. And you're right. The FBI has been studying active shooter scenarios. At one point, we were averaging at least 16 a year, which meant that every month, more than once a month, that people were showing up at soft targets, at malls, at schools, at different scenarios. We all remember Sandy Hook, and just killing the innocent. And I can tell you that this incident right here will be examined from top to bottom. They will look at the shooter. They will try to determine the motive. They will look at how the weapons were purchased, because this right now is emerging as a steady, routine, chronic crisis that explodes in our faces every so often, George.
You talk to law enforcement officials every day at the federal level. What do they say they need to get a handle on this?
One of the things they're talking about is more tripwires, informing the public to, if there's someone who has a grievance and you know that those people have access to weapons, to not hesitate to call law enforcement to discuss your concerns. They're talking about more tripwires in terms of mental health, in terms of people that have issues. Now, we just had a case just a week ago where a man showed up in Washington, D.C., not far from the White House, who had a vehicle with weapons, full to the teeth with weapons. And who knows how that scenario could have unfolded. So these kind of scenarios are happening more and more, and I can guarantee you, George, this will be talked about, discussed, examined at the highest levels of law enforcement to figure out what can be done about it. Because again, as far as we know, this man had no criminal background, no significant criminal background to speak of. How do you stop something like this?
That's the point, Brad Garrett. There would be nothing that would show up to prevent this man from getting a weapon.
Of course not, George. The idea that even if you're a convicted felon, getting your hands on these type of weapons, a little bit more trouble. You can't walk into a gun shop and maybe buy it. But there are so many different ways. I mean, we've got 300 million plus firearms in this country. And I realize that's an emotional issue for people. I get that. But the ready availability of these lethal type assault weapons, unfortunately, play into people that are troubled, like Mr. Paddock. And it's just so easy for them to get their hands on them, and then we end up having these horrible conversations about mass shootings, of what you just said. This may be the worst in recent years.
Assault weapons, indiscriminate killing machines.
there's no question about it.
And Brian Ross, authorities now going through the background of Stephen Paddock. That was the scene earlier this evening. So far, again, we've said no ties to international terrorism that we can see of any kind. And, of course, he doesn't seem to fit that profile.
Not at all. A 64-year-old white male from a small town in Nevada, Mesquite. He had a hunting license in Alaska. He was a private pilot. He had a lawsuit that was settled in arbitration against a Las Vegas casino 5 years ago. Other than that, no criminal record, no indication. And as to the weapon, you can tell from the audio that we're hearing here, according to weapons experts, he was firing a weapon that was fully automatic. And those kinds of weapons are not easily available.
Not easily, no, they're not. So I want to go to Steve Gomez now, our consultant as well, former FBI agent. Steve, right now, according to the details we just got from Brian Ross, not a whole lot for the FBI to go on. Is Steve with us? Apparently we've lost Steve Gomez. Let me bring that to Brad Garrett. Some scant details now coming in on the shooter.
Yes, and what you're going to find, George, is that this shooter will, I'm going to guess, he's got a Texas driver's license. You know, he's lived basically what I've been able to pull up in a number of locations in the last year. His most recent address in Nevada was in June. So does that mean that he specifically went back to Nevada to commit this shooting? I don't know. I mean, he didn't pull that venue out of his hat. He went there for some reason. Now, it could be just as simple as it was a mass gathering outside, made a vulnerable target. He could really make a big statement, but we'll have to see.
But we did see that earlier this summer. We were talking about that shooting at the congressional softball practice. Right. The shooter had gone from Illinois to the D.C. area. Correct.
And that's not totally uncommon. I mean, you know, even the Orlando shooter traveled. He was in Florida, but he traveled a couple of hours to get to Orlando to commit that shooting. So the idea that they're going to move to a venue where they think that they're going to, you know, exact their revenge is not uncommon. And apparently Mr. Paddock may well fit that profile.
Right. And Brian Ross, what they're looking for now, authorities, that trigger event. What set him off?
Exactly. This was not, as Brad Garrett has said, not somebody who snaps, but for some reason, over a period of days, weeks, or months, had decided he was going to do something evil, and he did it.
He built up quite a stockpile.
Absolutely. He fired off more than 200 rounds, based on what we can hear. And police say they found a number of weapons in that hotel room, room 135, up there on the 32nd floor. He had the perfect vantage point to open fire, to spray these deadly bullets on that crowd of more than 10,000.
And as Brad Garrett was saying, it appears that he might have been simply dropping one weapon, picking up the other.
Exactly. We just don't know.
Okay, the shooting has unfolded in Las Vegas, started around 10:08 p.m. Las Vegas time. Now the deadliest mass shooting in American history, more than 50 dead, 200 injured. Our coverage is going to continue all through the morning here on ABC. Good Morning America coming up in just a few seconds. Right now, we want to show you some of the eyewitnesses we've been talking to all through this terrifying evening.
But we are looking at an excess of 50 individuals dead and over 200 individuals injured at this point.
Very scary. It was frightening. It was confusing. It was, you just can't even explain what happened to us.
It just started going pop, 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 pop. It just kept going, and it was nonstop. Hundreds of cops coming down.
And we heard several kind of series of pops in a row, and I first thought it was just bottle rockets going off. Like, it didn't sound like gunfire or anything. Looking around, everybody was ducking, but a lot of people thought it was just bottle rockets or some kind of little mini fireworks or something. And then we saw them yank the Jason Aldean and all the performers off stage.
I saw Jason Aldean drop his guitar, and I'm like, I'm out of here.
Okay.
It's one of those things that's surreal. You don't realize what's going on and how life-changing it can be just in that moment. So I'm just thankful for all of our friends getting out and hopeful for anyone that got hurt that they have a good, quick recovery.
People still didn't understand, like, when the shooting started, that a shooting was happening. They were, like, in that frozen moment, and I was like, oh, man, I'm like, I hope these people don't get hit.
All units from the 32nd floor, SWAT has explosive breach. Everyone in the hallway needs to move back. All units move back.
Breach.
This has been a special report from ABC News.
Good morning, America. Breaking news. Deadly rampage in Las Vegas. A shooter opening fire, killing more than 50, injuring over 200. That's the sound of bullets taking over the arena at a country music festival on the Strip. The shooter taking aim from high above inside the Mandalay Bay Hotel, firing rapid rounds for 4.5 minutes.
Even after we left, it just kept going and going.
Chaos erupting, thousands scrambling, running for their lives. Trying to take cover, some hiding under the stage from the spray of bullets.
I heard these just going non-stop.
The rush to take down the shooter. A SWAT team breaking down the shooter's door.
Breach.
And now, the urgent search for this woman, who may be connected to one of the worst mass shootings in American history. Our team live on the scene right now for a special edition of GMA.
Live in Times Square, this is Good Morning America.
Good morning, America. I am sorry to say it is a horrifying one. It's been unfolding over the last several hours. The worst mass shooting in American history. A gunman opened fire around 10:08 p.m. Las Vegas time on the Route 91 Country Music Festival concert there in Las Vegas. Jason Aldean was performing. More than 50 dead, more than 200 injured.
The video coming in is just unimaginable, showing the moment the concert turned horrific. Gunshots ringing out, interrupting the music. Take a listen. At first, people thought perhaps fireworks. The music continued before they realized what was happening. 4.5 minutes. Multiple rounds of gunfire.
Just a terrifying scene, absolute chaos. As we said, it was at that Route 91 Harvest Festival. The shooter was on the 32nd floor of the Mandalay Bay Hotel. He just fired indiscriminately on the concertgoers below, had several weapons, according to police, in his room, automatic weapons, and the carnage, unimaginable. Chaos continued for several hours.
And here's what we know right now. More than 50 people killed. More than 200 injured. The shooter has been identified as 64-year-old Stephen Paddock. He is now dead. Police believe he was the only attacker. They also located a woman believed to be a person of interest and his companion.
They've talked to her as well. We want to go straight to our senior national correspondent, Matt Gutman. He's been on the scene outside the Mandalay Bay Hotel for hours. He's got the latest right now. Good morning, Matt.
Hey, good morning, George. When you see that video and you hear that gunfire, you understand why the eyewitnesses we've been speaking to here called it the kill box. They were standing shoulder to shoulder with other concert goers when people began dropping. The chaos was unimaginable. People did not know. Overnight terror on the Las Vegas Strip. At least 50 dead in a mass shooting at a music concert near the Mandalay Bay Casino on the Las Vegas Strip. At 10:08 local, blasts of automatic gunfire ringing out towards the end of a concert at the Route 91 Harvest Music Festival. Country star Jason Aldean performing on set.
It sounded like firecrackers, and everybody kind of got startled for a second. 2-3 seconds later, it started again, another burst. Everybody I saw in the bleachers hit the deck.
Panic ensuing, concert goers scattering, some hiding out in the basement of the nearby Hotel Tropicana. first responders rushing to the scene.
We need your truck. We just need to get people over to the hospital, okay?
We are looking in excess of 50 individuals dead and over 200 individuals injured.
Then, shortly after 11:20 p.m., SWAT teams zeroing in on the 32nd floor of the hotel.
All units on the 32nd floor, SWAT has explosive breach. Everyone in the hallway needs to move back.
Breach, breach, breach.
They set off an explosive device to enter the alleged suspect's room.
One of my officers was off duty attending the concert and lost his life.
At 1:30 a.m., police confirming the shooter was dead. ABC News learning he was 64-year-old Stephen Paddock, and overnight, an urgent manhunt for his companion. Mary Lou Danley, she has been located. This morning, a swarm of federal agencies, the ATF and FBI on the scene to assist with the investigation. And still, the Las Vegas Strip, one of the most trafficked places in the country, is quiet right now. You can see that there's a roadblock. People are not allowed in, and for hours there were people locked in their hotel rooms. You can see the famous skyline behind me, the New York, Excalibur, Mandalay Bay, MGM Grand, all of them shut down. Thousands of tourists closed in the room as false reports of extra shootings or additional shootings and perhaps even bomb scares forced security personnel to lock everybody down. An almost unimaginable scene in one of the most tourist places in America, folks. Just an unimaginable scene here, George and Robin.
Sheer panic. Matt Gutman, thanks very much. And Rob, we were talking to eyewitnesses all through the night. They didn't know they were safe for several hours after the shooting, even though it only unfolded in 4.5 minutes.
It took me by surprise when you were talking to them, and it was hours after, and you asked them that very question, when did they feel safe? And they said like an hour ago. And when it's such a fluid situation, and also many of us have been in Las Vegas, the hotels are so close, the cavernous sound, hearing it ricocheting, and just that fear, that constant fear that they were in.
We know in situations in the past there have been multiple shooters. Apparently in this case only one, but so many victims, so many witnesses on the scene. I want to talk to one of them right now, Mike Kronk, who was at the concert when the shooting broke out. Mike, just a horrifying scene right there. Tell us what you went through it.
It was very horrifying. At first, it sounded like fireworks, and then my buddy that was standing right next to me said, "I'm hit," and then we knew it was real, and it was chaos. We got him down, and people screaming, and
he got hit right in the chest.
Just pretty horrific. My buddy got shot 3 times in the chest.
How is he doing?
Last I heard, I haven't been on the leave here, but he said he was going to be good.
My goodness. So tell us what happened in those moments afterward. How did you all get out of there?
Most people started scattering, and they climbed the fence, but I had to stay with my buddy. So we got him over the fence once the fires stopped and slid him under his stage so we were safe. And then we transported him around the backside of the event.
How did you get him around? How did you stop the bleeding?
Got him over to the triage. There was 3 of us carrying him, and there was a cart. And so we got him on the cart, and we wheeled that around.
So you were able to get him to the triage, and then where did you all go next, and how did you find safety?
Well, I wasn't really worried about the safety part because I was going to stay with my buddy. There were no ambulances available, really, because it was a fire zone. So we actually got 4 wounded people in the back of a truck.
I know you got 4 wounded people in the back of the truck, but not all of them made it.
No, and no one of the guys in our truck did not make it either. I carried him out of the truck, and he passed away in my arms.
Oh, I can't imagine what that must have been like, but you had the presence of mind to try to get people to safety, but this all unfolded so quickly.
Very quick. It's surreal.
And in those moments, where were your thoughts?
My first thoughts were for my buddy, I mean, I wanted to make sure he was taken care of. but you know, we were pretty much yelling at everybody to stay down. You know, that was what we needed to do.
Well, we're glad you're okay now. So sorry for your friend and all those who've lost their lives and loved ones in this. But Mike Cronk, thank you for being with us this morning.
Thank you.
When you hear those eyewitness accounts, let's get more now on the shooter. We know that he was from Nevada, opened fire from that hotel window. Police have also located a woman they believe is a person of interest. And our chief investigative correspondent, Brian Ross, you've been on this from the very beginning.
Well, good morning, Robin and George. 64-year-old Stephen Paddock this morning. Authorities are scrambling to learn all they can about him, his background, where he's from, what might have motivated him to carry out what was a very well-planned attack using a hard-to-obtain automatic weapon. What we do know about him is that 2 or 3 years ago, he sued a Las Vegas casino and then settled in arbitration. He is a private pilot. He has a hunting license in Alaska, and he is somebody who has moved around from Texas to Nevada. We don't know much about his occupation. This morning, authorities did track down a person described as his companion, Mary Lou Danley. This is a photo she posted on Facebook of her at the Mandalay Casino Hotel when she was gambling there at one point in 2014. So this morning, authorities are trying to talk to her about what they know, what she knows about him.
And as we know, he moved around from
exactly,
and appeared to have come back to
But
Nevada.
at 64 years old, a white male, hardly the classic description of what would be called a ISIS terrorist.
Okay, Brian, thanks very much. I want to go to Lindsay Davis now at the University Hospital Center in Las Vegas. So many injured by now, more than 200 injured, 50 dead, and just terrifying moments in that concert.
Yeah, you're exactly right, George. And here at UMC, they have more than 50 of those patients are here. We're told at the last update that 12 of them were in critical condition. But again, of course, we're talking about more than 200 people who were injured here. We just heard a little while ago from the sheriff who said that, that they are just overwhelmed here at the area hospitals. Take a look. The terrifying shots ringing out.
Like all of a sudden we hear the pop, 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 and we just thought it was fireworks. So everybody just kept kind of standing there.
Concert goers quickly learned the pops were not fireworks, but an active shooter's machine gun firing off.
We were in the VIP seat, so to the right of the stage, and it sounded like it was right on top of us.
This morning, at least 50 dead, more than 200 injured.
And my other friend was praying over bodies that were dead. It was a horrible thing.
2 of the victims, off-duty police officers there to see the concert at this country music festival on the Las Vegas Strip when it was thrown into utter chaos.
It literally felt like it just continued for 20 minutes straight. And I still wasn't even sure if it was actually bullets until one of the times we paused, our friend was like, the guy next to us got shot.
Concert goers scrambling to take cover. A stampede sending hundreds toward the exits of an open-air arena.
Everyone was kind of slow to react, but once they did, then it was just crowds running, like pandemonium, people just like running every direction they knew how.
Those who made it outside found anything to hide behind in the madness.
Everyone hid behind cop cars.
One woman says her car became refuge for one of the wounded.
There was a gentleman that was shot, and he said, "Can you help me?" And so I put him in my car, and I had 6 people in my car, people with shoes, running just to get away. And
with emergency crews quickly arriving on the scene tending to the wounded, reports of victims even fleeing onto the Las Vegas airport runways. Now, just to set the scene for you here, police have established a perimeter outside of this hospitals and other area hospitals. They are turning away family members. We've seen the looks on their faces as they get turned away. You have to imagine that that is excruciating. They're directing family members to go to police headquarters. The only people allowed into the hospital right now is hospital personnel. George and Robin.
All right, Lindsay. Thanks very much.
Yeah, we've just heard from President Trump. He's put out his first statement on Twitter. He says, "My warmest condolences and sympathies to the victims and families of the terrible Las Vegas shooting. God bless you."
Yes. I'm going to bring in Brian Claypool, someone that you spoke to earlier this morning, who was also at the concert and ran when he heard the gunshots. Brian, good to see you again. And just remind people of what you saw.
Hey, Robin, I'll do my best. I can't even believe how many people were killed. But so I was sitting in the VIP section, and it was right near the stage, and I heard a popping sound. Thought it was fireworks. I looked up in the sky, didn't see anything. I was worried. Jason Aldean stopped singing. There was kind of a gap in his song. It was very surreal. Knew something was wrong, and then I heard shots fire, like just going off, like they were right on top of us. So I ran to the front, up the aisle, laid face down on the aluminum. I was pulling people down because I think a lot of folks didn't realize at that point that the shooting was taking place. They were still sitting up. And I have to tell you, when I was on that ground, that shooting went on for, it had to have been 20, 30 seconds.
And you almost left early,
there was
Brian?
A gap.
Brian, you said you almost left early, too?
Pardon?
You almost left the concert early?
I was, Robin. Yeah, Robin, it was so ironic. I was going to leave and take a 7:50 flight back to L.A. today. But what's so surreal about this is I'm on the 24th floor of the Mandalay Bay. I have the exact view of this lunatic that killed everybody. And I was looking out that window this afternoon, and I said to myself, this looks so beautiful. It's such a beautiful setting that I'm going to stay an extra night and not go back. And then I go, and people are massacred because of that same view that I saw.
And I know that you were thinking of your daughter, Brian.
Yeah. So I have an 11-year-old daughter. Mm-hmm. And what happened, Robin, is after the first round of shooting, I ran down these steps. Then a gentleman screamed to get in this room because we were in open fire then. We were running north, but we were right next to Las Vegas Boulevard. I go into this room. It was like a little production area. And the hardest moment for me is I saw like 6 young women. They were maybe 20, 22. They were all crying on the ground. I was trying to be calm. But I thought at the moment I thought of the Orlando shooting because we were in this room. We didn't know where the shooter was. We thought he was just going to jump the fence and come in that room and shoot us all. So I didn't know whether that was the right decision. So I'm thinking, am I going to die like in this room? And then the shooting stopped. I peeked out the front of the door. I peeked my head out. Police officers screamed, "Go, go!" And I rallied everybody out of that room, and we ran toward the back, further back of the venue. And that's where I saw 2 people shot. And then I found out an hour ago from the couple next to me that a young woman in the row. So there was a fence in front of the VIP section, then general admission. A young woman was killed, like, in the general admission section right in front of us. So, go figure.
You can't figure something like this, Brian, and I'm sure you brought those young women more comfort than you could ever imagine. And
I really tried, Robin. I mean, I really felt like I needed to do something there because I had to rise above it. I was determined. I said to myself, these girls aren't going to die. I'm not going to die. I need to get home to see my daughter. This is not happening. Not happening.
Oh. Well, we're glad that you and those that were around you were okay. Brian, thank you.
Brian just mentioned Orlando. We now know that the death toll here has exceeded that Orlando shooting in June 2016, the worst mass shooting now in American history. You see the numbers right there. Orlando back in June 2016, 49 killed, 32 killed. At Virginia Tech in 2007, 27 killed. In Newtown, Connecticut, the Sandy Hook Elementary School, the death toll here far higher, more than 50 killed, 200 injured. Want to go to our senior justice correspondent, Pierre Thomas in Washington. Pierre, you've been working on this throughout the evening as well, and we do know that the police found multiple weapons in that hotel room.
They did, George, and everyone's concerned that these appear to be machine guns that were used. Now, were they fully automated when they were purchased? That investigation is underway. Sometimes sources are telling me overnight that assault-style rifles can be augmented and turned into machine guns. That is of great concern. And George, right now I can tell you law enforcement officials are looking at every aspect of this man's background. Every known database in the U.S. federal government is being used to check in terms of whether there are any ties to international terrorism. So far, they've found none, George. That's why you see the Las Vegas police still in charge of this investigation. And also, George, I'm being told that law enforcement officials plan to dissect every aspect of this case because we are seeing more and more mass shootings. We're averaging about 16 of these type of shootings per year. But given the fact that machine guns were apparently used in this is a whole new level, George.
It certainly is, boy. Such an arsenal that he had built up there. So many killed. Okay, Pierre Thomas, thanks very much.
And people are wondering how they were able to, authorities were so quickly to spot him, to get into that room. ABC News contributor and former FBI Special Agent Brad Garrett is going to talk to us about that. 4.5 minutes, and it's incredible how they were able to find them. Just tell us how that went down, Brad.
Well, the key, Robin, in every mass shooting is what the witnesses immediately tell you. So you have a guy elevated on the 32nd floor, were there people in rooms of proximity that heard it, that maybe even saw the fire coming out of that particular balcony, for example? And you take that information and you immediately, rally the police, in particular the SWAT team. And it looks like to me that they got to that particular room fairly quickly. But keep in mind, virtually every mass shooting is less than 5 minutes. It looks like this one fits that profile. But this guy, because he had multiple weapons, I'm going to guess, was able to get more rounds off than a single weapon that you would have to constantly reload. And he also had cover because he's in this hotel and he's up. He isn't like one of these school shooters or even Omar Mateen, who goes into the Orlando nightclub and is, face to face with people that he's going to shoot. The police can get to that sort of individual potentially quicker.
And Brad, it seemed like the authorities were pretty confident that they had the right room when they went in.
It was very clear, and so that's why I think they had some really good eyewitness information that's where the guy was, and maybe they had some pieces of information, Robin, about a guy that carried maybe too many bags in there to stay for one night. There may be other things that play into why they went in that room, but clearly I think witnesses probably helped them.
Thank goodness. All right, Brad, thank you.
They got there so quickly, but not before so many killed and injured. I want to bring in our senior White House correspondent, Cecilia Vega, right now. Of course, Cecilia, the president's been brief. We just saw his first statement.
Yeah, George, that first response from the White House came just after 7 o'clock this morning. As you just said, he has been briefed. This White House is monitoring this situation closely. Let me just tell you about this tweet that came from President Trump about 10 minutes ago. He says, quote, "My warmest condolences and sympathies to the victims and families of the terrible Las Vegas shooting. God bless you." The White House, we're being told, is offering, of course, its full support to local and state officials there. They are offering prayers for victims. George, as you know, the president is supposed to go to Puerto Rico tomorrow. It's unclear whether that trip still stands. He's got a very busy day here at the White House. We expect to hear from him a number of times on camera. I would not be surprised if he addresses this directly on camera today. But as you said, George, that fact ringing very true here. This is now the worst shooting in American history right now.
Yes, I'm certain we will hear from the president later. Cecilia Vega, thanks very much. I want to go now to Jake Owen, country singer Jake Owen, who I spoke with earlier this morning. He was performing at the festival. He witnessed the shooting. Thank goodness you're okay, but you were with a friend who did get hit?
I was with my friend. She got hit right shoulder.
Is she okay?
I just talked to her family. I talked to her brother, and they told her that she's in stable condition at UMC.
Yeah, tell us how the scene unfolded from your perspective.
I mean, you described it pretty well. It sounded like we all thought it was like fireworks going off on the Strip, and it kept going and going. And when Jason Aldean kind of ran off stage, everybody started running. It was absolute chaos. We're lucky we got out.
And how did you get out exactly? How far did you have to run?
We had to run a decent amount of distance. We actually had to hop a fence to get out. Luckily, there were people assisting people hopping over this wall that we hopped, and yeah, we're lucky we got out.
How long did it take you?
It took us probably about no less than 5 minutes.
So you and could you tell from where you were where the shots were coming from?
We knew they were coming from somewhere on the Strip. It didn't sound like it was coming from inside of the venue. So it sounded like it was coming from closer to Las Vegas Boulevard.
Right, and then you were able to get to your car and really get far away from the scene. Where are you now?
Well, I had a friend pick me up at the hospital because the hospital is on lockdown. There's police everywhere. There's police in riot gear literally standing in front of the emergency room. My dad's actually a clergyman, and he tried to flash his credentials, and they wouldn't even let him in to check the status of my friend.
And Joe, your friend who was shot, at first you weren't even positive she was shot?
No, I wasn't sure at all. She kept complaining that she was hurt, and I felt up her whole body. I lifted up her shirt a little bit, and just to check to see if there was any wounds, and we didn't see anything. Once we got to the designated place we agreed to meet or to go to, we double-checked her again, and sure enough, we found a pretty large wound in her right shoulder. It was probably about 1.5 inches.
Inch and a half. Wow, that is an incredibly large wound, and it just a chaotic scene in those first moments, huh?
It was. I mean, when everybody started kind of running, it was. I mean, we hit the ground a couple times, probably on our way out. It was just chaos. It was a war zone.
A war zone, and then and from what we know, the shooter on the 32nd floor had just an open shot on the entire scene, as we're seeing it up on the screen right now. How far were you from the stage at first?
We were pretty close to the stage. I don't know how many feet we were away from the stage, but we were pretty close.
Well, thank goodness you're okay right now, Joe. Thank you for joining us this morning. We hope your friend is okay. We're sending her our best wishes. One of so many tough stories we heard overnight.
And war zone, that's a phrase that you're hearing over and over again. We have more eyewitness accounts now. Joining us live, Michelle Schmidt and her friend Wendy Reed. They were also at the concert during the shooting. Ladies, so glad that you're doing as well as you are. And Michelle, tell us, you run a merchandise booth. Tell us what you saw and what happened.
Yeah, we do country music festivals all the time, and I've always had in the back of my mind that something like this would happen. And what we experienced was, all of a sudden, these gunshots were going off, pop, 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 very fast. And I said, "What the is going on?" And people just started running and yelling and screaming. It was very confusing. It was chaotic, scary. I called my husband and I told him that I loved him and my little girl, in case I didn't make it, because we didn't know where they were. So we were just running and running. We went to the Hooters Hotel. Then we were told that there was a shooter coming that way. There was a lot of bad information. So I got to my truck. I had a hide key, and I got in, and I just drove the furthest away from the Strip that I could. I picked up a grandma and a little girl, and the little girl was just asking if she was going to die. She was scared. And 2 other people I picked up too. And we brought him to somebody's house. We were safe.
Doing all that you can in that moment to help other people, and we've heard that over and over again. And Wendy, what was the situation like for you?
Well, we were just sitting at her boutique, and we heard a couple pops, and we're wondering, we didn't know that there'd be fireworks. And then people just started screaming and running, a stampede, and saying, somebody's shooting. So she told me to run, and we got separated. And so the shot stopped, and I had my son on the phone, and I looked back, and he started shooting again, and I could see the flashes from the Mandalay Bay, and I said, I see where it's coming. I see where it's coming. And he said, get out, get out. So I ran across the street to the Tropicana, where tons of other people were running as well, falling over, screaming for loved ones. Some were carrying wounded people, some were on the ground. It was pretty horrific. It was pretty. I never thought I would experience something like this.
No, nor should you or anyone. And Michelle, you were slightly injured in getting away.
Yeah, I got stampeded and I fell over a concrete barrier, but I haven't gone to the hospital because it's just swelling and there's a lot of trauma cases, so I just don't want to.
Bless your heart.
Go there.
Bless your heart.
Yeah.
And let me ask you. You said earlier. You said you, in the back of your mind, you worried like something like this might happen. Why did you think this could happen?
Because I do these events, and the security that is for these events, it's not there. They check your bags a minimum. Granted, this one was in a hotel, but there's just such an opportunity for somebody to do this in such a mass crowd and kill so many people at one time. And it's just the perfect storm for something like this to happen. And I'm really rethinking of what I'm going to be doing because I don't want to do this anymore. I'm scared.
Well, that's understandable. Michelle and Wendy, thank you. We're thinking of you and everyone there, and we send you our love and our absolute best. Thank you. Thank you both.
We're praying for everybody.
Yes, we will.
We all are praying for everybody right now. We are live all across the country. It's 7:30 here on the East Coast, but as I said, we're live all across the country covering the deadliest mass shooting in American history. It happened in Las Vegas last night, Country Music Festival. This was the moment when the shots rang out. Jason Aldean there on the stage. Just seconds later, he dropped his guitar, ran off the stage, but the shooting went on for 4.5 minutes, and this video shows the scene from the concert goer's perspective.
Imagine the confusion at that moment, not knowing if it was a part of the concert or not. And this is what we do know, though, at this hour. More than 50 people, more than 50 killed, more than 200 injured. The shooter has been identified as 64-year-old Stephen Paddock. He is now dead. Police believe he was the only attacker. They've also located the woman believed to be the person of interest, this woman right here, his companion. Our senior national correspondent, Matt Gutman, is on the scene. He's been there all through the night at the Mandalay Bay. Matt.
George, when you think about this shooting, you think that it was meticulously planned. This man took his weapons to this hotel. He planned to be on the side facing the concert towards the airport. He knew that he would be in an elevated position. He repositioned his weapons there, and then he fired down on the crowd. Eyewitnesses who were there, tens of thousands of them in that crowd at the concert, shoulder to shoulder, cheek to jowl, said that they at first just heard thumping. Then they heard the gunfire. They thought it was firecrackers. And then people started falling. And that's when people started calling it the kill box. And it really was shooting fish in a barrel for this shooter, mowing people down right and left. And then the chaos ensued. People trampling each other, stumbling over the 200 wounded, trying to seek safety. We've heard reports of people hauling the wounded over fences to try to get them out of harm's way. Many people sought shelter underneath the stage itself because that was the only place where they thought they couldn't be seen. And with them, first responders. There were police officers on the scene. There were ex-military. There were nurses helping to stanch the wounds of these people who had been shot, chest wounds, head wounds, everybody. There was blood everywhere. One of the eyewitnesses who we spoke to just a few minutes ago still had blood on his hands. His shirt was gone because he had used it to try to stop the bleeding of one of the eyewitnesses. And that chaos simply cascaded across this city. First, people started to spill into the airport, trying to get away from the shooting. Then, All across here, there were reports of additional shootings, of bomb scares. The hotels started closing down. There were lockdowns. Some of the hotels were evacuated. It took 6 hours, George, for some of these hotels to end the lockdown and finally allow people out of the rooms. And you can see behind me, traffic is still at this hour being diverted away from the Las Vegas Strip as law enforcement still picks up the pieces and continues what is going to be a very exhaustive and prolonged investigation here, George and Robin.
They had to make sure that everyone was safe. Okay, Matt Gutman, thanks very much.
I can understand that completely. Earlier this morning, we spoke with Adam Payne. He's another witness to the shooting.
I understand. I'm sorry for this. A good friend of yours was shot?
Yeah, he was shot right in the stomach.
Is he okay?
Yeah, actually, he, as far as what his family's told me, he just came out of surgery. They removed the bullet, and he's now in stable condition.
Tell us about your experience.
Well, me and my girlfriend, we were center stage, about maybe 100, 150 feet back from the actual front line of the stage. Third song of the set, everybody's having a great time singing, dancing, you know, whatever's going on. And the initial string of gunfire sounded like a small chain of, like fireworks, like firecrackers. There was maybe a 10-second pause between the first and second string, and by the time the second string hit, it got a little bit louder, a little bit deeper, and everybody started turning around, running around. The performer even ran off the stage, him and his band, and
is that when you knew it was real?
Yeah, it was kind of right then and there. You know, everything hit the fan. You realize that it's not just fireworks. You know, something's actually going down.
And how did you then? You were pretty close to the stage. How did you get out?
It was kind of a mess. Everything that happened with my friend actually is kind of how I got out. When we turned around, we started running out towards the exit. And I just happened to glance down at the right time, and he was kind of laying on his back. So I stopped to help him and told my girlfriend to keep on going, get out. I'll find her when I get out. And picked him up, and him and I was carrying him out, and everybody kind of got ahead of me, and that's how him and I got out. We just got really lucky that, you know, even that we were like some of the last people out. That
you actually carried him out?
I carried him out as far as I could carry him until a paramedic came and took over for me.
But in those first minutes and hours, you don't know what to believe. You don't know what the situation is like. Everything is a mystery.
Yeah, that was hectic enough to the point where I believed for a while that there was more than one shooter. But they're saying now that it was a lone wolf kind of attack, and everything that happened off the 32nd floor of the Mandalay Bay Hotel and Casino.
George, you have to imagine that people like Adam that you spoke to so soon after the shooting still had to be in some state of shock.
In shock, and they all describe those few minutes feeling like hours.
And more than 200, we've been saying, are injured, and they're at local hospitals, and Lindsay Davis is at one right there in Las Vegas. Lindsay.
Yeah, Robin, we just got our third update from a UMC spokeswoman, and every time we get an update, the number has doubled. So at latest check, she says that 104 patients have been admitted here. 8 of them were taken into the OR. 12 remain in critical condition. And of course, we heard from the sheriff saying that the hospitals here are overwhelmed, and that's a legitimate concern of many in the medical field, saying how equipped is the city of Las Vegas as far as hospitals to care for the more than 200 people who've been injured. At this trauma center, for example, they only have 18 beds in the ICU. And another legitimate concern is, will there be enough blood supply as well, Robin?
All right, Lindsay, and she said it's still a very fluid situation in many ways there at the hospital. They're going to keep getting new numbers.
And that's not the only hospital there. I want to bring back our chief investigative correspondent, Brian Ross, for more on this right now. Lots of details coming in on the shooter.
Georgia trying to learn all they can about 64-year-old Stephen Paddock. They've begun by questioning a person described as his companion, 62-year-old Mary Lou Danley. Here's a picture she posted of herself at the Mandalay Bay Casino in September of 2014, where she apparently regularly went to gamble. She was taken into custody for questioning by police this morning after initially they looked for her, searched for her across Nevada. They say they now have her in custody. What we do know about Paddock is he is a person who has worked as an accountant over the years, as an auditor. He is 64 years old, white male. He filed a lawsuit against a casino in 2012.
Not the Mandalay Bay.
Not the Mandalay Bay, a different one. Settled it in arbitration. He has a hunting license in Alaska. He's familiar with guns. He also is a private pilot.
Nothing in the background that we've seen so far that would prevent him from buying these weapons.
Right. No, well, a fully automatic weapon is hard to obtain. But a regular weapon, there's no criminal record on his part at all. Nothing would prevent him from buying a standard weapon. But the fully automatic weapon, like these, that shoot off as many as 600 rounds a minute, they are very difficult to obtain. To get a license for that takes years sometimes, and they're extremely expensive, $65,000, as much as that. So how he obtained this weapon will be of great questions, because as we've reported, over 4.5 minutes, he fired off 6 or 7 bursts, 30 rounds in each burst.
200 shots overall. Okay, Brian Ross, thanks very much.
Of course, we're going to be live all morning long with the very latest from Las Vegas, the deadliest mass shooting in American history. What we're now learning about the shooter, the witnesses from the scene. They're going to open up and tell us even more about those terrifying moments when we come back. Back here on GMA with the deadliest mass shooting in American history. That is the scene as chaos erupted in Las Vegas, gunfire ringing out during a country music festival. Jason Aldean was on stage at the time. At least 50 people, more than 50 killed, more than 200 injured. The suspect is now dead. We're going to bring in our contributors, Chief David Brown. Dan Abrams is here in the studio with us, as well as Ray Kelly. Thank you, gentlemen, all. The broad investigation as it stands right now, Dan.
Well, this is a crime scene right now, and the most important thing for them to do immediately is to make sure there's no one else involved, to make sure that there's no other threat to the community. They want to know everything about how this happened, meaning how did he get the weapons? Who did he know? Who was he associated with? They're going to now dig into this guy's history to figure out, first of all, who was he with, most importantly, in the immediate time before it, and then they're going to move back from there to say, who else did he know beyond that, et cetera. But remember, this is right now a very active crime scene investigation.
And Ray Kelly, former chief of the New York City Police, one of the things we saw is everybody going to immediate emergency response mode, preparing for a terrorist attack, the entire city on lockdown.
Yeah, well, I must say that the police did an excellent job. But when you have an active shooter situation, obviously the shooter has the advantage of time. They got there apparently within 5 minutes and took this individual out. What's different here is the automatic weapon. He had the ability to put out an awful lot of bullets and 10,000 potential targets. So we haven't seen anything like this.
Captive situation.
Captive situation, obviously panic, people falling over each other. So it could have been a lot more people killed. We don't know how much ammunition he had. He had several weapons. Were they all automatic weapons? And as has been said, not easy to get an automatic weapon, but if you know something about guns, you can adjust a regular semi-automatic rifle to shoot the automatic, and he had a hunting license in Alaska, obviously had familiarity with guns. So this is the first time we've seen anything like this. Obviously it's the greatest mass shooting in the history of this country, and we want to know, as Dan said, why?
Former Dallas Chief David Brown, we heard from a woman who runs a merchandising booth there, and she said that she had always been fearful of this. And we know that law enforcement all across the country have been leery of these so-called soft targets.
Yes, Robin, and one of the things that's highly debated is the security at these concerts. Of course, the promoter wants to try to minimize costs as it relates to security, and law enforcement is always pushing and advocating for more and more law enforcement expanding the perimeter, and this example is why law enforcement is so concerned about these soft targets, about when we can layer on more and more security further and further out so that we can get a sense of these type of sniper events.
And Dan Abrams, this is going to reopen the debate over guns in this country.
Well, it is, but I think it's really important to make sure we do it accurately, right? But I think, as Ray points out, we don't necessarily know it was an automatic weapon per se. And remember, automatic weapons are generally illegal around the country. There are exceptions to that. But one can take a semi-automatic weapon, a perfectly legal one, and transform it into an automatic weapon. I think that the first question people are going to want to know is, did he acquire these weapons legally? I mean, that's going to be the question. And if he didn't, where did he get them? How did he get them? Who did he get them from? There's no question that that will be a part of this investigation, an important one.
And what we've seen in Las Vegas, Ray, when we're right here in Times Square, and when there's large events that are often taking place here, and people have wondered what it would be like for somebody to get into and do similar what happened in Las Vegas here.
Sure, it's a major concern, but at major events here, the police department has people on rooftops. They're observing what's going on the ground, but they're also observing buildings that are across from where they are. So it's something that's always been on the radar screen for the police department, but still difficult to spot, difficult to react to.
It's not the kind of thing you would expect necessarily at a concert like this.
That's right. That's what you would expect. And most of the security, of course, is focused on the ground. They're checking bags, things that you would normally expect.
And it's intelligence, too. Don't forget about that. And Ray will tell you about that. It's intelligence. It's not just how many shooters you have, not how many. It's about trying to figure out stopping these things before that they happen.
Okay, we got to take a quick break. We're live all morning long with the latest on this mass shooting in Las Vegas. When we come back,
Jason Aldean, he was on the stage last night when the shooting rang out. We're going to have what he and the rest of the music community are saying this morning.
Now, a lot of reaction pouring in.
That's right. As you might imagine, the music world is stunned by this horrific shooting. The Route 91 Harvest Music Festival, supposed to be a 3-day celebration of country music in Vegas, but this morning, that community is reeling. Overnight tragedy striking the Route 91 Concert Festival. A lone gunman opening fire on the sold-out crowd in Las Vegas. Quickly, the reactions on social media began pouring in from the stars featured in that tragic event. Country music singer Jason Aldean performing on stage when those fateful shots began. Just minutes before his performance, Aldean talking about his excitement.
We're looking forward to it being a good night for sure.
After the incident, Aldean posting on Instagram, "Tonight has been beyond horrific. My thoughts and prayers go out to everyone involved tonight. It hurts my heart that this would happen to anyone who was just coming out to enjoy what should have been a fun night." Performer Nick Miller watching it all unfold from the crowd.
At first I heard a sound that I thought was just fireworks, and then it turned into continuous machine gun fire.
Singer Jake Owen, who was on stage minutes before Aldean. "Gunshots, pray to God." Then 2 hours later, this chilling tweet. "I witnessed the most unimaginable event tonight. We are okay, others aren't. Please pray."
Music's biggest stars offering support this morning. Mariah Carey saying, "My thoughts are with the victims and their families." Fans fleeing this chaotic scene, reminiscent of previous mass casualties involving concerts. Earlier this year, a suicide bomber detonating explosives in Manchester, England, after an Ariana Grande concert, killing 22 and injuring 116 others. And this attack in front of a sold-out crowd in Paris, the gunman opening fire, killing 89 people trapped inside the Bataclan concert hall.
And Jason Aldean's pregnant wife, Brittany, was also speaking out this morning, saying she is safe, that angels were definitely watching over her. She said she has no words for what happened and praying for the horror for everyone who was involved. But we know this is the largest, by the way, of the 3-day crowd that was expected. So, and we know who was in that crowd. Country music fans are the best. It's so incredibly tragic.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. We'll be right back.
History continues right now. I'm going to go straight to our senior justice correspondent, Pierre Thomas, in Washington. Pierre, you've been reporting this all through the night, and now we know no ties to international terrorism?
Again, George, it's early, but I just spoke with some senior officials, and one said that no indication of ties to international terrorism at this point, that at the moment, it looks like crime. A horrific mass shooting of the nature of Sandy Hook and Virginia Tech. So that is the working theory at the moment. Again, it's still very, very early. They're all over this man's background, looking at any kind of computers, any kind of phone records that they can obtain to look at his background to see if they can determine motive.
As that is going on, the victims being brought to hospitals all through Las Vegas, more than 200 injured. Lindsay Davis is at University Hospital in Las Vegas.
And George, of the more than 200 people injured, more than 100 of them are here at UMC. We're told 104 of the injured are being treated here at this time. 8 of them rushed to the OR. 12 remain in critical condition. 2 early on were pronounced dead at the hospital. We're just starting to see a little bit more of a flurry of activity right in here. But the ambulances, we haven't been seeing ambulances coming and going now for a while, but we do continue to see that heartbreaking scene of family members or friends, perhaps, coming to check on loved ones, and unfortunately they get turned away. The perimeter remains in place around this hospital. I'm told that it's around other area hospitals. They're urging family and friends trying to get an update or condition on their loved ones to go to police headquarters here. But you have to imagine that that's just really difficult to not know, especially as they continue to ratchet up the number of casualties.
It just adds to their angst, but hopefully they will get the information that they need by going to the police department. All right, Lindsay, thank you. Let's get now to Matt Gutman, who's been there on the scene all morning, as long and all along, and just the stories that people are continuing to come up and share with you, Matt.
You know, Robin, this is a night that has been dominated by savagery and evil, but there are these moments of incredible courage and heroism by so many people. We just spoke to a woman here who said that as she was fleeing, she managed to break into her own truck, and she started picking people up along the way, including a grandmother and a little girl who told her, "I don't want to die, I don't want to die." And she managed to get them to safety. Another man who hauled his friend by himself and a couple of other men, plugging the bullet holes with their own fingers to save his life. He is now in the hospital recovering. So incredible heroism tonight as well, Robin.
All right, Matt.
And Brian Ross here as well. The investigation going on into Stephen Paddock. We just heard Pierre report no ties to international terrorism. Not nearly the end of the investigation.
Hardly, because now the question is, what was the motive? What caused him? He didn't really snap. He made a plan, a well thought out plan, to actually acquire automatic weapons, book the hotel, make sure it had the view that he wanted, the perfect perch for him to open fire with his automatic.
And you had shown earlier the pictures of his companion at the Mandalay Hotel.
Mary Lou Danley was posted this picture on Facebook of her gambling at the hotel in 2014. She apparently was a regular at the hotel in the casino there.
Okay, but again, we also know he had a lawsuit against another casino in Las Vegas. No indications yet whether he had any grievance against the Mandalay.
That's right, and she's now being questioned by authorities. They put a search out for her this morning. They found her, and now she's being questioned.
Thank goodness for these eyewitnesses who have stepped forward and been able to find her so quickly.
We are live covering this deadly shooting all morning long. We're going to be right back with all the latest here on ABC News. Deadliest mass shooting in American history unfolded in Las Vegas.
Page in Las Vegas. Mass shooting at a country music festival. A lone shooter opening fire right above Jason Aldean's concert. Out the window of a Mandalay Bay hotel room, firing for 4.5 minutes.
Even after we left, it just kept going and going.
More than 50 people dead, over 200 injured. Mass panic erupting on the Strip as thousands of concertgoers run for their lives. We hear from the eyewitnesses who were right there.
I heard these, it was just going nonstop.
The deadliest mass shooting in American history. Our team bringing you the latest live from Las Vegas this morning.
Live in Times Square, this is Good Morning America.
And we do say Good Morning America in such a tragic way to begin the new week. We have the latest on the deadliest mass shooting in American history. It unfolded last night in Las Vegas at a country music festival just after 10 p.m. local time there.
Jason Aldean was on the stage. We have video of those moments when the first shots rang out. For 4.5 minutes, more than 200 rounds fired, burst of fire. And this is what the scene seemed like. We have this angle from the concertgoer's perspective.
This unfolding, it was the last day of the 3-day country music festival, and the shooter taking aim from the 32nd floor nearby of the Mandalay Bay Hotel, hitting those concert goers below. Packed right by that Las Vegas Strip.
Here's what we know at this hour. More than 50 people killed, as we said, more than 200 injured. Shooter has been identified. He is killed. He's 64-year-old Stephen Paddock. Police believe he was the only attacker, but they've also located a woman who is believed to be his roommate, a person of interest, his companion. We are live across the country right now. I want to start out with our senior national correspondent, Matt Gutman, on the scene outside the Mandalay Bay Hotel. Good morning, Matt.
George, good morning. When you hear the strains of that guitar still playing and you see that video and you hear that gunfire, you understand why some of those concert goers called it the kill box. It was shooting fish in a barrel for that shooter. Mass chaos erupting, people dropping right and left, bursting onto the nearby runway of the Las Vegas airport. Horror and terror all around. Terror and carnage erupting on the Las Vegas Strip in what has now become America's deadliest mass shooting in history. Just after 10 p.m. local time, the hail of gunfire raining down from the 32nd floor of the Mandalay Bay Hotel. The shooter, now identified as 64-year-old Stephen Paddock of Mesquite, Nevada. His target, thousands of civilians attending a Jason Aldean concert at an outdoor venue just below the towering 43-story hotel. People bursting out into the runway of the bordering Las Vegas airport, taking shelter wherever they could. They ferried the wounded victims by pickup truck, even using a barricade as a makeshift stretcher. More than 50 dead and more than 200 wounded. Authorities saying Paddock acted alone, calling it a lone wolf attack. By 1:30 a.m., confirming he was dead in a Mandalay Bay hotel room.
All units on the 32nd floor, SWAT has explosive breach. Everyone in the hallway needs to move back. All units move back.
Breach, breach, breach. We located numerous firearms within the room that he occupied.
Authorities also confirming they have located the female person of interest, Mary Lou Danley, described as a 62-year-old Asian woman and a companion of the shooter. Now that terror cascading up the Las Vegas Strip. You can see behind me that it is still cordoned off. You can't get in right now. Thousands of hotel rooms were shut down. People were told to shelter in place. The lockdown only ended a short time ago. Tens of thousands of visitors here to Las Vegas, sheltering in the rooms in absolute terror, unaware of what's going on. Also, there were constant reports of false gunfire, of bomb scares. Finally, police have this place battened down. They're now focusing on the investigation, and that is going to be exhaustive. It's going to take days to get through all of this evidence. Back to you guys.
At least. All right, Matt, thank you very much. And the more than 200 injured, many of them critical, being taken to local hospitals, where we find our Lindsay Davis there as well. Lindsay?
And Robin, you know, I have to say there's an eerie quiet, a calm almost outside of the hospital. While you see the flashing lights, you don't hear a lot of sirens or even people. It's really quiet. You have to imagine in sharp contrast to the life-saving efforts that are now underway inside UMC Hospital behind me and several other area hospitals. Of the more than 200 injured, we know that 104 patients are here. We know that this particular hospital only has 18 beds in the ICU. We know that 8 people were taken to the emergency room and 12 people remain in critical condition. So it is a big question that looms large here, especially that we've heard in the medical community, is how well prepared is Las Vegas, the area hospitals, for something like this, with all at once more than 200 injured being taken to the hospital. And of course, we can expect that they're going to be asking for blood donations as well because of the so many people injured. Robin?
That is something to keep in mind, Lindsay. Thank you.
How can you be prepared for something of this scale? And Brian Ross is back with us again. And Brian, surveillance cameras will tell us a lot about how this happened in Las Vegas, but the big question now is why?
Exactly, and the best key for that is probably the companion of 64-year-old Stephen Paddock, Mary Lou Danley, who police took into custody and are questioning at this hour. She lived with him in Mesquite, Nevada, about an hour outside of Las Vegas. Police had searched for her. She was apparently not at home when they arrived there. They've now found her, and they have posted, she has posted pictures on her Facebook site of her actually gambling at the Mandalay Hotel in 2014. She had been with him apparently for 2 or 3 years. No one may know better about what was going on here than she does.
So far, not a big online profile.
Not at all on his part. He was a man who had worked as an accountant over the years. He had a hunting license in Alaska, had lived in Texas and in Nevada, at times in New York. He had sued a hotel, not the Mandalay Bay, in 2012. That was settled in an arbitration. And the only other thing we know about him is he had a private pilot's license.
No criminal record.
No criminal record. No bar for him to buy weapons, although in this case he appeared to use a fully automatic weapon, which are very difficult to obtain even on the black market.
And again, so far at least, no indication of a history of mental health problems.
Nothing like that at all.
Police waited to share his name, and in part because they wanted to see if he had any other people involved.
Exactly. They held back the name. They put the word out about her, make sure they tried to find her, but they held back his name to see if anybody else was connected with him, not to let them know they were looking at him.
Standard procedure.
Very much so.
All right. Coming up, we're live all across the country with the latest on this deadly mass shooting, the deadliest mass shooting in American history. Gunfire erupting during that Jason Aldean performance in Vegas. Now more eyewitnesses are opening up about those terrifying moments when we come back. We're back here on GMA with breaking new details on the woman who was believed to be a person of interest in that deadly shooting in Las Vegas. And Brian, you have some new reporting here?
That's right, Robin. Las Vegas police detectives are now reporting they've made contact with Mary Lou Danley, and they have determined she was not involved in the shooting in any way, but she remains important as a key to what was going on in the mind of the killer. She was his companion for several years.
Police right at the beginning described him as a lone wolf.
Exactly.
Okay, Brian Ross, thanks very much. All morning long, we've heard so many emotional accounts from eyewitnesses on the scene. We want to take a look at that.
I was inside. We refused to believe it was a shooting until it just kept going and going. And then Chase and Aldine left the stage, and then everybody started fleeing. And we started fleeing. We had to hop a gate to get out. It was crazy. I've never seen anything like that in my life.
There was very short increments where there was breaks in between the shots, but it literally felt like it just continued for 20 minutes straight. And every time there was a break, we ran and we ran. And I still wasn't even sure if it was actually bullets until one of the times we paused, our friend was like, the guy next to us got shot.
People just started dropping around us, and everybody tried to stay down, and every time like a group would get up to try to run away, they just start shooting again. They were getting closer, and people were going, there's someone shooting right there. A lot of dead bodies, a lot of people were just piling on top of whoever, even if they're bleeding or not. People like holding people's wounds down, stay down. Girls were in shock and they wouldn't even move.
We're just all sitting there looking at each other like thinking that we're going to die, and a security guard got shot right in front of us. Another guy got shot right next to me. You know, we just thought we were going to die. So I called my mom, to be honest with you. I was just calling my mom to tell my mom that I love her and goodbye.
Everyone's bottlenecked and just opens fire, and he's picking people off. You can hear bullets coming through the tent, going off the bleachers, ricocheting. All the walls in the location were about 10 to 15 feet high, and you just couldn't climb them. So everyone was just getting bottlenecked. There was no escape. We were just pinned in. It was just a kill box. I witnessed multiple people in wheelchairs getting flipped over, trampled, and people were climbing over people. I don't know how to compare it. I mean, there's nothing I've ever seen on TV or anything, even in a movie, that compares the situation that we just saw.
I saw this one police officer. He just was so brave. He was like jumping over the fence, like to go fight this, like to take on this guy. And I'm like, oh my God, it's like they're so brave. Everybody I was with was worried about their life. It didn't matter where you were. You didn't feel safe anywhere.
And for hours after, they did not feel safe. We're going to bring in our security consultant and contributor, former FBI agent Steve Gomez. And it is very apparent, Steve, a lot of planning went into this.
A lot of planning. I mean, he clearly reconned the Las Vegas area, knew that there was a concert that was going to be held for 3 days. This was a festival, arranged to have a room very high up. The civilians that were there were sitting ducks. It's so unfortunate. But the biggest thing that stands out to me is the fact that this kind of attack has been expected almost in Las Vegas for years. After 9/11, this was exactly what we thought was going to happen. And it's interesting that this is now involved somebody who's not even really related to ISIS, Al-Qaeda, or anything like that from a foreign terrorist organization.
It does appear that way. And you say it's something that the soft target that they were concerned with, especially there in Vegas. But the concern seemed to be before that the casinos themselves, not an event like this, would be the target.
Exactly. Knowing that the casinos and the hotels are heavily populated, there's always crowds around those areas. So this was a location that probably wasn't expected to be attacked from above. Clearly, there was security around the concert as people were going in. But here, again, is another situation where somebody figured out how to penetrate that security from high up in a hotel, shooting down at everybody.
Well, because I'll just walk into the hotel with your bags. I mean, how can something like this be prevented?
It's very difficult because you can carry a large duffel bag in, and most people are just going to think that you have your clothes and whatever going in there. And in this situation, he had a lot of guns. How are you going to stop this? It really requires the help of the public. They have to be alert to anybody that's got any kind of either mental health issue or they are thinking about committing some sort of act, even if they're just talking about it, you have to raise that up to law enforcement so they can look into it and take action.
Good point there, Steve. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go back to the White House right now. Our senior White House correspondent, Cecilia Vega, on the scene. In the last hour, we've heard from both the president and the vice president, Cecilia.
George, that's right. The president is here in the White House. We are told by senior White House officials that he has been briefed. He is monitoring this situation closely. We also know that the White House says that the White House is offering the full support to all of those local and state officials out there, also, of course, offering their prayers. Now, the president, as you mentioned, has tweeted this morning shortly after 7 a.m. Eastern time here. He said that my warmest condolences and sympathies to the victims and families of the terrible Las Vegas shooting. God bless you. We are also hearing from a coalition of Nevada congressional representatives. They say that they are working with local officials. Of course, they are offering their thanks to all of those first responders who are still so actively working on that scene out there. Now, George, we do expect to hear from President Trump in just a few hours. That as a previously scheduled an event to take place here at the White House around 11 a.m. Eastern. I would not be surprised if he, at the top of those remarks, of course, addresses this ongoing situation in Las Vegas. I have also asked White House officials here what is the status of the president's trip to Puerto Rico tomorrow. As you know, he's supposed to be going there for his first trip to the island in the wake of the hurricane. I have not received a response as to whether that is in question at this point, George.
Yeah, you got to imagine they're rethinking everything right now. Cecilia Vega, thanks very much.
And we talked about how the shots rang out when Jason Aldean was on stage, but there were other performers like Jake Owen, who was also still there at the festival when shots rang out, and George had a chance to speak with him earlier.
Jake, what can you tell us?
It was wild. I mean, it was wild. I was on the stage actually watching Jason play. I had just come off stage previously, and you know, standing there, you could hear the bullets starting to hit the roof of the stage, and people started fleeing everywhere. You can hear people screaming. At that point, the only way to go was just wherever it just sounded like gunshots were coming from all around us, and this is before any of us knew that it was coming from above. It was chaotic. It was, I keep saying, it was like a bad movie that you've seen before, but never thought it would be real life.
So you were actually right on the stage?
I was on the stage watching the show about 50 Jason. Jason turned around and started running back towards the drum riser to get out of the way once he realized that gunshots were being fired, and the crowd started running. I mean, it was a bad scene. I mean, there were people literally being shot. You could see blood everywhere. It was something that I don't ever, wouldn't want to ever see again or wish upon anyone else to see.
And it seemed like, Jason played for a couple minutes, and then he just dropped the guitar and ran off stage.
Yeah, well, I think what a lot of people don't understand sometimes is, when we're up there playing, we have those, what we call in-ear monitors in our ears, so we can hear each other. And I don't think at first he could even hear the shots that were going off until I think someone maybe in his crew said, hey, you need to get off stage and run back here. Because I could tell he kind of stopped and started running. But at that point, we were all not knowing what to do.
Well, we're glad you're okay right now, Jake. Jake, thank you. No one knew what to do in those terrifying first few moments. A lot of trauma across Las Vegas right now. I want to bring in Danita Cohen right now. She's the spokesperson for the University Medical Center. Danita, thank you for taking some time with us right now. Describe the situation at your hospital right now.
Hi, good morning, George. So far overnight, we received 104 patients. About 30 of those patients came into our Level 1 Trauma Center. We are the only Level 1 Trauma Center in the state. Many more patients came through our emergency department. We did receive 2 teenagers. Of all of the patients who we received, unfortunately, 4 passed away. 8 patients went straight to the operating room. And the good news is many patients have already been discharged at this early hour.
Already discharged. That is good news. And you're one of the major trauma centers in the Las Vegas area. How many other hospitals do you know are receiving patients right now?
This is an interesting healthcare market here in Las Vegas. We have between 10 and 12 hospitals. Most of them do have emergency departments. We're the only Level 1 trauma center. There are some other trauma centers here, a Level 2 and a Level 3, and I am of the understanding that all hospitals received patients, although I can't confirm what the other hospitals have received.
Do you have all the help you need right now?
We do. Thankfully, we are ready, willing, and very trained for mass casualty incidents, and so we have a full trauma team in-house 24/7 around the clock. Typically not, of course, with this many patients, but we have a very highly skilled and specialized team standing by. And we also operate under what we call accordion staffing. So as we needed more trauma surgeons, more trauma nurses, more critical care nurses and clinicians, we called them in, and they, of course, came in. Our CEO was actually wheeling patients around the hospital and grabbing blankets and doing whatever we needed to do to take care of not only our patients, but the family and friends of our patients who were here waiting, worrying, and wondering how they were doing.
You have to be in so much shock. Of all of the patients you have right now, how many in critical condition?
We have about 12, George, in critical condition still, a few still in the operating room, so plenty more health care still to do, but after a very busy night, very proud of our trauma team this morning.
Well, you ought to be, and you're doing important work there. Danita Cohen, thanks very much. We'll be right back.
Terrorism, law enforcement officials telling me that this is looking like crime, an horrific mass shooting of the nature that we saw at Sandy Hook in the Virginia Tech massacre. So law enforcement, again, trying to figure out how did he get these weapons? What was the motive? Were they converted into machine guns? Were they purchased as machine guns? Those are the critical questions being pursued right now as we speak, Robin.
Can you tell us, continuing, how this investigation will play out from this point on?
One of the first things they did, Robin, was to look at all known databases, federal databases, looking at crime information, looking at terrorism information. In terms of the terrorism information, nothing came up that jumped out at them. So far, no indications of any kind of significant criminal background for this man. So that's all been done, but still more work to be done in terms of looking at surveillance photographs, looking at video that might have been around the hotel. They are going to search his home, search for any smartphones, search for any computers, anything that will glean information about what the motive might have been.
And they were already able to dismiss that the companion has any connection.
Right. They talked to her very quickly. They would try to assess, did she know that this was going to happen? Right now, the early indication is that she had no idea this was about to go down. So they will begin to, again, ask her additional questions about, did he say anything that suggested that he was planning to do something? Was he angry about anything? Any kind of detail that she could provide. Also, any known associate, family member will be contacted, Robin.
All right, Pierre.
So far we know what this was. I want to bring in our former FBI Special Agent Brad Garrett for more on that. You've profiled killers during your career at the FBI. According to the officials so far, no ties to international terrorism. They don't think the companion was involved. There was no criminal record, so that it leaves a lot of mystery.
Yes, but probably not going to be a big mystery, George. This is going to be, as you and I talked a few hours ago, revenge and empowerment. And he's mad about something and feels like he was powerless to fix it, whatever it might be. And that's the juncture that mass shooters get to when it's all about revenge, because they believe people have done something to them. In this case, it's not going to be the people in the crowd. It's what they represent to the shooter. And so, you know, the people around him will certainly be able to maybe give them insight into what's going on with him. I'm sorry.
All right, Brad, thank you. So much more that we're going to have here, but we're going to take a short break for your local news and weather as we remain on the air all morning with live coverage of the deadliest shooting in American history.
back to GMA. We are live all across the country with the latest on that, what you see right there, the deadliest mass shooting in American history. A gunman opened fire at Jason Aldean Country Music Festival last night during Jason Aldean performance around 10:08 Las Vegas time. More than 50 people have been killed, more than 200 injured.
And so many eyewitness accounts that we are hearing from. We're going to bring Lindsay Padgett and her fiance, Mark J. They were there at the concert, and Lindsay put people in her truck to take them to the hospital. Lindsay, just tell us what happened, what you saw.
We were getting in my truck to leave, and we just saw a bunch of people that needed help, so we just started piling them in the truck. They said that they needed the truck, so we were like, yeah, of course, you know, and they filled up my back seat and the tailgate of my truck.
And you were at the concert when all this happened at first?
I was, yeah.
And then you went from there to get shelter at the airport?
Right.
And tell us just tell us a little bit more about how all that happened and your decision in doing that.
Well, when we heard the shots, we didn't exactly realize what it was, but finally, when everyone started ducking down, you know, we did too, and there wasn't really anywhere for us to go but on the floor because there were so many people. So we were all just like on top of each other on the floor, and for what seemed like forever until finally when people started running, we were able to get up and start running, and we just kept running, and we passed my truck and we ended up in an airport hangar until I didn't hear the gunshots anymore, and then that's when we decided to go back to the truck.
And Mark J., what was it like for you?
I was just more worried about her, you know, and I let her lead the way, and I just followed her, and just had to make sure she was safe.
And people were getting, and bless you all for thinking of others, and it's just, it warms our heart to know the good in people, especially in a situation like this. What was the condition of some of the people that you were putting in your truck, Lindsay?
It was bad. One girl was shot in her leg. She was in my back seat. She was probably the least of, you know, one guy was shot in his back. He actually did die. One guy, there was a few guys that were shot in their chest. Yeah, he carried someone dead into the hospital.
Oh my gosh! And how are you both at this very moment? How are you handling all this?
I mean, as well as we can. I mean, I don't really know how to answer that.
Yeah. Well, you're
just as well. We're just trying to get through the night. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You both, and could not imagine. And I just hope that you get the care that you need, having witnessed something like this, and just so grateful for what you did to help others, both of you. Please take care of yourselves. Thank you. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Okay.
We just heard Lindsay say so many people felt like they had nowhere to go. Our Matt Gutman has been on the scene all night long there in Las Vegas. And Matt, that's the point right there. You described it earlier today as a kill box. This was a 10,000 people in basically held captive.
That's right, George. I mean, you rarely hear about shooters anywhere, whether they are terrorists and trained by terrorist groups or they are in the military or law enforcement, use their weapons on automatic, on full auto. But that is what apparently this man was able to do. May have had his weapon on lockdown and just spraying those bullets into the crowd. Now, these rounds are meant to ricochet within the body, causing maximum harm. And that's the kind of injuries that we've been hearing about. The bullets coming in one side, going out another side. And what they do is they essentially, and I don't want to get too graphic, but the idea is that they're designed to create as much internal damage as possible. And right now, I mean, we've even been seeing the walking wounded come back in here. There was a man about 3 minutes ago who walked past here who had been shot through the knee, and he said, you know, I'm out of the hospital. I'm sort of able to walk, and you should have seen what it's like at the hospital. It's that much worse there. The sheer terror and the fright that these people went through in that kill box, it was literally shooting fish in a barrel. It was something that I don't know if we've seen in this country before. That many bullets fired on that many people causing this many injuries is something unique in this country's history, George.
We have never seen this many killed, and for so many hours after the shooting, after those several minutes, the entire city in a state of terror, believing that there were multiple attacks.
Right. There was this cascade of terror alerts, essentially, and it went up this strip. And it started at the Mandalay, where the shooter actually fired from, and went down to these landmark hotels in Las Vegas, the Luxor, the Excalibur, MGM Grand, New York. Caesar's Palace was shut down. All of these places ordered their guests to seek shelter in place, and that's tens of thousands of visitors in rooms across this very, very populated and generally bumping strip. And then, you know, Lindsay mentioned this earlier, that the sheer quiet of seeing the Las Vegas Strip completely shut down is something nobody has seen. Also in the sky, there are always airplanes flying in at about 10, 11 p.m., people landing on late night flights. The air above here was absolutely still, and that is a very unusual sight. The only sound that you hear in this city, or you heard in the city in the immediate aftermath, were sirens and people streaming out of that site, a lot of them just holding their heads, many of them just crying by the side of the road. And again, George, you know, because there was a lockdown here, many people got shut out of their hotel rooms. And it's Las Vegas, but it is chilly here at night. So we saw people huddling for hours just waiting to get back to their rooms, some of them still covered in the blood that they were in from that concert and from that shooting, George.
What a horrifying scene. Okay, Matt Gutman, thanks very much.
I can only imagine. Let's go to ABC's David Curley. People were fleeing the shooting. They were escaping to the nearby airport, breaching the airport's fence. And who can blame them? You know, they were just running for their lives there, David.
Talk about the chaos, Robin, and that instinct to flee. And if you get a sense of what actually happened here, Mandalay Bay, the hotel, the high-rise, is on the southern part of the strip. Right behind it, just to the east, is a large parking lot. That is the venue that was used for the concert. And it was fenced in, so people had to get over that fence. And then if you go just a little bit further east, you are at the fence line to McCarran Airport. And that fence was breached by a lot of these people fleeing the scene, trying to get anywhere away from the venue. They ended up on the airfield at McCarran Airport. Now, the airport immediately ordered a ground stop, partly because the shooting was happening right next to them at the Mandalay Bay, and partly because security had been breached and they had people on the airfield walking around. That lasted for about an hour and a half. About nearly 24 flights were actually diverted to other airports. That's why you had the quiet that Matt Gutman just reported. There were no planes coming in late at night. Then the airport was resecured and also started operations once again. But Robin, just like the witness you just spoke to a few minutes ago, she took shelter in an airport hangar. They were going anywhere they could go, and the airport is right there next to this area.
I can totally understand that, David. Thank you very much. And there's some new information coming in.
Information coming in. I want to take that to FBI agent, former FBI Special Agent Brad Garrett. And Brad, we played that video earlier, the audio of the breach of that room on the 32nd floor where the shooter had been shooting. Now the police are saying they found the suspect dead when they got inside.
Doesn't surprise me, George. You know, this is a guy that appears to have been fairly low-key at committing this act. We don't know advanced planning. We don't know anybody he's talked to. He probably acquired the weapons himself, maybe modified the triggering mechanism to make them automatic. We just don't know. But the point being, he's just a lone guy doing this. And once he finished the shooting, he knew he was done, that it was over, and he had inflicted his revenge on all of the people below for whatever reason, and now he's going to take himself out. I mean, is this really not uncommon, George, for mass shooters to actually kill themselves before the police end up doing it?
He knew the end before he started.
Of course. They all know the end, because they're all driven by the act itself. And then at the end, they go, well, that's it. You know, I've now basically ruined my life and many other people. I'm just going to take myself out. I'm not going to let the police shoot me. And they shoot themselves.
Okay, Brad Garrett, thanks very much.
We are live all across the country all morning long. We'll have the latest on this deadly shooting, the deadliest mass shooting in American history, when we come back. Back here on GMA with the latest on the deadliest mass shooting in American history, the tragedy unfolding at a country music festival in Las Vegas. 22,000 people were there, more than 400 transported to nearby hospitals. Dr. John Boockvar is the vice chair of neurosurgery at Lenox Hill Hospital here in New York, and our senior medical contributor, Dr. Jen Ashton. She is there in Puerto Rico and will join us as well. Dr. Boockvar, when we keep hearing these hospitals in Las Vegas that they were prepared for this, how are you prepared for something like this?
Well, you have to practice, and we practice all the time for these casualty-like events, and it sounds like the University Medical Center had practiced and was prepared. You have to develop a command center and a commanding officer very quickly who can instruct and triage exactly the services that are needed.
Sounds like battlefield.
It is battlefield. You're going to have a burn room. You're going to have a level 1 room. You may have a cast room. You have to have a room for families. It's a really difficult situation that if you're not prepared for, you're not going to do it well.
And Jen Ashton, you come to us from Puerto Rico this morning. Talk about the kind of triage that was also happening on the scene.
Well, George, I expect that we will hear in the next hours and days scenes of absolute life-saving heroics at the scene on the part of innocent bystanders, lay people, and first responders. Once again, people on the scene in terms of mass tragedy like this and gunshot wounds, multiple victims, can save lives by applying direct pressure, because in the first seconds and minutes after a shooting like this, what kills people is massive and catastrophic hemorrhage on the scene before they can get to hospitals. So, yes, we absolutely expect total chaos on the scene and command centers from a position of trauma and triage to occur not just on the scene, but sometimes outside the hospital in a tent, parking lot scenario, and then inside the hospital. And then very much like a ripple effect, we will expect that level 1 trauma center, UMC, which is the only level 1 trauma center in the state of Nevada, will be talking to the outlying hospitals, because obviously one level 1 trauma center cannot accommodate 400 patients within 1 to 2 hours. So there'll be a ripple effect of communication, as we just heard, in terms of care. And yes, possibly some patients will need to be medevaced or flown even as far as Los Angeles or other level 1 trauma centers. Blood banks will be completely taxed, and hospitals go on what's called emergency diversion. They will not accept any more patients in this immediate period of time, because all of their focus will be on this trauma.
Yeah, we heard, Dr. Boockvar, we heard from one of our reporters who said that there were the walking wounded, that they had an injury to the knee and they had been discharged because of what they were seeing there. Just talk about the others that in critical condition. I mean, this kind of ammunition that was being used causes such havoc on the body.
Well, I think the important thing is triage, and life-threatening injuries, whether they're crush injuries from a stampede, whether they're bullet-related injuries, head injuries, trauma, have to be triaged, and the surgeons and the specialists, the critical care specialists, have to be there on site. One of the mistakes that is made is when we get called for a trauma, everyone descends on the emergency room to try to help. In actuality, that's why a command center away from an emergency room is very important. We're not supposed to go to our emergency room. We're supposed to go to a designated site where we're then instructed by the commanding officer where our skills are needed. And that is what prevents chaos in the emergency room. The first responders triage, they do their critical care, and if we're needed in the operating room, we're diverted to the operating room.
Okay, we want to go back to the scene now. Doctor, thanks very much. Thanks to Jen Ashton as well. Under Sheriff Kevin McMail is with the Las Vegas Police Department. He joins us on the phone right now. Sheriff, thank you for joining us right now. We just learned from the police that they found the shooter dead when they got inside. What else was in that room?
Well, we're actually right in the middle of serving that search warrant on that room once we had the opportunity to have it drafted and authored, and we're just getting in there. I can tell you, I don't really know the contents of the room in totality, but I do know for a fact that there are a number of rifles in the room, a significant number of expended cartridges. But other than that, just have to wait a little while until we have a better assessment of what was in that room. Obviously, You know, in these types of scenarios, you're always going to be looking for booby traps and those types of things. So it did take us a long time to get into the actual room.
Could you tell how the shooter died?
We believe right now that it was a self-inflicted gunshot wound.
And are you confident at this point that he acted alone?
Yeah, I have a pretty high level of confidence that he acted alone. As you well know, though, the next number of days we'll be turning over every stone that we possibly can to try to figure out exactly what motivated him and how we ended up where he took over 50 innocent lives, and wounded many, many others. So we'll continue that part of the investigation, and obviously we'll continue to share the information as it develops.
I know you concluded that his companion, Mary Lou Donnelly, was not connected to this. How did you reach that conclusion? Where did you find her?
We need your truck. We just need to get.
I'm not aware of that, where that information came from. I can tell you that we believe we know where she's at. We believe she's out of the country, and we continue to want to speak to her.
Do you know where she is?
I don't know if we have the exact location or not, and if I did, I can't share that right now.
Okay, and like you say, the big question now, motive. What more have you been able to learn about the shooter? What can you tell us about him? What do you know?
Well, I can tell you that he is a local resident, that he's a 64-year-old white male, and I can also tell you that there is nothing in any of our state, local, or federal background checks, any of the computer systems that we use to run, that would indicate that this guy had an axe to grind with anybody. In fact, we really have not been able to uncover any law enforcement-related contact or any other grievance. But obviously, we have a long way to go. As you well know, social media is a big piece and part today. And so we've got to get through there and figure out as much as we can, as quickly as we can.
But that is really something. So far, nothing in his background, no kind of criminal record at all. You talked about finding several weapons inside the room. Could you tell from what you know right now whether these weapons could have been legally obtained or were these illegal weapons?
Yeah, I can't. I don't know right now. Obviously, that's a huge part of what it is we'll be investigating. But whether they're legal or illegal weapons, I really don't know.
Sheriff, thank you very much for your time. I know you have a lot more work to do. Thanks very much.
And we will continue to be live across the country all morning long as new developments come in on the deadliest mass shooting in American history. Come on back.
We're hungry. We're hungry for everything. We're big and bright. We're strong and giant.
But when we're hungry for real, we're heavy.
We're hard to find. Without breakfast, everything's cloudy. The world looks fuzzy.
Growing up, I was among the 1 in 5 American kids who struggle with hunger. And hungry mornings make tired days.
Grumpy days.
That kind of days.
But with the power of breakfast, the kids in your neighborhood can think
Last night, gunmen opened fire from the Mandalay Bay Hotel, 32nd floor. Deadliest mass shooting now in American history. More than 50 dead, 200 wounded. ABC's Matt Gutman has been on the scene all night long. Matt.
George, one of the things that is most striking to me is not the scene of the shooting itself, although that was so harrowing, but it was the moments afterwards when we saw people being moved on these makeshift barricades that were turned into stretchers, the heroism and ingenuity of the people here. And just moments ago, we saw a woman wheeling her baggage away from the strip. Finally, it had opened up. And I said, "Are you okay?" And she said, I'm fine. I just watched all of this unfold, and I just want to leave here. I don't want to be here anymore. And this is a mass trauma inflicted on tens of thousands of people, George.
Okay, Matt Gutman.
You can imagine people want to get out of there. We're going to have all the latest on this deadliest mass shooting in American history when we come back.
I want to go straight to the scene where Sheriff Lombardo of the Las Vegas Police Department is holding a press conference.
Provide the FBI, and they will be the housing of all that critical information. So if you have anybody that has knowledge through your media sources and they want to provide that information, that's the avenue to go. Once they receive an individual on the other side of the line, they'll walk them through the process, and then we'll get them to the online version so they can download that information. Additionally, the coroner's office, as I repeated before, has set up a number for individuals to call, and that number is 1-866-535-5654. That is for individuals that do not have the ability to come down to the headquarters to discuss their family and friends in person. Now, the other critical piece associated with this and any mass casualty event is the need for blood. So United Blood Services have their services set up currently. They are receiving patients or donors at 6930 West Charleston and 601 Whitney Ranch in Henderson. So if you have the ability to donate blood to help the cause, please do so. Additionally, the laborers union is offering their facility, their medical facility at 7135 West Sahara for individuals that want to donate blood. And as always, UMC has a pod set up for individuals to go to UMC to donate blood. And that will be the gist of the updates at this time. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Sheriff, can you talk about what the scene was like in that room when your officers walked inside?
We believe the individual killed himself prior to our entry.
How many weapons was he found with?
We are still going through the search warrant actively at this time, but it's in excess of 10 rifles.
What's the status of Mary Lou Danley?
I'm sorry?
The woman?
We have located her out of the country. She was not with him when he checked in. We have discovered he was utilizing some of her identification, and we've had conversation with her, and we believed her at this time not to be involved. But obviously that will be, that investigation will continue. As far as his residence in Mesquite, we have officers now there serving a search warrant.
Anything yielded by that search warrant at his home at this point?
No, we just made entry just a matter of minutes ago. So that's going to be quite some time. We're going to clear the residence first for any possible explosives. So that'll be slow and methodical, and it'll take us quite some time before we conduct the search phase.
Mary Lou Danley, you said she was found out of the country. Did you guys find any weapons on her?
No, ma'am. I don't know what has taken place as far as the interview with her. Okay, I think it's important for you to notice who's standing behind me. We have Chief Greg Castle. I'm sorry. I always get caught up with your family. Greg Castle has been integral in the saving of lives. They paired up with our officers out at the scene, and I think their actions and heroic acts were instrumental in saving several hundred lives associated with this event. And then you have our Attorney General, Adam Laxalt. He's brought forth his office to help us in any future prosecution associated with the case. And you have the Special Agent in Charge, Aaron Rausch of the FBI. As I mentioned, the FBI has been standing next to us from the very first minute, and they are providing all the resources available to the federal government to help us in this endeavor. And then you have the Clark County Commission Chairman, Steve Sisolak. He has been instrumental in getting us resources to the first responders as far as refreshments and food and support of the entire county commission. I have been on the phone the entire night with the mayor, Carolyn Goodman, and she responded to UMC to check on the patients, and she is in the process of visiting the other hospitals and showing the support of the city. And then obviously we have our Congressman Ruben Kuhn. He is in town to also show us our support. So any other questions of the members standing before you? Yes, ma'am.
I know at one point you said this was not terror related. Some people do argue that this is domestic terrorism. How do you differentiate this to people?
Well, we have to establish what his motivation is first, and there's motivating factors associated with terrorism other than a distraught person just intending to cause mass casualty. Before we label with that, it'll be a matter of process.
Have you found any information at this point that could yield insight into what that motive was?
No, we have not. No, we have not. We have not located any items within the room or his house at this point.
Before entering his room, was there any verbal commands or orders given?
Yes, ma'am. It was a matter of normal practice whenever we use a dynamic entry.
Sheriff, was there anything else in the hotel room that made you think, aside from the number of weapons, that made you think he had been there for a while? Or... No,
we have information he's been there since the 28th of September. So I have no idea as to whether he prevented the housekeepers from entering the room or not. That's just a matter of continued investigation. All right, thank you very much. We'll provide you an update probably in the next 2 hours. Thank you.
There you heard it, the latest there from Sheriff Joseph Lombardo, the Las Vegas Police. A lot of information coming there from the sheriff about the shooter and what they found on the scene. I'm here with our chief investigative correspondent, Brian Ross. Brian, he found 10 rifles.
10 rifles, an astounding number of rifles in the room. They also say that he killed himself, a self-inflicted gun wound. When they went into the room, they found he was dead. And looking in his background, nothing, no criminal record, no contact with law enforcement, no known grievance. It's a mystery to this point.
A complete mystery. Also, his his companion, his roommate, former Mary Lou Donnelly, found outside of the country. So far, they've determined she was not involved in this shooting.
Right. He apparently used her identification to check into the hotel, according to the authorities, but she was not in the country at the time. They say she had nothing to do with the shooting. She may well know, however, what was in his mind, what was in the mind of this killer.
They say he had been in the hotel since Thursday, I guess,
right.
September 28th, but nothing else found in the room or the house so far indicating motive.
They've just now begun to carry out a search warrant, a raid at his home in Mesquite, Nevada, about an hour outside of Las Vegas. That could hold some clues. Local police there say they've blocked the area off. They're going in to search it. ABC News has talked to Paddock's brother, Eric, who has told us that his brother's life was an open book. There was no secret whatsoever. They don't understand what happened. He did say the casinos know him very well. He's well known around Las Vegas. And at one point, 10 years ago, he held a significant amount of property, real estate, big apartment complex, 2 homes, and 2 private airplanes.
We also saw the photos of his companions at the casinos as well, and there was some indication she might have worked there in the past.
We're not sure about that, but we do know she posted photos on her social media pages showing her in 2014 at some kind of a slot machine contest or a tournament that takes place there. But he was well known around the casinos, according to his brother.
And the police say they're still going to go through his social media, so a lot more to learn.
That's right.
Ryan Ross, thanks very much.
And we can continue to learn more and more. We're live all across the country, and Matt Gutman's been there on the scene from the very beginning. What's it like there now, Matt?
Robin, it is a city still reeling from this incident. You know, we felt that terror cascading up the Strip, and there are people leaving here right now in terror. They say they just don't want to be here anymore. After that killer struck, basically eyewitnesses calling it a kill box. He waited for days to come in, finally opening fire as people were shoulder to shoulder watching that concert, turning what was a joyous occasion into terror. Terror and carnage erupting on the Las Vegas Strip in what has now become America's deadliest mass shooting in history. Just after 10 p.m. local time, the hail of gunfire raining down from the 32nd floor of the Mandalay Bay Hotel. The shooter, now identified as 64-year-old Stephen Paddock of Mesquite, Nevada. His target, thousands of civilians attending a Jason Aldean concert at an outdoor venue just below the towering 43-story hotel. People bursting out into the runway of the bordering Las Vegas airport, taking shelter wherever they could. They ferried the wounded victims by pickup truck, even using a barricade as a makeshift stretcher. More than 50 dead and more than 200 wounded. Authorities saying Paddock acted alone, calling it a lone wolf attack. By 1:30 a.m., confirming he was dead in a Mandalay Bay hotel room.
The audience on the 32nd floor, SWAT has explosive breach. Everyone in the hallway needs to move back. All units move back.
Breach, breach, breach.
We located numerous firearms within the room that he occupied.
Authorities also confirming they have located the female person of interest, Mary Lou Donnelly, described as a 62-year-old Asian woman and a companion of the shooter. Now, the numbers in this attack are simply astounding. Hundreds of rounds fired, over 400 people taken to the hospital, 50 dead, 22,000 concertgoers, and there are tens of thousands of people who essentially bore witness to all of this. Right now, we are seeing a city completely dumbstruck by what happened here. Robin, George.
That's easy to imagine. 400 people, though, being taken to local hospitals, and our Lindsay Davis is outside one there. Lindsay.
And Robin, we just heard a little while ago from the police. They are actively asking people to donate blood, which is something that we certainly were anticipating when we heard that number, again, just double at the last update to 400 injured. Of those 400, 104 patients were admitted here. Many of them have already been discharged. However, we have heard that 4 people have been pronounced dead at this location. Now, the UMC spokesperson also said that this is reminding people that this is a level 1 trauma center, so they are prepared. They are trained in mass casualties. However, she says this is a first as far as having so many people actually injured all at once. She also described a very all hands on deck atmosphere, with the CEO even wheeling some of the victims around and getting blankets. Of the 50 people who have died, we do know that one was an off-duty police officer who was attending the concert, and we do know 2 of those injured were police officers in the line of duty. One who has critical injuries. Robin.
All right, Lindsay, thank you.
Okay, we've got Brian here as well. We've got the first picture of the shooter.
That's right. Mesquite police in his hometown have identified this picture as Stephen Paddock. It was posted on the Facebook page of his longtime companion, Mary Lou Danley. In 2014, police in Mesquite say this is the shooter. They say that because they compare it to a driver's license photo of him, and they identify him positively as the shooter.
So they had been together for some time, apparently.
Sometime, at least through 2014, at least for 3 years, and she is now out of the country, according to police, and not considered part of the investigation in terms of the actual shooting, although she may well know what was going on in his head that led him to take the
Although
action.
they haven't told us yet when she left the country.
We do not know that. That's right.
Okay, Brian Ross, thanks.
Sure, they still want to talk with her, yes. Coming up, we are continuing to be live across the country as we tell you more about what happened, the deadliest mass shooting in American history. It happened during the performance of Jason Aldean at a country music festival there in Las Vegas. More and more eyewitnesses are telling us about those terrifying moments, and we'll share that with you when we come back. We are continuing our live coverage across the country with the latest on the deadliest mass shooting in American history. A gunman opening fire at a country music festival there, firing at concertgoers from the 32nd floor of the Mandalay Bay Hotel.
Here's what we know right now. More than 50 people killed, more than 400 taken to the hospital. Shooter has been identified. He's dead. 64-year-old Stephen Paddock, found dead in his hotel room. Police believe he was the only attacker and he killed himself.
And more people are sharing what they saw, including right now Diana Haddad. She is a student at the University of Nevada in Las Vegas. And Diana, thank you so much for being with us right now. And tell us where you were at the time that the shooting took place.
I was in one of the VIP suites. We were in the suite closest to the stage, but it overlooked the entire festival grounds.
And what did you see? What did you hear?
At first, I heard what sounded like firecrackers. I'm not very experienced with guns. And then I saw a big group in the center of the general admission crowd just duck and cover, while half of the other group just ran in the opposite direction away from the strip.
And just tell us about, I know there was a lot of fences that were around. People were just doing whatever they could to escape.
Yes, we were closest to the outside fence, so we made our way down there. Thankfully, all of the officials there were trained to lead us in the right way. There were many leaders who rose from the group saying to push the fence down, so we all did, and we kept running away from the strip as fast as we could.
And I know that you're trying to, as much as you were fearful for your life, trying to help as many people as possible too?
Yes, a lot of people were in a worse position than I was, in the fact that they were, of course, emotional.
Yeah.
They were crying hysterically, and I remained more calm, so I just tried to comfort them as much as I could. As I was running, I saw an older woman too, probably as old as my grandma, and I tried to help her as well. I stayed with her the whole time until my dad came to pick me up.
Bless your heart. How were you able to stay calm, Diana?
I think it's just the shock. I still am sitting here unable to process what happened. I cannot believe a horrific event like this happened in the city I grew up in.
Well, please do take care of yourself, because you do hear about people who witness these sorts of things, and you're no doubt in a level of shock right now. But thank you so much for sharing your story and for how you helped. All right, Diana, take care, please. 400
injured. Of course, medical health professionals will have to deal with post-traumatic stress for so many who are just at the event. I want to go to Kenneth Moten right now. He's on the scene at the shooter's house. Kenneth, tell us where you are, what you're seeing there.
George, we just reached this scene a few minutes ago. It's about 70 miles outside of Las Vegas. This is the neighborhood of the alleged shooter, Stephen Paddock. I want to get out of the way of the camera here so you can see there's a police car with Mesquite police. They're actually securing this scene. They're blocking us and keeping us away from his house right now. It's up the street there. They're securing this area and the house for Las Vegas PD so that they can execute a search warrant. We understand that search warrant has not been executed yet, but if you look further up the street there, you can see there's some type of command post that local police here have set up in this area. Again, they're not allowing us to go past this point. We do know that for about 2 years, Stephen Paddock lived here in this neighborhood, in this community, this bedroom community for retirees. We understand it's a ranching, farming community as well. This gated area here, we don't see much activity at this hour as far as the neighbors, but people are starting to come out. Obviously, they're starting to hear the news about what happened in Las Vegas, just 70 miles away from here, and they're finding out it's their neighbor who is the suspect in this case. And so we're trying to learn more from police here as far as when they plan to execute that search warrant. Obviously, they're looking for any clues that will lead them to a possible motive in this case to figure out what led Paddock to Las Vegas to execute this heinous crime. So this is the latest on this scene. George.
Okay, Kenneth Moen, thanks very much. We're joined now by Ray Kelly, former chief of the New York City Police, Chief David Brown, former chief of the Dallas Police as well, and also our legal analyst, chief legal analyst, Dan Abrams. And we saw the police on the scene, Ray Kelly, basically locked down all of Las Vegas in these hours after the shooting. Now they seem convinced it was one shooter.
Yeah, but that's what you have to do. You don't know if there's another shooter, a series of shooters, that sort of thing. So the smartest thing, the safest thing to do is to lock down the area, and it also gives emergency vehicles more access to the immediate scene.
And Dan, needless to say, there are countless legal issues here. Many people want to know how in the world did he get his hands on this type of weaponry.
Well, that's right. And as we're looking at the scene there of his home, one of the first things they're going to be looking at, though, is his computer. That's where they're going to want to start. They're going to want to know, what was he looking for? What was he searching for? Who was he talking to? That could be a trove of possible evidence there. And let's remember, it's not just about what was his motive, right? That's almost secondary. And what I mean by that is the most important thing right now is figuring out, was he working with anyone? Who was helping him, etc. Because that's the crime investigation. The sort of the motive, the why did he do it, the how could he do it, that's important. It's really important. But immediately what they want to deal with is figuring out, is there anyone else we need to get right now? And where might that person be?
So it doesn't happen again. So
exactly.
And Chief David Brown, they seem to have ruled out his roommate, who's out of the country right now. So far, they seem to have ruled out that she was part of this plot, although what she may have known about his state of mind is something very, very different. But he had very few clues out there to lead you to believe he would do something like this.
Yes, and that's why I think Dan and Ray are correct. We're trying to figure out his associations with friends and family, extended friends. And you want to follow his trail, where he's visited, to make sure, first, number one, there's no victims that he's killed along the way in multiple that we just don't know about. And of those associations, has he mentioned this state of mind of wanting to kill in a mass way multiple people? So it's so much more to be done. And from an investigative standpoint, is that we need to continue to be engaged with what law enforcement is learning about this.
And Dan, excuse me, Ray, in addition to what Dan was saying, what are they doing right now? What are investigators doing right now?
Well, obviously, they're going to execute this warrant, want to see what's inside his home. And they'll be questioning a lot of companions, people who know him, people in the neighborhood. I would bet that aberrational behavior will start to come out. That's usually the way. They say, John Q. Citizen, but wait, he did this, he did that. And that's why we want people to be alert and to notify the authorities on strange behavior. The killer at Virginia Tech actually wore a sword for several days on campus. And people, they just kind of accept that. We want people now to be much more alert to this aberrational activity.
And you know what else we're going to start looking at is, remember, now that we know that he was at the hotel since September 28th, they're going to want to know, what was he doing? Remember, Las Vegas is the home of surveillance cameras. They're everywhere. So we're going to get a real good sense of any time, if he left that hotel room, where he was, where he went, etc. in the hotel.
Part of what they've reported so far that I don't quite understand, they say he used his companion's ID to get in the hotel. I mean, they're two completely different people.
I think here's what happens when, and Ray knows this very well, when things are breaking, right? Information kind of trickles out, and then we learn that it wasn't precisely what we had initially thought, right? And my guess is we're going to learn that he didn't actually check in using her ID, but maybe sort of used her identification at one point at the hotel in some way, shape, or form, maybe to get, I don't know, gambling money, whatever the case may be. But they're really careful in Vegas about identifications. I mean, it's not the sort of place where you can just give a fake ID and they say, oh, whatever. So I think we're going to learn more as time goes on that's going to start to make that make sense.
David Brown, bring him back again. I mean, to be there since Thursday in a big hotel.
With 10 guns?
I know, with all this, well, all these guns, and you're thinking, was there maid service? I mean, somebody had to, you would think, have seen something in all that time.
Yes, I think the big challenge is getting all the witness testimony to link together to get a story, to get a narrative about the first few days of his visit to Las Vegas, and then to try to walk that back as many days as you can, particularly if he visited a practice gun range in the days preceding, so that you can kind of hear what people that were there to practice shooting saw, noticed about him. And then you can piece together the current events in the days and hours before this happened to pull together a real story of exactly what was his state of mind, what happened, what did we miss, what did people see but didn't report, so that you can learn from this.
A lot more left to be learned. Okay, thank you all very much. I want to go back to the White House now. Senior White House correspondent Cecilia Vega. We're expecting to hear from the president relatively soon.
Yeah, George, aides, in fact, here at the White House are in meetings right now trying to finalize these details, but we are told that he will be addressing the nation about this shooting in Las Vegas at some point this morning. We know that he's been briefed earlier this morning. He's following these events out there in Las Vegas very closely. This White House is, of course, offering its support to the local and state officials on the ground there. We did see that tweet earlier from President Trump saying that his warmest condolences and sympathies to the victims and families of the terrible Las Vegas shooting. God bless you. A number of reactions are pouring in from the First Lady, Vice President, former President Obama also tweeting this morning saying that he and Michelle are praying for the victims. But, George, this will be the second time that President Trump has had to address this nation because of a large-scale shooting. Of course, he did it back in June after that shooting at the congressional baseball practice here in Washington. But now, as we've been saying all morning, this one, very different circumstances, the largest mass shooting in this country's history.
Very different. And unlike in past events, the president has not been too quick with that Twitter. He's had the condolences. No other tweets from the president this morning. No ascribing of motive. No labeling of the event.
Right. And in fact, it took a while for him to tweet his initial response. It was after 7 o'clock Eastern time that we first heard from a statement from the White House. And a few minutes after that, with the president's tweet on this one, he has said in the past that he waits to hear the details and learn the facts. So perhaps that was the case in this case with this White House. But again, we will hear from President Trump later this morning.
And do we expect that he'll still be going to Puerto Rico tomorrow?
Robin, good question. I've asked the White House that specifically. We don't have an answer as of yet. As you say, he is scheduled to go tomorrow. That trip right now, as we know, is still in the works, but I would imagine that is a conversation being had behind closed doors at this hour as these events are unfolding in real time, something this White House has to decide whether this is a trip he will take or not in the wake of what's happened there in Las Vegas.
We'll see. All right, Cecilia, thank you. Going to bring back our senior justice correspondent, Pierre Thomas. Pierre?
Well, Robin, we know that the Attorney General has been on the phone with the sheriff in Las Vegas, talking to him, offering resources. The Attorney General, Jeff Sessions, is being briefed by the FBI Main Justice Headquarters. Again, being told no information, as the police told George a little while ago, that this man had showed up in any significant way in any other federal databases in terms of terrorism or crime. It's a bit of a mystery, extraordinary mystery right now as to why this man did this. Also, law enforcement officials all over the fact that there were 10 weapons in that room. They each have to be checked in terms of where they were purchased. Were they purchased recently? Were they purchased in stores? Were they sold in personal sales? All that information is being pursued right now, Robin. But again, mystery as to why this is done, and law enforcement officials tell me today they've been so concerned about this kind of lone wolf showing up with this kind of weaponry and killing so many people.
I mean, 10 guns. All right, Pierre.
That's right. We're going to take a quick break for your local news and weather. For some stations, we're going to continue our live coverage. We'll be right back with that live coverage of the deadliest shooting in American history right here on ABC.
What did you think this job was?
To save people's lives.
Fall's #1 new drama.
Yes, he has autism. He's going to handle anything you throw at him.
Must watch. 4 stars. A hit.
We saved a life.
The Good Doctor. All new tonight on ABC.
Blackish is moving to Tuesdays.
Yes!
Season premiere tomorrow on ABC.
Back now in GMA with the latest on that massacre in Las Vegas, the deadliest shooting in American history. Of course, it all unfolded at that country music festival in Las Vegas last night. And earlier this morning, I spoke with Nick Miller, who performed at the festival.
I played at the festival earlier in the day, and we had come back to watch Jason's set, and yeah, we were just there enjoying the set when this all happened.
So where were you exactly?
I was actually quite far back in the crowd, probably I'd say 100 or so yards from the stage. And at first I heard a sound that I thought was just fireworks. Everybody kind of looked surprised, and then it turned into continuous machine gun fire. And it was just a really shocking experience.
How'd you get out? What'd you do?
Well, I saw the crowd coming towards me, a lot of panicked people screaming. So I turned to run, and and it was like a beer somebody spilled or something, and so I actually thought I was going to get trampled. So when I got up, the gunshots were still firing. I looked around. The worst thing was I couldn't see Adam or we were there with his family. I couldn't see them, but the gunshots were still firing. So I just ran, and I told Adam as soon as I got outside the festival gates, and he had ran in a different direction, and so we just went about getting in touch with his family, and luckily we managed to account for everybody. I ran to the Tropicana Casino, that's where I am now, and we're in the convention hall. It seems they're bringing everybody in here, and we're just waiting here for any further updates of what to do next.
Have they told?
I wasn't a bad kid.
I was just going through a rough time.
But then you were there. You were the bridge.
The helping hand I didn't even know I needed.
Thank you for being my mentor.
Thank you for being my foster parents.
Thank you for opening your home.
Thank you for believing in me. Now, I'm an engineer.
I'm a PhD student.
I'm a teacher and a foster dad.
When I needed someone, you were there.
To find out more, visit fostermore.org.
Because no child makes it alone.
What does she think would happen? She was asking for it.
She was flirting with him.
Well, she was drunk.
She's always had it out for him.
All right, what was she wearing?
Yeah, no, we don't talk about that.
It's just a misunderstanding.
She seems fine to me.
Front of us, we were in the VIP section, and as soon as I started hearing the bullets, I knew it was gunfire, and I just told everybody to get down, and I just said, get down, and people kept telling me, it's not real, and I said, it is real, get down, and I just knew that the bullets were flying everywhere, and that if we got up, we could die, and I saw people getting shot right in front of me, and it was horrifying, and I saw somebody trying to save somebody's life, and I saw some man run from the bleachers to go out there and risk his life to save somebody, and we just stayed down because we did not know what to do, and finally, it seemed like it went on for about 20 minutes, and then I just kept recording because I thought if I'm going to die, I wanted my kids and my family to know that what happened, and when we finally, the bullets started to kind of slow down a little bit, and then we climbed underneath the bleachers on our stomachs, and we just stayed under there forever. And then when we tried to get out, we did get out, and then we saw a truck that had bodies piled in it. It was the scariest thing I've ever seen or heard in my entire life.
I can only imagine. You said it quite rightly that it seemed like 20 minutes, and I would imagine it would feel that long. It was only about 4.5, but I think that every second in a situation like that is an eternity.
It felt like it was forever. It just seemed like it wouldn't stop. and the screaming and the crying. And when I saw people down on the ground, on the grass, I wasn't sure who was hit and who was just laying down to try to stay away from the bullets.
How did you find?
But I haven't slept all night. I haven't slept all night because I can't even imagine that all those people are dead.
It might take some time before you're able to sleep again. I can believe that. How did you finally get out? You say you crawled under the bleachers?
We were in the VIP section, so we climbed down underneath and just stayed under the metal as long as we could. And we didn't know it. The bullets, I mean, they could have went through that, but we just figured he was shooting at targets and everybody was running. And I figured our best bet for us to survive would be to climb underneath the bleachers.
And how did you know when it was over?
Well, the bullets just stopped flying. There'd be a delay, and then you could tell it was a semi-automatic weapon. And then they stopped, and then they would continue, but then finally they stopped for a longer period of time, and that's when we thought we need to make a break for it.
Have you been able to talk to your family and friends?
I called my friends and family immediately. I called my 2 kids, Ashley and Brandon, and I called my mom and my sister, and I just told everybody that we were okay and that we lived. And I just can't stop shaking. I just keep thinking of all those people that were shot and wounded, and my heart just breaks. I just can't even imagine their families, what they're going through right now.
It is so horrifying, the number of people killed, the number of people injured, and from what you were seeing, could you tell where the shots were coming from and whether it was any kind of targeting or just mass spraying of the weapons?
It felt to me like it was coming from the hotel. It just sounded like it was farther away, and it was just raining down. I could hear bullets hitting, and people just crying.
And at first, you say you knew right away what it was. For several seconds there, Jason Aldean kept playing. A lot of people thought it might have been part of the performance, might have been some kind of fireworks, might have been fake.
A lot of people thought it was fireworks, and I kept screaming at them to get down, that it was bullets. And I just said, just stay down, stay down. I figured that was the best way we would survive this.
Did you ever imagine you'd be in a situation like this?
What's that?
Did you ever imagine you'd be in a situation like this?
Never. Never. I mean, nowadays you kind of think you could go anywhere and this kind of thing would happen. And now it's happened to me and my friends. It's just, I'm afraid to even fly, and I'm going home right now to California.
May I have your attention, please?
Well, I know you're going to be dealing with this for an awful long time. We're glad you're okay, and of course, all of us are thinking and praying of all the victims right now.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you so much.
I'm glad she's there at the airport and is going to be back with her family and loved ones very soon. As you can imagine, there's such an outpouring of support from so many people. And of course, country music stars are sharing their condolences with everybody else, Amy, right?
That's right. I mean, we all know this was supposed to be a night of celebration of country music. But this morning, yes, we are hearing all of that love and support from country music stars and so many more responding to this horrific shooting in Las Vegas. And the response has been overwhelming. Jason Aldean, who was performing there when those shots first rang out, posting on Instagram that his thoughts and prayers go out to everyone involved and that it hurts his heart that this would happen to anyone who was just coming out to enjoy what should have been a fun night. First Lady Melania Trump tweeting, "My heart and prayers goes out to victims, families, and loved ones. Hashtag pray for Las Vegas." And first daughter Ivanka Trump also tweeting, "Our collective hearts are breaking for the victims and their families." A lot of celebrities out there posting as well. Neil Patrick Harris saying, "I can't wrap my head around the atrocity in Vegas. Sending my heart and deepest regrets to the families and friends affected." Josh Gad pleading for an end to the violence, asking when will it end, adding that he is sick to his stomach, as so many of us are this morning. Kate Hudson also saying her thoughts and prayers are with the Las Vegas community. And the country music community reeling this morning, especially Kelsea Ballerini tweeting overnight, "Just sad and so sorry for the fans who came to sing and dance and be free and happy." And Brad Paisley, who performed at the festival last night, saying there are no words right now that suffice. Martina McBride, who also performed last year, tweeting she is praying for everyone's safety. But I mean, I think Josh Gad said it so well about feeling sick to your stomach. I've felt that way all morning long, as so many people have, just seeing
the horrific violence that took place.
And I saw over and over people saying just how when will it end?
Right.
When will it end? You wake
What's
up.
it going to take?
I know.
Every single month we hear of another one. This one, the worst one yet. I want to bring in our security consultant, contributor, former FBI agent Steve Gomez right now. Steve, you've dealt with situations like this in the past. A lot of information coming in very quickly. So far we know he had an arsenal in that room, 10 weapons.
Yes. What he did was he identified a gap in security and he exploited it to the highest degree. Having all those weapons, having a target where people were congregating, almost no way out. He exploited this worse than anyone ever could, and it now shows the vulnerability that's out there. High target area where you're a sniper shooting down at people.
Yeah, but there's no way to protect every soft target like that. You can't have a complete SWAT team police presence at every concert, every event in the country.
No, and it could be at a casino or a hotel like in Vegas. It could be at a business building, and people just have access to the window and are able to shoot outside a window, say in New York City or downtown LA. So it's going to require maybe a different way of handling security at buildings to ensure that nobody's bringing in 10 rifles and using them.
And Steve, it was interesting when we heard the sheriff earlier say they didn't have enough information yet to say whether or not this was terrorism. They don't believe there's any links to international terrorism, but he says you have to meet certain criteria for this to be an act of domestic terrorism as well.
Yes, and that's something I'm sure the FBI and local law enforcement is going to look at as to whether this person had some kind of leanings towards one of the domestic terrorism groups, anarchists, militias, anti-government type of factions that exist out there that are considered domestic terrorist groups. So that's something that will be part of the investigation.
Yeah, whether he was really trying to send a message or not. But so far from what we're seeing in his background, and more information is going to obviously come in every single minute, every hour, not a lot of clues there as to why he might have done this.
And that's where they have to get into his mindset. I think the biggest challenge is the fact that he is 64 years old, and there are some people that are, at that age that don't use computers, don't use smartphones, and his social media profile might be non-existent. So there may be a kind of a gap in the collection of evidence that we would normally see with regards to building a profile of his state of mind.
Yeah, they said that's what they want to go through right away, social media. The one thing we have seen, the picture from his former roommate's Facebook account, but nothing yet from him.
Right, and so they're definitely going to look at her social media, her emails, looking at everything that she talked about with regards to Paddock, any family members, friends, relatives. He lived in a number of places, and the investigation is going to take them to all those different states and places where he worked.
Okay, Steve Gomez, thanks very much.
And again, they did reach a companion who was out of the country at this point. We're going to go back now to Matt, who's there on the scene for us. Matt?
Hey, Robin, I want to break it down for you by the numbers here. There's that one shooter using up to 10 rifles, 200 rounds, 400 plus people wounded, of course, 50 people killed. There were 22,000 people at the concert at the time, and tens of thousands of others here along the Strip who were ordered to shelter in place. Now, one of the reasons that there was so much chaos was that the canyon effect of those shots ricocheting down in this urban environment made it very difficult for first responders to know where the gunfire was coming from. That's why there were these false alarms up and down the Strip, also bomb scares. And then you had a problem that first responders couldn't get to the people who needed help. Medics couldn't get down there because they believed it was still an active shooter situation, so they couldn't get to the people who needed help. And that's why you have these images of people being moved out of that area on these makeshift stretchers created from barricades. They're using anything they can, putting them on the flatbeds of pickup trucks, anything to get them out of that area and out of that kill zone. Now, what we're seeing here right now in Las Vegas is a city traumatized. It is almost hard to how many people have been traumatized by this shooting. Robin?
And we have to keep that in mind, how many people have been traumatized.
Yeah, just the beginning right now. We have some new images coming in right now. I want to put that up. It shows the window on the 32nd floor of the Mandalay Bay Hotel where the shooter was found dead after police breached his room, not before firing 200 shots into that crowd of 20,000 people, injuring 400, killing more than 50. And that is, you see that right there. And that had a panoramic view of the concert site from the 32nd floor. Apparently, he had been there since September 28th, since Thursday, several days inside that room. Dan Abrams, you were telling us, for him to go that long with that many weapons men, he must have just stayed inside that room for the whole 4 days.
He either stayed inside the room all that time, or we're going to have an enormous amount of surveillance footage of him. As we talked about earlier, Las Vegas being one of the most surveilled cities in the country. So,
okay, we are live all across the country. Lots of new details coming in. We'll be right back.
We are back now here live on GMA with the latest on the Las Vegas shooting. More than 50 people killed. 400 were taken to the hospital. Joining us again is Dr. John Boockvar. He is the vice chair of neurosurgery at Lenox Hill Hospital here in New York, and our senior medical contributor, Dr. Jen Ashton, who is in Puerto Rico this morning. And Dr. Boockvar, talking about 400 people going to the hospital there in the Las Vegas area. I mean, how are you can prepare all you want, but that is a great task for these hospitals to undertake.
Absolutely, Rob, and I think that's a very key point. One perhaps that's not being discussed in our healthcare these days is disaster preparedness, and practice is necessary when you're thinking about these mass casualties. It sounds like University Medical Center has practiced, and we're grateful for that. But like you said, to take on 400 wounded is an enormous and difficult task, and one that we all prepare for. You have to be ready to set up a command center quickly. You have to have leadership that will command, and you have to have physicians, nurses, administrators willing and ready to be on call 24/7.
And Jen Ash, you've got so many dealing with these deadly wounds right now, but we can tell from talking to the eyewitnesses who happened to survive this morning that you're going to have so many thousands dealing with shock and post-traumatic stress in the coming days and weeks. I think Ken. So let me throw that to you, Dr. Boockvar.
Well, as you heard from one of the witnesses, the scenes were absolutely traumatizing. And PTSD, or post-traumatic stress, will be something that lingers now for months to years, for lifetimes. And the 20,000 or so or more people that were at that concert, and then loved ones and families, and exponentially the number of people touched by this event, all of us, will have stress. Children, we heard there are 2 teenagers in the hospital. So those kind of undocumented casualties are going to be long-lasting.
I don't think they even realize they're in shock. I mean, when you were talking, especially early on, George, and watching your reporting, and the way they were describing what was happening, the emotion didn't match what they were saying, and all you could think of is they must be in shock.
Yeah, I agree. Just watching some of them, it did not appear that some of them have completely absorbed what they've just experienced, and that's a very normal phenomena. It's going to take weeks for them to go through the phases of understanding and analyzing the sequence.
How do medical professionals deal with that? All those people who are now treating.
Yeah.
You know, luckily we have training. As a neurosurgeon, I've been trained with trauma response my whole career. I think each of us in the medical field, whether you're a nurse practitioner, even an administrator, we're ready, and we've had the mindset for years of anticipating these events, and we hope that that is done across the country.
Got to take a quick break. Thanks very much. We'll be right back. And we're back here on GMA with more from those emotional eyewitnesses, so many dealing with the trauma after that shooting that unfolded in Las Vegas last night. Let's take a look.
I was inside. We refused to believe it was a shooting until it just kept going and going. And then Chase and Aldine left the stage, and then everybody started fleeing. And we started fleeing. We had to hop a gate to get out. It was crazy. I've never seen anything like that in my life.
There was very short increments where there was breaks in between the shots, but it literally felt like it just continued for 20 minutes straight. And every time there was a break, we ran and we ran. And I still wasn't even sure if it was actually bullets until one of the times we paused, our friend was like, the guy next to us got shot.
People just started dropping around us, and everybody tried to stay down, and every time like a group would get up to try to run away, they just start shooting again. They were getting closer, and people were going, there's someone shooting right there. A lot of dead bodies, a lot of people were just piling on top of whoever, even if they're bleeding or not. People like holding people's wounds down, stay down. Girls were in shock and they wouldn't even move.
We're just all sitting there looking at each other like thinking that we're going to die. And a security guard got shot right in front of us. Another guy got shot right next to me. You know, we just thought we were going to die. So I called my mom, to be honest with you. I was just calling my mom to tell my mom that I love her and goodbye.
Everyone's bottlenecked and just opens fire, and he's picking people off. You can hear bullets coming through the tent, going off the bleachers, ricocheting. All the walls in the location were about 10 to 15 feet high, and you just couldn't climb them. So everyone was just getting bottlenecked. There was no escape. We were just pinned in. It was just a kill box. I witnessed multiple people in wheelchairs getting flipped over, trampled, and people were climbing over people. I don't know how to compare it. I mean, there's nothing I've ever seen on TV or anything, even in a movie, that compares the situation that we just saw.
I saw this one police officer. He just was so brave. He was like jumping over the fence, like to go fight this, like to take on this guy. And I'm like, oh my God, it's like they're so brave. Everybody I was with was worried about their life. Didn't matter where you were. You didn't feel safe anywhere.
For hours and hours in Las Vegas last night.
We'll be right back.
Americans choose ABC News.
The deadliest mass shooting in American history. A shooter opening fire, going on a deadly rampage in Las Vegas, killing more than 50, injuring more than 400. That's the sound of bullets taking over the arena at a country music festival on the Strip. The shooter taking aim from high above inside the Mandalay Bay Hotel, firing rapid rounds for 4.5 minutes.
Even after we left, it just kept going and going.
Chaos erupting, thousands scrambling, running for their lives, trying to take cover, some hiding under the stage for the spray of bullets.
I heard these, it was just going nonstop.
The rush to take down the shooter, a SWAT team breaking down the shooter's door.
Breach, breach, breach.
Our team live on the scene right now for a special edition of GMA.
Good morning, America.
This is Good Morning America.
Good morning, America. It is a tragic Monday morning here in America. That is the scene, the Mandalay Bay Hotel in Las Vegas. And you just saw the picture right there. We should put that back up right now. That is where the shooter unleashed his fire on the concert, the Country Music Festival in Las Vegas last night. Jason Aldean was on the stage. You can't open those windows. He blew right through it, had 10 weapons inside, and unleashed the deadliest mass shooting in American history. 50 dead, more than 400 wounded.
We now know his vantage point from that window, and those images that have been coming in all night long and into the morning, showing the moment the concert turned tragic, the gunman opening fire during Jason Aldean's performance, and this is what it sounded like. And we also have a look at the shooting from the concertgoer's perspective. 4.5 minutes of gunfire.
22,000 people at that concert. The shooter, as we said, high above that scene, 32nd floor of the Mandalay Bay Hotel, shot through 4.5 minutes, 200 rounds, was found dead in his hotel room by the police minutes later.
And here's what we know at this hour. More than 50 people have been killed, well over 400 injured. That means about 1 in 50 people at the concert hurt. The shooter has been identified as 64-year-old Stephen Paddock. He is now dead. Police believe he was the only attacker and that he had more than 10 rifles with him in that hotel room.
Our senior national correspondent Matt Gutman has been on the scene all through the night. He joins us now.
Hey, good morning, George. That gunman raining gunfire down upon those 22,000 concert goers. As you mentioned, 200 rounds in 4.5 minutes. And those 22,000 people, they had nowhere to go. They were cheek to jowl, shoulder to shoulder. And from eyewitnesses, we hear that to a person, they all felt that their lives were in jeopardy. Overnight terror on the Las Vegas Strip, more than 400 transported to hospitals and 50 killed in the deadliest shooting in U.S. history. The gunfire exploding at a music concert near the Mandalay Bay Casino. At 10:08 local, blasts of automatic gunfire ringing out towards the end of a concert at the Route 91 Harvest Music Festival. 22,000 concert goers in attendance. Country star Jason Aldean performing on set.
It sounded like firecrackers, and everybody kind of got startled for a second. 2-3 seconds later, it started again, another burst. Everybody I saw in the bleachers hit the deck.
It was crazy. I've never seen anything like that in my life. I heard it. Boom, 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 boom.
Panic ensuing, concertgoers scattering, some hiding out in the basement of the nearby Hotel Tropicana. First responders rushing to the scene. They ferried the wounded victims by pickup truck, even using a barricade as a makeshift stretcher.
We need your truck. We just need to get people over to the hospital, okay?
We are looking in excess of 50 individuals dead and over 200 individuals injured.
Then, shortly after 11:20 p.m., SWAT teams zeroing in on the 32nd floor of the hotel.
All units on the 32nd floor, SWAT has explosive breach. Everyone in the hallway needs to move back.
Breach, breach, breach.
They set off an explosive device to enter the alleged suspect's room.
One of my officers was off duty attending the concert and lost his life.
At 1:30 a.m., police confirming the shooter was dead.
We believe right now that it was a self-inflicted gunshot wound.
The shooter, now identified as 64-year-old Stephen Paddock of Mesquite, Nevada, and overnight an urgent manhunt for his companion, Mary Lou Danley. She has been located. Authorities do not believe she's involved. This morning, a swarm of federal agencies, the ATF and FBI, on the scene to assist with the investigation. But amidst that savagery and all of that evil, there was tremendous heroism by those concert goers. Some people driving through the gunfire, picking people up, piling them in their truck. Other people covering their loved ones with their bodies. Friends plugging the wounds of their other friends with their hands, stuffing their wounds with their shirts, anything to help them. In many cases, they hauled them out of harm's way, over fences and under that stage, just to get them out of harm's way. In so many instances, putting themselves at risk. Robin, George.
Thank you, Matt. We're going to talk to one of those heroes right now. Earlier in the day, I spoke with Mike Cronk, who helped save his friend who had multiple gunshot wounds.
It was very horrifying. At first, it sounded like fireworks, and then my buddy that was standing right next to me said, "I'm hit," and then we knew it was real, and it was chaos. We got him down, and people screaming, and
he got hit right in the chest.
Just pretty horrific. My buddy got shot 3 times in the chest.
How is he doing?
Last I heard, I haven't been on the leave here, but he said he was going to be good.
My goodness. So tell us what happened in those moments afterward. How did you all get out of there?
Most people started scattering, and they climbed the fence, but I had to stay with my buddy. So we got him over the fence once the fires stopped and slid him under his stage so we were safe. And then we transported him around the backside of the event.
How did you get him around? How did you stop the bleeding?
Triage. There was 3 of us carrying him, and there was a cart. And so we got him on the cart, and we wheeled that around.
So you were able to get him to the triage, and then where did you all go next, and how did you find safety?
Well, I wasn't really worried about the safety part because I was going to stay with my buddy. There were no ambulances available, really, because it was a fire zone. So we actually got 4 wounded people in the back of a truck.
I know you got 4 wounded people in the back of the truck, but not all of them made it.
No, and no one of the guys in our truck did not make it either. I carried him out of the truck, and he passed away in my arms.
Oh, I can't imagine what that must have been like, but you had the presence of mind to try to get people to safety, but this all unfolded so quickly.
Very quick. It's surreal.
And in those moments, where were your thoughts?
My first thoughts were for my buddy, I mean, I wanted to make sure he was taken care of. But, we were pretty much yelling at everybody to stay down, That was what we needed to do.
Well, we're glad you're okay now. So sorry for your friend and all those who've lost their lives and loved ones in this. But Mike Cronk, thank you for being with us this morning.
Thank you.
A lot of selflessness in the wake of that terror.
Every time I hear his account, we're also learning more about the shooter this morning. We know that he is considered a local, opened fire from that hotel window right there at the 32nd floor. Let's bring back our chief investigative correspondent, Brian Ross, with more.
Well, good morning, Robin and George. At this point, authorities say there's no connection whatsoever to international terrorism. But this is clearly an attack that was well planned, carried out with a hard-to-obtain set of automatic weapons. The shooter checked into the hotel, into the 32nd floor, room 135, on Thursday night, and then last night at 10:08 Pacific time, he broke through the window and fired for 4.5 minutes, raining down bullets upon the 22,000 concertgoers. He fired some 200 rounds in 6 or 7 bursts with automatic weapons that fire at a rate of sometimes 600 rounds a minute. He was found dead when police breached the room, according to authorities there. His motive remains a mystery. All we know about him is that he once worked as an accountant. He had a private pilot's license. He had a hunting license. Police say there's no criminal record, no contact they know of with law enforcement, and as far as they know, no grievance with anyone in Las Vegas. His companion of at least 3 years, Marilou Danley, was being sought by authorities early this morning. They located her out of the country and said that she had nothing to do whatsoever with the attack. She posted photos of herself at the Mandalay Bay Casino 3 years ago at some sort of a slot machine contest where she was there with Paddock. But she has no connection whatsoever.
Brian, I wonder how they could conclude so quickly that she has no connection.
I think for the fact that she wasn't in the country. She was gone, apparently long gone. We don't know how long gone. But they do believe that she may hold a key as to what was the motive, what was going on in the mind of this killer.
Okay, Brian Ross, thanks very much. They're also searching the home of the killer. I want to go to Kenneth Moten, who's on the scene at the shooter's house. And Kenneth, just heard that the search has been completed at the house?
That's right, George. New information just in. We know that police, apparently they have been on the scene for quite a few hours, searching the home of Stephen Paddock. Just up the road here behind me, you can see police with Mesquite Police Department are still keeping us back from that house. They wanted to keep the area very secure. They've got a command center up the road. We do know in the early morning hours after the shootings, Mesquite police rushed to this neighborhood about 70 miles from Las Vegas and evacuated the people and the houses around Paddock's home. Police were not sure what they were dealing with, and they wanted to secure the house and this area. On the scene, the FBI, Las Vegas Metro PD, and 2 SWAT teams. Now, we know Paddock bought this house 2 years ago in this retirement community where people are now waking up this morning to the shocking news that their neighbor is a suspect in this deadly mass shooting. The neighbors we've spoken with, they say they have never seen him before. They haven't spoken with him before this mass shooting, so they don't know much about him at this point. We're talking to the local police chief just to try to learn more information if they've had any type of relationship or any encounters with Paddock. Again, investigators have not told us what they have found inside that home, but we know that their search of Paddock's house just wrapped up, George.
Okay, Kenneth Moten, thanks very much.
Can you imagine waking up and finding out that your neighbor did something like this? All right, ABC's Lindsay Davis is at one of the hospitals where they brought some of the 400 people who were injured. Good morning, Lindsay.
Good morning, Robin. Earlier today, we heard from a spokeswoman from this hospital, UMC Hospital, and she said, look, we are trained for mass trauma, yet they have never seen anything like this before. Of the more than 400 people who are injured, 104 of them were admitted here.
The terrifying shots ringing out.
Like all of a sudden we hear the pop, 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 and we just thought it was fireworks. So everybody just kept kind of standing there.
Concert goers quickly learned the pops were not fireworks, but an active shooter's machine gun firing off.
We were in the VIP seat, so to the right of the stage, and it sounded like it was right on top of us.
This morning, more than 50 dead. More than 400 transported to area hospitals.
And my other friend was praying over bodies that were dead. It was a horrible thing.
One of those killed, an off-duty Las Vegas police officer, there to watch the concert. 2 other officers injured in the line of duty, there to see the concert at this country music festival on the Las Vegas Strip when it was thrown into utter chaos.
It literally felt like it just continued for 20 minutes straight, and I still wasn't even sure if it was actually bullets until one of the times we paused, our friend was like, the guy next to us got shot.
This video shows Jason Aldean fleeing the stage as shots rang out. Concert goers scrambling to take cover. A stampede sending hundreds toward the exits of an open-air arena.
Everyone was kind of slow to react, but once they did, then it was just crowds running, like pandemonium, people just like running every direction they knew how.
Those who made it outside found anything to hide behind in the madness.
Everyone hid behind cop cars.
One woman says her car became refuge for one of the wounded.
There was a gentleman that was shot
And he said, can you help me? And so I put him in my car, and I had like 6 people in my car, people with shoes, running just to get away. And
with emergency crews quickly arriving on the scene, tending to the wounded, reports of victims even fleeing onto the Las Vegas airport runways.
Now, a perimeter of police cars still remains in place outside of this hospital as well as other area hospitals. They are not letting anyone in unless you happen to work inside the hospital. They are still diverting family members. And the Las Vegas police are also asking for people to donate blood. George and Robin.
Always something to keep in mind after something like this. And so many witnesses, as you know, have been sharing their emotional stories. Michelle Schmidt and her friend Wendy were both at the concert when the shooting started, and we had a chance to speak with them earlier.
Yeah, we do country music festivals all the time, and I've always had in the back of my mind that something like this would happen. And what we experienced was all of a sudden these gunshots were going off, pop, 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 very fast. And I said, what the is going on? And people just started running and yelling and screaming. It was very confusing. It was chaotic, scary. I called my husband and I told him that I loved him and my little girl in case I didn't make it, because we didn't know where they were. So we were just running and running. We went to the Hooters Hotel. Then we were told that there was a shooter coming that way. There was a lot of bad information. So I got to my truck. I had a hide key, and I got in, and I just drove the furthest away from the strip that I could. I picked up a grandma and a little girl, and the little girl was just asking if she was going to die. She was scared. And 2 other people I picked up too. And we brought him to somebody's house. We were safe.
Doing all that you can in that moment to help other people, and we've heard that over and over again. And Wendy, what was the situation like for you?
Well, we were just sitting at her boutique, and we heard a couple pops, and we're wondering, we didn't know that there'd be fireworks. And then people just started screaming and running, a stampede, and saying, somebody's shooting, somebody's shooting. So she told me to run, and we got separated, and so the shot stopped, and I had my son on the phone, and I looked back, and he started shooting again, and I could see the flashes from the Mandalay Bay, and I said, I see where it's coming, I see where it's coming. And he said, get out, get out. So I ran across the street to the Tropicana, where tons of other people were running as well, falling over, screaming for loved ones. Some were carrying wounded people, some were on the ground. It was pretty horrific. It was pretty. I never thought I would experience something like this.
No, nor should you or anyone. And Michelle, you were slightly injured in getting away.
Yeah, I got stampeded and I fell over a concrete barrier, but I haven't gone to the hospital because it's just swelling and there's a lot of trauma cases, so I just don't want to.
Bless your heart.
Go there.
Bless your heart.
Yeah.
Let me ask you. You said earlier. You said in the back of your mind you worried like something like this might happen. Why did you think this could happen?
Because I do these events, and the security that is for these events, it's not there. They check your bags a minimum. Granted, this one was in a hotel, but there's just such an opportunity for somebody to do this in such a mass crowd and kill so many people at one time. And it's just the perfect storm for something like this to happen. And I'm really rethinking of what I'm going to be doing because I don't want to do this anymore. I'm scared.
All right, that's understandable. Michelle and Wendy, thank you. We're thinking of you and everyone there, and we send you our love and our absolute best.
My guess is a lot of people will be rethinking the kind of events they attend. I want to go down to Cecilia Vega, senior White House correspondent at the White House right now. We're expecting to hear from the president shortly.
George, in just over 10 minutes, we're told by the White House that the president will address the nation about this shooting there in Las Vegas, and it will happen in the diplomatic room here at the White House. That's the same place that we heard from this president during his last address to the nation during that congressional baseball shooting in June. The reaction is coming in, George, all morning long. The president himself tweeting his condolences to those victims. Former President Obama tweeted his condolences. The First Lady, Melania Trump, has weighed in, as has the vice president. But I do want to draw your attention to one tweet that came in this morning from former Congresswoman, Gabby Giffords, who, of course, as everyone knows, herself was shot during a mass shooting in 2011. She says she is heartbroken by this scene that our nation is witnessing this morning. And she says no person should endure the horror Las Vegas experienced last night. This is a grave tragedy for our nation. I want to turn it back here to the White House. We have been talking all morning about the president's trip tomorrow to Puerto Rico, where he is scheduled to go. We are told by White House official that as of now, that trip is still on. There is no change to the president's schedule as expected. But first, as we've been saying, he will address the nation here in a little over 10 minutes. He finds himself in the very place that past presidents have had to address the nation in terms of mass shootings. However, this one, as we've been saying all morning, much different because it is the largest mass shooting in this country's history. The
largest one we have ever had. Well, it'll be interesting to see what the president has to say coming up in just about 10 minutes. We'll come back to you for that in just a little bit.
Yeah, we'll bring that to everybody live. And as you know, this is the worst mass shooting in American history. 49 people were killed in the Orlando Club massacre in June 2016. 32 people were killed at Virginia Tech in 2007, 27 at Sandy Hook Elementary School in 2012. There are the numbers. And now more than 50 in Las Vegas. The FBI is on the scene in Las Vegas, helping with the investigation, and our senior justice correspondent, Pierre Thomas, has the latest from D.C. Good morning, Pierre.
Good morning, Robin. The FBI is on scene. They're working closely with Las Vegas police. We're told that the Attorney General spoke with the sheriff in Las Vegas as well, also offering assistance. Again, law enforcement officials say it's a mystery this morning. They've checked all their databases, looking for any criminal information of note, looking for any ties to international terrorism. As of this morning, they had not found any. But again, they emphasize this very early in this investigation. They're extremely concerned right now that they have no clear indication of what the motive could be, Robin. And law enforcement officials also say that they're taking note that these type of mass shootings are starting to occur with increasing frequency in the United States. Of course, nothing seen of the scale that we've seen until today, Robin.
That's right. Pierre.
Okay, we're going to bring in our contributor, former FBI Special Agent Brad Garrett, right now. You just heard Pierre right there say no ties yet for international terrorism. Doesn't seem to fit that profile either. Yet we have seen at least one website have ISIS claiming responsibility.
Right, and I'm going to be surprised if this is an ISIS-driven attack. George, when Kenneth was reporting, there's one thing he said that's particularly important, that the neighbors have not seen Stephen. Now, that's a big statement because mass shooters tend to isolate themselves, because when you're isolated, you can further distort whatever you're going to do and justify your violent act. And so the idea that he may have secreted himself into his own residence and then, eventually, I think Thursday, maybe traveled to Las Vegas to sort of organize, plan, and get his head into committing this act. So all of that, George, does go together as far as what mass shooters typically do. And this guy, because he's older, it's kind of like you're dealing with a sort of a mask of sanity, that he looks like he's okay. Maybe to most people he is okay, and clearly he's not.
It looks okay on the outside, but the mind becomes a closed loop?
Yes. Inside the mind, he is twisting, turning, becoming more angry, wants to get this rage out of him. Basically, he knows his life is about to be over if he commits this act, but he's determined to do it because it's going to make whatever point he wants to make.
Hard to know exactly what happened with the companion who was found overseas. When I asked you the question I asked Brian Ross just a moment ago, what would lead authorities to conclude so quickly that she had nothing at all to do with this?
Well, I don't know. It sounds too quick to me. First of all, she's going to know a number of things about his mindset, which is extremely important. Maybe what they're saying is they have no direct link to weapons purchased, conversations about committing a mass shooting, maybe those. But clearly, from my view, she is a vital source of intelligence in figuring this guy out.
And what kind of clues would you be looking for to try to distinguish whether this is, and it's hard to think of the right words here, simply a crime, a mass murder, versus an act of domestic terror?
Because she's going to know what he's been disappointed about, what he's angry about, that he's been isolated more. If he drinks, maybe he's drinking more. Things that basically paint a very dark picture of him, because that's where these people go. They go dark. They go dark and they isolate. She can help with that. I assume she's been around him, in recent days or weeks. And so it's those pieces of information. If he has any friends at all, these people tend to cut themselves off from everyone.
Okay.
That link also can be of help.
Brad Garrett, thanks very much.
And earlier we spoke with Brian Claypool. He was also there at the concert and ran when he heard the gunshots.
Hey, Robin, I'll do my best. I can't even believe how many people were killed. But so I was sitting in the VIP section, and it was right near the stage, and I heard a popping sound. Thought it was fireworks. I looked up in the sky, didn't see anything. I was worried. Jason Aldean stopped singing. There was kind of a gap in his song. It was very surreal. I knew something was wrong. And then I heard shots fire, like just going off like they were right on top of us. So I ran to the front, up the aisle, laid face down on the aluminum. I was pulling people down because I think a lot of folks didn't realize at that point that the shooting was taking place. They were still sitting up. And I have to tell you, when I was on that ground, that shooting went on for, it had to have been 20, 30 seconds.
And you almost left early,
there was
Brian?
A gap.
Brian, you said you almost left early, too?
Pardon?
You almost left the concert early?
I was, Robin. Yeah, Robin, it was so ironic. I was going to leave and take a 7:50 flight back to L.A. today. But what's so surreal about this is I'm on the 24th floor of the Mandalay Bay. I have the exact view of this lunatic that killed everybody. And I was looking out that window this afternoon, and I said to myself, this looks so beautiful. It's such a beautiful setting that I'm going to stay an extra night and not go back. And then I go, and people are massacred because of that same view that I saw.
And I know that you were thinking of your daughter, Brian.
Yeah. So I have an 11-year-old daughter. Mm-hmm. And what happened, Robin, is after the first round of shooting, I ran down these steps. Then a gentleman screamed, "Get in this room," because we were in open fire then. We were running north, but we were right next to Las Vegas Boulevard. I go into this room. It was like a little production area. And the hardest moment for me is I saw like 6 young women. They were maybe 20, 22. They were all crying on the ground. I was trying to be calm. But I thought at the moment, I thought of the Orlando shooting because we were in this room. We didn't know where the shooter was. We thought he was just going to jump the fence and come in that room and shoot us all. So I didn't know whether that was the right decision. So I'm thinking, am I going to die like in this room? And then the shooting stopped. I peeked out the front of the door. I peeked my head out. Police officers screamed, "Go, go." And I rallied everybody out of that room, and we ran toward the back, further back of the venue. And that's where I saw 2 people shot. And then I found out an hour ago from the couple next to me that a young woman in the row. So there was a fence in front of the VIP section, then general admission. A young woman was killed, like, in the general admission section right in front of us. So go figure.
You can't figure something like this, Brian, and I'm sure you brought those young women more comfort than you could ever imagine. And
I really tried, Robin. I mean, I really felt like I needed to do something there because I had to rise above it. I was determined. I said to myself, these girls aren't going to die. I'm not going to die. I need to get home to see my daughter. This is not happening. Not happening.
Oh. Well, we're glad that you and those that were around you were okay. Brian, thank you.
Okay, but dealing with so much trauma overnight. We're coming up on 10:30 here in the East right now. Our coverage of this deadly mass shooting, the deadliest in American history at Las Vegas, that unfolded shortly after 10 o'clock Western time in Las Vegas last night. The shooter in the Mandalay Bay Hotel, shooting from the 32nd floor. That was the window he shot through. The windows don't open. There, 4.5 minutes, more than 200 rounds, 50 dead. 400 killed in Robin. The scene at that concert just terrifying.
Well, every time you see the video, George, just terrifying. Those moments, that gunfire rang out, and it was just when Jason Aldean was there on the stage. Take a listen. He continued to perform for a while because, again, not knowing what was happening, many people thought it was part of the performance. But this is what we do know at this hour. More than 50 people have been killed, more than 400 injured. The shooter has been identified as 64-year-old Stephen Paddock. He is now dead, and police believe he was the only attacker, that he acted alone.
That's right, and he likely killed himself as they breached. That's what they believe, as they breached the room. Want to go to Cecilia Vega at the White House now. We're expecting to hear from the president any moment.
Any minute now, George. He's expected to speak at about 10:30 Eastern time. This is the first time that he will address the nation on camera today. Of course, he did put out a tweet earlier this morning offering his condolences to the victims there in Las Vegas. And we were told very early this morning that he'd been briefed and was following these events closely. As we've been saying all morning, this is a very different position that this president has been in. All recent presidents, past presidents, have had to address the nation because of mass shootings under their watch. This one is different for this president because never before in the history of this country have so many people been injured and killed in one event like the one that we are seeing unfold there in Las Vegas. And of course, now with that comes this debate, and will come this debate here in Washington about gun control. Already, right now, the House could decide soon on a measure that would make it easier to buy silencers. This is a very controversial measure proposed by a Republican member from South Carolina. We're told that it is the goal of this measure is to help protect the hearing of hunters. Critics, on the other hand, say that it will make it harder to detect where the shooting is coming from during a mass casualty event like the one that we have seen in Las Vegas. And of course, the politics comes with this. Hillary Clinton is weighing in this morning, blaming and calling out the NRA for a measure like this. So certainly this is something that President Trump will have to address, this issue of gun control, in the days and weeks to come, as we often see presidents have to deal with in the wake of these shootings. But again, George, very soon now, any minute from here in the White House, President Trump will address the nation. This will take place in the diplomatic room, the same place, that same room here in the White House that he had to address the nation just a few months ago back in June in the wake of that shooting during that congressional baseball practice.
And of course, the president has been briefed. We'll see if he has any new details on the shooting as well. Cecilia Vega, thanks very much.
All this began about 10:08 local time, and it's the morning there, of course, now in Las Vegas. And as we see, Matt Gutman, you've been there on the scene all morning long, all night and all morning, and people just heading back to work.
Yeah, it seems like finally traffic is kind of opening up. The Strip hotels are now out of that lockdown. People are allowed back into the Mandalay Bay just as of a couple of minutes ago, and you can see traffic building up. There's still a massive police presence here. We have stopped seeing the ambulances flying by. That only ended 5 hours after the shooting. But Robert, I want to talk about the shooter's brother. We had a phone conversation with him earlier this morning. ABC got him on the phone. He said that an asteroid fell on us. He said the family is dumbstruck by this shooting. They didn't know that Stephen Paddock had this in him. They said that when authorities begin to drill down into his life, they will find nothing. And his companion, the woman we believe to be his girlfriend, Mary Lou Denley, she apparently, he said, was just a nice lady. He's known her, met her a couple of times, and never thought that either of them had this in them. Again, saying that the family is dumbstruck by the news that Stephen Paddock has committed the worst mass killing in U.S. history, killing 50, injuring over 400, and obviously throwing a city like Las Vegas into absolute trauma. Robin.
All right. And oftentimes we hear that the family members say something similar to the brother's shooter, that they had no idea. The president is about to speak, and we'll be right back.
This is my body of proof.
Proof of less joint pain.
And clear skin.
This is my body.
We are still standing by for the president to speak, and he will in just a moment. But let's bring back our contributors. Former Police Chief David Brown and Dan Abrams is here with us, and Ray Kelly, former Chief of New York Police here. When you see what has happened with them looking, Dan, I'm going to start with you, going to the shooter's home, what have you learned?
Well, what's interesting, first of all, is that it was part of a retirement community, which I think is interesting. But just as importantly is that as they were going into that house, in fact, before they went into that house, they evacuated 3 homes around his home. Why? Because they're worried about booby traps. They're worried that he set up his own home, as has happened before, in a way so that if and when the authorities went in there, it could explode. Now, no indication that that was the case here, but all the precautions appropriately being taken there before they went into the home.
It's the kind of case where the police can move relatively quickly.
Well, the police move quickly. You have to move quickly in a situation like this. And again, as Dan said, looking for any bit of information that can indicate motive. Is there ideology? What groups did he belong to? Clubs, that sort of thing. Is he as a shooter? Does he have a lot of practice in doing it? It's just again, so much we don't know about this individual. But I believe that we're going to see some strange behavior on him, as we always do when we drill down on people like this.
And David Brown, do you agree that we're going to with what Ray is saying right now?
Yes, exactly. And I just like to just take this away from all of the police response. It's been extraordinary, even though we've had this extreme loss of life, the most in U.S. history, in an active shooter situation. The police response has been extraordinary to figure out where this apartment was and then be on point with going to the home and realizing that it might be booby-trapped and trying to track down the female associate that he had. And then just the work that's being done now is extraordinary police work. And my hats go off to the Las Vegas law enforcement community for their response, even though their conscience has been shocked like everyone else's conscience, but they're doing the job and they've been working around the clock. And in the next coming days, they'll not shut down the investigation. It'll be continuing on for several days until they figure out what this guy's story is and figure out how we could prevent it in the future.
And Dan Abrams, Cecilia mentioned how the debate over gun control was going to get kicked up. Again, one of the big things police have to determine in the coming hours and days is, were these weapons obtained legally, illegally, were they modified to make them illegal?
That's right, because automatic weapons for personal use, meaning not at a range or something like that, is illegal in this country, basically across the board. There are a few exceptions, but the bottom line is almost across the board, automatic weapons are illegal. And this sure seems like a case where there were automatic weapons. Now, it is possible that you can reconfigure a semi-automatic weapon to make it fire automatically, but these are going to be the sorts of things that they're looking at also to figure out, how did he get the weapons? Where did he get the weapons? Were they legal, et cetera? So that's not even a debate about gun control on the whole. That's just an investigation into this crime.
Okay, President Trump standing by for President Trump speaking in just a moment. We'll be right back.
Psoriatic arthritis tries to get in my way? Watch me.
I've tried lots of things for my joint pain. Now, watch me.
I think I'd give up.
And we are back here on GMA, live coverage across the country of that deadly shooting in Las Vegas. And earlier this morning, I spoke with country singer Jake Owen, who's performing at the festival, witnessed the shooting. Jake, what can you tell us?
It was it was wild. I was on the stage actually watching Jason play. I had just come off stage previously, and standing there, you could hear the bullets starting to hit the roof of the stage, and people started fleeing everywhere. You can hear people screaming. At that point, the only way to go is just wherever it just sounded like gunshots were coming from all around us, and this is before any of us knew that it was coming from above. It was chaotic. I keep saying it was like a bad movie that you've seen before, but never thought it would be real life.
So you were actually right on the stage?
I was on the stage watching the show about 50 Jason. Jason turned around and started running back towards the drum riser to get out of the way once he realized that gunshots were being fired, and the crowd started running. It was a bad scene. I mean, there was people literally being shot. You could see blood everywhere. It was something that I don't ever, wouldn't want to ever see again or wish upon anyone else to see.
And it seemed like, Jason played for a couple minutes, and then he just dropped the guitar and ran off stage.
Yeah, well, I think what a lot of people don't understand sometimes is, when we're up there playing, we have those what we call in-ear monitors in our ears, so we can hear each other. And I don't think at first he could even hear the shots that were going off until I think someone maybe in his crew said, "Hey, you need to get off stage and run back here." Because I could tell he kind of stopped and started running. But at that point, we were all not knowing what to do.
Well, we're glad you're okay right now, Jake. Jake, thank you. Jake Owen, one of the many performers on the stage last night, one of thousands at that concert, 20,000 at the concert. President Trump is about to speak in the White House, the diplomatic room of the White House. He, of course, has been briefed this morning on the events, has already put out a statement by Twitter expressing his condolences for the families of those who lost their lives, the 400 injured. As we've been saying, this is now the deadliest mass shooting in American history. The president will be coming out to speak with what he knows and words presumably of comfort for the country.
And this is also where he spoke after what happened at the baseball field,
the shooting, the congressional softball practice back in June, where we just saw this last week, Congressman Steve Scalise, who was so badly injured in that shooting, returned to Capitol Hill last week. So many lives upended, though, this morning after that shooting in Las Vegas. Hard to imagine the scope of this killing. All the hospitals in Las Vegas right now dealing with the trauma, 50 dead, more than 400 injured. Cecilia Vega at the White House, as we keep our eye on the podium right there. Cecilia, talk about who the president's spoken with this morning.
About who the president has spoken with this morning. We know, in fact, that he has been briefed, and that happened very early on, and that he and this administration are monitoring this closely. We know that the White House, members of this administration, have been in touch with officials, as have members on Capitol Hill, been in touch with state and local officials there in Las Vegas. As we await that shot, we see that shot there of the diplomatic room here in the White House where the president will be speaking. George, you said it. Presumably, this is a president who will offer words of comfort. These are moments that form presidencies in this country. This is a role that now President Trump will be thrust to the counselor in chief. We all think back to President Obama in the wake of that Sandy Hook shooting, where he was teary-eyed and talking about the 26 people, the 20 children who were killed in that shooting. And he spoke repeatedly about it being the most difficult day in his presidency of 8 years in office. This is a country that will be looking to President Trump to offer unifying remarks this morning. And we know that that is something that this president, many would say, has struggled with at times of crisis, at times of challenge. This is a president who has often offered divisive comments, and so people will be looking to this White House right now for words of comfort, for words of unity, for words of consolation to those victims and those families and those rescue workers who are still very actively in that crime scene. George, I can tell you, and there's the president, George.
President coming in right now, President Trump.
Thank you. My fellow Americans, we are joined together today in sadness, shock, and grief. Last night, a gunman opened fire on a large crowd at a country music concert in Las Vegas, Nevada. He brutally murdered more than 50 people and wounded hundreds more. It was an act of pure evil. The FBI and the Department of Homeland Security are working closely with local authorities to assist with the investigation, and they will provide updates as to the investigation and how it develops. I want to thank the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department and all of the first responders for their courageous efforts and for helping to save the lives of so many. The speed with which they acted is miraculous and prevented further loss of life. To have found the shooter so quickly after the first shots were fired is something for which we will always be thankful and grateful. It shows what true professionalism is all about. Hundreds of our fellow citizens are now mourning the sudden loss of a loved one, a parent, a child, a brother or sister. We cannot fathom their pain. We cannot imagine their loss. To the families of the victims, we are praying for you, and we are here for you. And we ask God to help see you through this very dark period. Scripture teaches us the Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit. We seek comfort in those words, for we know that God lives in the hearts of those who grieve. To the wounded who are now recovering in hospitals, we are praying for your full and speedy recovery and pledge to you our support from this day forward. In memory of the fallen, I have directed that our great flag be flown at half-staff. I will be visiting Las Vegas on Wednesday to meet with law enforcement, first responders, and the families of the victims. In moments of tragedy and horror, America comes together as one, and it always has. We call upon the bonds that unite us, our faith, our family, and our shared values. We call upon the bonds of citizenship, the ties of community, and the comfort of our common humanity. Our unity cannot be shattered by evil. Our bonds cannot be broken by violence. And though we feel such great anger at the senseless murder of our fellow citizens, it is our love that defines us today and always will forever. In times such as these, I know we are searching for some kind of meaning in the chaos, some kind of light in the darkness. The answers do not come easy. But we can take solace knowing that even the darkest space can be brightened by a single light, and even the most terrible despair can be illuminated by a single ray of hope. Melania and I are praying for every American who has been hurt, wounded, or lost the ones they love so dearly in this terrible, terrible attack. We pray for the entire nation to find unity and peace, and we pray for the day when evil is banished and the innocent are safe from hatred and from fear. May God bless the souls of the lives that are lost. May God give us the grace of healing, and may God provide the grieving families with strength to carry on. Thank you. God bless America. Thank you.
President Trump, a somber President Trump, striking a note of unity there in the diplomatic room in the White House in the wake of an act he called pure evil. He said at times like these, the nation comes together as one. The president also citing scripture saying the Lord is close to the brokenhearted. God lives in the hearts of those who grieve. Robin, the president there, consoling words for the families, encouraging words for the first responders, and saying he's going to visit them.
Going there on Wednesday to visit with them, the families and the first responders, and praising the police department, the authorities there, and many share those echo those sentiments in knowing that in 4.5 minutes they were able to determine the location of the shooter.
And Cecilia Vega, our senior White House correspondent, the president also saying flags at the White House will be flown at half-staff. The Speaker of the House, Paul Ryan, has ordered the flags of the Capitol be flown at half-staff as well. And the president clearly there wanted to be seen as a president of all the people in the wake of this tragedy.
Very much so, George. Words of comfort from President Trump here this morning as those flags that you mentioned, you can't see them behind me, fly at half-staff just right here behind me above this White House. He used the word sadness, shock, grief. That is the state of this nation right now, and certainly that is the tone coming out of this White House. He says directly to the victims in this shooting that we are praying for you, that we are here for you. And as you mentioned, that he quoted scripture saying God lives in the hearts of those who grieve. In moments of tragedy and horror, America comes together, he says, as we all, as a country, search for meaning in this chaos. As I mentioned earlier, this is a president who, at times, many would say, has struggled to strike that tone of unity at times of chaos, at times of tragedy in this country, and he seems to have hit that today. Though now, as he walked away from that podium, he is the president who is presiding, unfortunately, over the most horrific, in terms of numbers, mass shooting in this country's history. A very sad day here, a very sad day for this White House. We are told that he is following the updates closely. We very well may hear from him again, George. He's got a busy day here at the White House. He's meeting the Prime Minister of Thailand. We will have cameras in the Oval Office as they meet today. We very well may hear from President Trump again later.
And Cecilia, we know the president going to Las Vegas on Wednesday. He was asked as he was walking out, are you going to Puerto Rico tomorrow? Your reporting is that trip is going to go on.
At this point, George, that's what we're hearing from a White House official, that his schedule as planned has not changed. So he is planning to go to Puerto Rico tomorrow. As you mentioned, he broke the news here during this address to the nation that he will go to Las Vegas on Wednesday. I always caution in covering this White House, anything can happen, anything can change. But as it stands right now, we're being told his schedule stands, and he is going to Puerto Rico on Tuesday, tomorrow.
Okay, Cecilia Vega, thanks very much.
Let's get now to our senior justice correspondent, Pierre Thomas. Pierre?
Robin, George, this situation is being dealt with at the highest levels of federal law enforcement. The Attorney General has met with the FBI Director. Homeland Security Secretary is involved as well. They're trying to get additional details. The key right now is to determine the motive. So far, there's nothing in the federal databases that would suggest a motive, nothing tying the suspect so far to international terrorism, no major criminal felony background that they can determine. So they're at a mystery. They're at a loss to determine why this took place. Now, we're also hearing that this arsenal in the hotel room will exceed 10 rifles, that there are more than 10 rifles, weapons in that room. Law enforcement officials, again, say the time is now to dissect this man's background, exploit phones, exploit whatever was uncovered at his home, look at his computers, talk to friends and associates to try to come up with a motive. They need to know why.
Pierre, I guess we'll find out when we see more of the surveillance footage, but I could understand somebody maybe being able to smuggle a gun or two, a rifle or two into a hotel room, but more than 10?
Yeah, I've been talking to sources about that today, and they say, look, when you're coming back and forth from a hotel, no one's checking your bags. No one's checking any kind of suitcase you might have. So it's completely possible in the open society that we have, where people are coming and going all the time, that this could have happened, George.
Just incredible. Okay, Pierre Thomas, thanks very much. We are live on the scene of that deadly shooting in Las Vegas. We've been live all morning long. We're going to stay on all morning long as well here on Good Morning America and across the country. Of course, as we've been saying, this is the deadliest mass shooting in American history. 50 dead, more than 50 dead, more than 400 injured. We've just heard from the president, expecting to hear from police officials in Las Vegas again over the next hour. Much more coming up here on ABC News and Good Morning America.
Good Morning America. It's 8 a.m. Breaking news. Deadly rampage in Las Vegas. Mass shooting at a country music festival. A lone shooter opening fire right above Jason Aldean's concert. out the window of a Mandalay Bay hotel room, firing for 4.5 minutes.
Even after we left, it just kept going and going.
More than 50 people dead, over 200 injured. Mass panic erupting on the Strip as thousands of concertgoers run for their lives. We hear from the eyewitnesses who were right there.
I heard these it was just going nonstop.
The deadliest mass shooting in American history. Our team bringing you the latest live from Las Vegas this morning.
Live in Times Square, this is Good Morning America.
And we do say Good Morning America in such a difficult way to begin the new week. We are live all across the country. The tragic news, the deadliest shooting in American history, and that is where it all unfolded. That is the hotel room where the shooter from the 32nd floor, where it all unfolded. He opened fire down on that country music festival in Las Vegas last night.
Squeezed off 200 rounds in about 4.5 minutes. We now know there's more than 10 guns, 10 rifles in his hotel room. President Trump just spoke. He just spoke from the diplomatic room. The White House called this an act of pure evil, ordered the flags of the White House to fly at half-staff, said he would be visiting Las Vegas to meet with the first responders and families of the victims on Wednesday. Here's what we know right now, as we've said, more than 50 people killed, more than 400 injured. Shooter has been identified, 64-year-old Stephen Paddock. He apparently killed himself as police approached the room. Police believe right now that he was the only attacker.
We have been live all morning long, all across the country. So let's go right to our senior national correspondent, Matt Gutman, who was on the scene a short time after all this happened. He's outside the Mandalay Bay Hotel and has the latest. Good morning, Matt.
Hey, good morning, Robin. The sight of that video and the sound of those people screaming and that gunfire is chilling. But what's most palpable overnight was the sense of fear as Paddock was pouring gunfire down on those 22,000 concert goers. There was absolute terror, and to a person, every eyewitness we spoke to felt that their lives were in jeopardy. Terror and carnage exploding on the Las Vegas Strip in what has now become the deadliest mass shooting in U.S. history. Just after 10 p.m. local time, a hail of gunfire raining down from the 32nd floor of the Mandalay Bay Hotel. From the window seen here, inside the room, more than 10 rifles. The shooter, now identified as 64-year-old Stephen Paddock of Mesquite, Nevada. Police say his target, 22,000 people attending a Jason Aldean concert in an outdoor venue just below the towering 43-story hotel. People bursting out into the runway of the bordering Las Vegas airport, taking shelter wherever they could. They ferried the wounded victims by pickup truck, even using a barricade as a makeshift stretcher. But one of the people you were with died in your arms?
He wasn't with me. We were helped transporting him, and we were getting him in the ambulance, and I was carrying him over there, and he passed away. So it's been a crazy night.
More than 50 dead and more than 400 wounded. Authorities saying Paddock acted alone, calling it a lone wolf attack. By 1:30 a.m., confirming he was dead in a Mandalay Bay hotel room.
All units on the 32nd floor, SWAT has explosive breach. Everyone in the hallway needs to move back. All units move back.
Breach, breach, breach.
Authorities also confirming they have located Mary Lou Danley, described as a 62-year-old Asian woman and a companion of the shooter. Police confirming she was not an accomplice and do not believe she had anything to do with the shooting. Now, amidst the savagery and the evil, we saw so much heroism of boyfriends and loved ones covering the bodies of their loved ones, friends literally plugging the bullet holes of the people who have been shot right next to them, other folks hauling people over fences and trying to protect them under the stage, everywhere people trying to sacrifice even their own bodies to protect the wounded. Robin, George.
Doing whatever anybody could. It was amazing to see that.
It certainly was. I want to go back to Cecilia Vega at the White House, our senior White House correspondent. Cecilia, we just heard from the president moments ago and now know he's visiting Las Vegas on Wednesday.
That's right, George. And pardon me, we've also learned that he has ordered flags to fly at half-staff at all federal buildings across the country, and that starts right here at this White House, where the flag on top of the building is now at half-staff here. He just wrapped up those brief comments, about 4 minutes long, where he said that this shooting is an act of pure evil. Take a listen.
Hundreds of our fellow citizens are now mourning the sudden loss of a loved one, a parent, a child, a brother or sister. We cannot fathom their pain. We cannot imagine their loss. To the families of the victims, we are praying for you, and we are here for you. And we ask God to help see you through this very dark period.
The president says that in moments of tragedy and horror like this, America comes together in times of chaos as we, as a nation, search for meaning and answers in the midst of all these questions out there. So he is offering very clearly words of comfort, words of unity, speaking directly to those victims and their families, as well as those first responders who are still out there in Las Vegas working through this scene. As we mentioned at the beginning here, he is going to Las Vegas on Wednesday. He just told us that in that address to the nation. And we are told that that trip to Puerto Rico at this point is still on for tomorrow. George and Robin.
Okay, Cecilia Vega, thanks very much.
And Brian, you're learning more about the shooter?
Absolutely. We know more about him, but less about the motive behind the evil he carried out. This is a photo of Stephen Paddock posted by his companion, Mary Lou Danley, on her Facebook page. Authorities this morning sought her, located her outside the country, and concluded she had no role at all in the shooting. Authorities have also been in contact with Paddock's brother, Eric, who talked to ABC News about Mary Lou Danley.
Well, they must have met there. Yeah. I mean, I think she worked at the hotel or something.
You think she worked at one of the hotels? Yeah. At the Mandalay Bay? Or
one of the hotels. I don't even know for sure.
Yeah.
The brother also told us he had no idea of any problems in his brother's background that would lead to this shooting.
We've been working with the Las Vegas PD all morning trying to make sense of this. I mean, anything we can do to help. He has no affiliation with anything, as far as we know.
And as best we can tell, no criminal record, no contact whatsoever with law enforcement that would lead them to think there's a motive, and they say no grievance at all. All that's really known about him is that he once worked as an accountant. He had a hunting license, a private pilot's license, and at one point sued a hotel in Las Vegas, not the Mandalay Bay, that was settled in arbitration.
Also at one point, quite a wealthy man.
Quite a wealthy man. He had several homes and worked in an apartment complex near Texas, and then ended up in this retirement community in Mesquite, Nevada.
And that could be key, because aren't these weapons that he used $50,000, $60,000?
Well, if they were the actual full automatic weapons, they could be weapons that were converted. We do know, according to his brother, that he was a regular at Las Vegas casinos.
We do know that. All right, Brian, thanks very much. So let's get to Kenneth Moton now. He's on the scene of the shooter's home there. Good morning, Kenneth.
Good morning, Robin. New information, and Mesquite police just wanted to clarify to say that the search of Stephen Paddock's home has been completed. They wanted to clear it for any potential booby traps or any problems inside that house just behind me here, but they say the FBI still has not processed that house for evidence. Take a look at these new images that we just got in. Police arrived here in the early mornings hours after this mass shooting and ripped off the garage door to make entrance to search that home, to execute that search warrant. Again, the FBI is arriving on this scene here in Mesquite to process this scene for the evidence we understand found inside, weapons and ammunition. We have also confirmed that Paddock lived here with that person of interest, that Mary Lou Danley, in this retirement community. Local and federal authorities will be on the scene throughout the day, securing this area and that house. George and Robin.
Okay, Kenneth, thanks very much. We want to go back to Lindsay Davis right now. She's at the University Medical Center in Las Vegas, where they've been treating the wounded all morning long.
And George, this hospital has trained for exactly this kind of thing, but certainly never had to implement it on such a large scale. This is the only level 1 trauma center in the state, which might explain why of the more than 400 people injured, more than 100 of them, 104 were admitted to this hospital. Many of them have since been discharged, but we know there's still some outstanding updates that we're looking for. We heard early this morning that 12 people were in critical condition. and that 8 people went right into the operating room. So we're looking to get status updates on them. We know that this hospital only has 18 beds in the ICU. At the same time, they've opened this road up, so there's now traffic going in, but not, you can only access the hospital if you are a doctor or if you are staff here at the hospital. They're still mandating IDs. I talked to a police officer a little while ago. He said don't expect that to change anytime soon, and they want to keep getting that message out for family members not to come here but go to police headquarters. George and Robin.
So to be clear, they're still not allowing family members to enter the hospital.
They're still not allowing family members, exactly.
All right. Thank you, Lindsay. We're going to have much more of our live coverage of the deadly shooting in Las Vegas when we come back. Back here on GMA, we continue to be live across the country, bringing you the latest. What happened in Las Vegas last night. The shooter killing more than 50 people, injuring more than 400. The gunman, a 64-year-old man, opened fire on 22,000 people as they gathered there for a country music festival.
One of the 22,000 people there was Jasmine Barbuska. She joins us now. I think she's on FaceTime with us. She's gotten away from Las Vegas right now. Jasmine, thank you for joining us right now. I know you were there at the moment this all unfolded. Tell us what you saw.
So Jason Aldean was on at the time. The music was really, really loud. When we started hearing the gunshots, we thought it was fireworks. Then we heard the gunshots again, and that's when Jason Aldean stopped singing. We all just looked at each other like that was not a firework. In that moment, the gunshots came on again. We heard a lot of echoing of the gunshots. We didn't know where they were coming from. We didn't know who had the gun. We all just got down. We didn't know where to go, what to do. Trapped, in that case, everybody was just screaming, trying to find a way to fit, trying to get down. We were all standing up pretty straight, and we were all really packed in. So when it was time to get down, we fell on top of each other. Everybody was stumbling, just trying to get some coverage. There was none, unfortunately. When the gunshots went off again, that's when we just took off. We didn't know which way to go. We just went to the nearest exit or to the nearest wall. Unfortunately, the people that went the opposite direction of me went towards where the gunman was, and they were hit far worse. When my friend and I were trying to run away, we got to a wall. Since we're at a festival, it's all pretty barricaded with fences and walls. It's hard to get out. So we were tearing down walls, trying to climb. There was a lot of men trying to pretty much throw the women over the fences, trying to help the women escape first. When we were able to climb over, we just started running. All you heard was just gunshots, and every time the gunshots would come down, you just start getting to the ground, and then when they would stop, you get up and you just try to climb the fence again. And we finally made it over. We were running through the field, the parking lot. Everybody just ran through the streets. There was cars, there was policemen.
We might have lost the connection there with Jasmine, just describing the chaos right there. One of the other things she said, let's see, do we have her back now?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, and what you were describing, you said men stopping to help women over the wall. You saw some real heroism.
Yeah, it was pretty intense. In that moment, I'm thinking, I got to get out of here. I'm going to be dead in 5 seconds. For a man to stand there, be the only man, and he's helping all the women get down. He's helping the women climb. He's doing everything. There were men going over their wives, their girlfriends, to block them. Unfortunately, those men got shot. But I mean, there was lives saved. I wasn't the one doing it, but whoever was, I don't know who the man was, but there was a man who probably saved a good 20 women's lives. He was really brave.
That is just incredible. And the bullets were coming close to you.
They were right behind. None of us knew if it was going to hit us or not. They were all over us. How I did not get shot, by the grace of God. Honestly, we ran. I don't know. We ran. We climbed.
I know how hard it is, how hard it has to be for you to live those moments. I know it's images you can't get out of your head right now, Jasmine. Thank goodness you're okay, and you have escaped this point. How long did it take you to get out of there?
It felt like forever. We couldn't get over the fence. The fences wouldn't come down. We finally got to a brick wall, and as you can imagine, most of us women are wearing shorts. We're trying to climb this brick wall that's 4 feet higher than us, trying to figure out how are we going to get short women to climb over this thing. We're getting scraped up. We're just, I mean, really fight or flight mode just kicked in, and you just go, the gunshot, like any moment. Like when I look back, I was running and I look back and you just see people laying out on the floor and you just go.
Have you been able to talk to your children yet?
Me. No. No, not yet. I don't want to talk to them over the phone. I'm going to wait till I get home to see them and talk to them. I don't think I'd be strong enough. They wouldn't understand why mommy's crying, you know? So I think it's best to wait till I get home.
And you can give them a hug.
Yeah, and you tell them that they have a strong mom. They have a very strong mom. What you've endured and how you've handled everything. Yeah, by the grace of God.
Thank you, Jasmine. We're praying for you.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
Oh, it gets to you when you're hearing what these people have been going through. It happened just shortly after 10 p.m. local time there in Las Vegas. I don't know what it was. I mean, we've heard these stories after stories, but it was something about her and knowing that her family didn't know anything about her. And to hear her talk about how people were so unselfish, George.
Giving up their lives.
Giving up their lives, and the people that they didn't even know to try and help them as much as they could. And we're hearing from so many people, aren't we, Amy?
It's a tearjerker there to hear her talk about wanting to go speak to her kids in person, because it's just so traumatic. It's hard to imagine. But yes, so many people are weighing in around the world, an outpouring of support. The music world obviously stunned, as we all are, by this horrific shooting. The Route 91 Harvest Music Festival was intended to be a 3-day celebration of country music in the heart of Las Vegas, but we know now that community is reeling. Overnight tragedy striking the Route 91 Concert Festival. A lone gunman opening fire on the sold-out crowd in Las Vegas. Quickly, the reactions on social media began pouring in from the stars featured in that tragic event. Country music singer Jason Aldean performing on stage when those fateful shots began. Just minutes before his performance, Aldean talking about his excitement.
We're looking forward to it being a good night, for sure.
After the incident, Aldean posting on Instagram, "Tonight has been beyond horrific. My thoughts and prayers go out to everyone involved tonight. It hurts my heart that this would happen to anyone who was just coming out to enjoy what should have been a fun night." Performer Nick Miller watching it all unfold from the crowd.
At first, I heard a sound that I thought was just fireworks, and then it turned into continuous machine gun fire.
Singer Jake Owen, who was on stage minutes before Aldean. "Gunshots, pray to God." Then 2 hours later, this chilling tweet. "I witnessed the most unimaginable event tonight. We are okay. Others aren't. Please pray." Music's biggest stars offering support this morning. Mariah Carey saying, "My thoughts are with the victims and their families." Fans fleeing this chaotic scene, reminiscent of previous mass casualties involving concerts. Earlier this year, a suicide bomber detonating explosives in Manchester, England, after an Ariana Grande concert, killing 22 and injuring 116 others. And this attack in front of a sold-out crowd in Paris, the gunman opening fire, killing 89 people trapped inside the Bataclan concert hall. And words of support growing by the moment. Taylor Swift just tweeting this: "There are no words to express the helplessness and sorrow my broken heart feels for the victims in Vegas and their families." Rihanna calling it an act of terror, saying a prayer for all the victims and their loved ones. Also, for the residents and visitors of Las Vegas, this was a horrific act of terror. And Hamilton creator Lin-Manuel Miranda saying he is heartbroken by the news and praying for those of us waiting for news from loved ones who went to hear live music on a Sunday. We know this was a 3-day festival. Last night was the largest crowd, about 22,000 people there on the Strip. And again, there to have a good time, there to listen to their favorite music. It's just unspeakable how horrible this tragedy is.
And you point out now the third big concert, people try to turn just a night of joy into a night of terror.
It's hard to imagine that it keeps happening.
I know. When will it end? That's what you keep hearing on Twitter as well. When will it end? The FBI is on the scene there in Las Vegas, as you can imagine, assisting with the investigation, and our senior justice correspondent, Pierre Thomas, has the latest on that. Good morning, Pierre.
Good morning, Robin. The FBI is there assisting, going through the crime scene. They will be in charge of overseeing the forensic and gathering of the evidence. Again, every database of the U.S. government has been checked so far. Nothing showing any type of motive, nothing showing any type of ties to international terrorism at this point. No major criminal background that has been determined at this point. Law enforcement officials deeply concerned about this because they need to understand the motive, to understand the why. But, Robin, I can tell you and George this. Guns in this country, and we're not going to make this a political issue, but just here's some facts. So far this year, more than 11,652 people have died in gun-related incidents. There have been more than 46,000 gun-related incidents, and also 273 mass shootings so far, in which 4 or more people were shot.
273. What a number that is. Okay, Pierre Thomas, thanks very much. Let's bring in former FBI Special Agent Brad Garrett for more on this right now. And Brad, we just learned a short while ago from the police, not 10 rifles in that hotel room, but more.
Yeah. And it just lets you know, George, he was determined to commit the mass casualty that he ultimately did do. And it was like the following: I'm going to keep shooting until either I run out of ammunition or they come in and kill me. Now, my guess is we may have had a lot bigger count of people killed and injured if, in fact, the SWAT team hadn't gotten in there so quickly.
Yeah, they got there in about 4.5 minutes, and it seems clear now, given the number of weapons he had, that what he was doing was basically emptying the cartridges on a rifle and throwing the rifle down, picking up a new one.
Right, and as you and I talked a few hours ago, that makes more sense to me, because it was just there was not enough time between the shooting, unless he's really good at reloading, for it to pick up. But clearly, you drop a weapon, grab another one, takes no time at all.
Yes, and Brad, we don't know a lot yet about him, but from what we know so far, the police know so far, no criminal record, no ties to international terrorism.
And I think you go to his age. He's in his mid-60s, doesn't have, it appears, any sort of connection to extremist groups. So this is all about revenge in his head that maybe nobody else but him knows it.
Okay, Brad Garrett, thanks very much. We are continuing our live coverage. Going to take a short break right now for local news and weather. For some stations, our live coverage will continue in just a moment. We'll be right back. Our live coverage continues here on GMA, and earlier this morning I spoke with Nick Miller, a performer at the festival.
I played at the festival earlier in the day, and we had come back to watch Jason's set, and yeah, we were just there enjoying the set when this all happened.
So where were you exactly?
I was actually quite far back in the crowd, probably I'd say 100 or so yards from the stage. And at first I heard a sound that I thought was just fireworks. Everybody kind of looked surprised, and then it turned into continuous machine gun fire. And yeah, it was just a really shocking experience. How'd you get out? What'd you do? Well, I saw the crowd coming towards me, a lot of panicked people screaming. So I turned to run, and I and it was like a beer somebody spilled or something, and so I actually thought I was going to get trampled. So when I got up, the gunshots were still firing. I looked around. The worst thing was I couldn't see Adam or we were there with his family. I couldn't see them, but the gunshots were still firing. So I just ran, and I told Adam as soon as I got outside the festival gates. And he had ran in a different direction, and so we just went about, getting in touch with his family, and luckily we managed to account for everybody. I ran to the Tropicana Casino, that's where I am now, and we're in the convention hall. It seems they're bringing everybody in here, and we're just waiting here for any further updates of what to do next.
Have they told you now the situation? We've heard from the police that they believe this was a sole shooter. They believe this is contained. Are they having you stay in place, or you're free to move around?
I wasn't a bad kid.
I was just going through a rough time.
But then you were there.
You were the bridge.
The helping hand.
Continuing our live coverage across the country as we follow the devastating shooting in Las Vegas, and that's where it happened, from that 32nd floor of the Mandalay Bay Hotel, where a gunman opened fire on a country music festival, shooting at concertgoers from the 32nd floor. My goodness.
22,000 were there. He had more than 10 rifles in that room. Apparently killed himself as police came to the door. That was when the scene unfolded. Jason Aldean on the stage at the festival. First, no one was quite sure what was going on. They heard gunshots, didn't know they were gunshots, thought it might have been fireworks. But within seconds, it was clear panic, pandemonium on the scene, people running in every direction, so many feeling trapped in that moment, and so many killed and wounded. More than 50 dead, more than 400 injured. As we've been saying, the deadliest mass shooting in American history. What we know about the shooter, he was on the 32nd floor, Stephen Paddock, 64-year-old white male. That's a picture of him right there. Police found him as they went into the room. Believe he acted alone. No, he shot himself as they approached the room as well. So far, no criminal record, but that was the scene. He blew through the windows, shot for 4.5 minutes, 200 rounds, more than 200 rounds, finding their targets. Police have no indication yet of the motive for Stephen Paddock. That was what they're trying to pin down right now. Earlier today, that's his home in Nevada, just about an hour outside of Las Vegas. I want to bring in Matt Gutman. The search has been completed at that home. Las Vegas stabilized now, but is City Matt still in shock?
Completely in shock, Georgia. You can see the traffic is finally starting to open up, and it is about 9 hours after the attack. It took that long for the Las Vegas Strip, the famed Strip, to finally open up. And you mentioned that gunfire pouring down into those 22,000 concert goers. And what is perhaps most astounding is that we almost never hear of automatic gunfire being used in attacks like these. It is almost always semi-automatic, and you can hear that tack, 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 that repetition of automatic gunfire. And what we're talking about here is the caliber of the bullets. They were able to go down from 32 floors. It was clearly well over 100, 200 yards away. That is a long shot for an assault rifle, or a medium shot. It is unclear at what he was aiming. It is possible that he didn't really need to aim, just raining gunfire down on those innocent concert goers below. And as we talk about the trauma that this city has suffered, it's also worth talking about who these concert goers were. I mean, they were a complete cross-section of America, from Nevada here all the way to Las Vegas. You just spoke to a man from Australia. Everybody reveling in this sliver of Americana here, country music and everything that goes around with that culture. And there's also this beauty of outpouring of bravery that we've seen. People covering their loved ones with their bodies, sheltering them, trying to get them over fences, driving them out of harm's way, even as that gunfire rang out, creating makeshift triage centers. And you might see this video right now, which is one of the things that has astounded me most, George and Robin, is watching the ingenuity of people in this absolutely chaotic moment as the gunfire continues and the pandemonium ensues, to use barricades as stretchers, trying to do anything to get these people out of harm's way. And one of the critical issues was that we see a lot of tall buildings here in Las Vegas, and what happens, there's a canyon effect, and that created a sense of chaos for first responders and law enforcement trying to get back to the place where they thought the shooting was happening, also for the people on the ground, and that slowed medical assistance to the people who needed it. So people had to set up their own triage centers. We spoke to a man earlier today, Mike Cronk, you did as well, who was in a truck, a flatbed truck, 8 people on the back of that truck, bleeding, one of them dying on the way to this very spot as they were trying to get them medical assistance. And that might be one of the reasons that that death toll is so astoundingly high here. People just couldn't get out, and horrifically and heartbreakingly, they just died on the way. They bled out as they were led to safety here. George and Robin.
Oh, my my gosh, because you have to thank you, Matt, because remember also what they've been saying, being in that concert like that, they were pinned in.
Lots of barricades.
Because all those barricades, and they were able to use those barricades, as Matt said, to help in the end, but still, it prevented people from being able to get out, and over 400 injured, and they were sent to hospitals all in the Las Vegas area, and Lindsay Davis has been there for us all morning long. But Pierre Thomas as well, just tell us what you've been able to determine so far at this hour, Pierre.
Again, law enforcement officials have been checking all the databases they have. They have a massive amount of databases they look for in terms of criminal activity, that they look for in terms of terrorism, in terms of ties to overseas groups. So far, nothing significant is what I'm being told over and over by sources. They're deeply concerned about that because they want some answers. They need to know why this man allegedly went to that hotel and mowed down all these people in the most cold-blooded fashion. And law enforcement officials say that the Attorney General, the FBI Director, have been in communication, as have Homeland Security officials. This is the top law enforcement priority at the moment.
Many in search of answers, many.
We do have Lindsay Davis right now outside the University Hospital in Las Vegas. Lindsay.
Yeah, George, police ask for people to donate blood, and they are getting an overwhelming response. We're hearing that hundreds of people are lined up at the blood services building here, that there's a line wrapped around the building. We just spoke to a police officer who said, hey, let people know there are pop-up blood drives, emergency blood drives taking place all over the city. And so people just want to help. They want to do something to give of themselves in the face of this tragedy. And at the same time, we're trying to learn more about the victims. All we know at this point is a lot of people out on a Sunday night just trying to have a good time and listen to some country music. What we do know is that of the two people injured, they were police officers in the line of duty, one of them critically injured, and of the deceased, one was an off-duty police officer, again, just there to enjoy the concert. George and Robin.
But those stories just beginning to come in right now. We're also waiting word of a press conference on the scene in Las Vegas. Sheriff Joseph Lombardo has been on the scene. He's already done several press conferences already. They've been very transparent with the information so far today, and we've learned a fair amount. We've learned that police believe that Stephen Paddock acted alone. We've learned that they believe that he has no ties to international terrorism.
They've really done a wonderful job of getting the information out to the public about what was going on.
Saying what they know, saying what they don't know
right
at this time, and there's a lot they don't know as well. Still no word on a motive. Likely the sheriff will be joined by representatives of the FBI, the ATF, other law enforcement officials. Let's listen now to Sheriff Lombardo.
Did the attorney general make his way over? Okay. Where's Carlos? Are we ready? Kevin, can you come up? Well, good morning, everyone. For those of you that don't know, I am Sheriff Lombardo for Clark County. I don't have very much more to update you with from our previous briefings. One thing in particular that has changed in the negative is our body count. You know what, that's the wrong way to say it. The number of people that have died associated with this event has increased. Right now we're using the number of 58. I just was informed that it may be 59 of an individual that may have expired at Sunrise Hospital. So in normal fashion, I do not want to give you bad information, so please do not press me on that number until we get further into this investigation. The number of injured, we are using the number of 515. And as you can tell, as the hours go by, that number continues to increase. We have not received any additional intelligence associated with the suspect. We have completed the search warrant in Mesquite. I am not aware of any derogatory information that we can utilize to furtherance of this investigation at this point, but we have just recovered items, and it will take a little while to evaluate that information. We have learned information of additional property in northern Nevada, and the FBI has responded to the location and will be serving a search warrant here shortly. We have completed the investigation at the room.
We have collected all the items associated with the suspect, and we are in the recovery phase of that. The Mandalay Bay itself has gone back to service minus the 32nd floor, and they would like everybody advised that if they are separated from their hotel room, they have the ability to return to the hotel. Now, the location in question, the concert hall, we will be in a long process of body recovery out there and evidence recovery and evidence documentation. So you're going to have to ask the public's patience, and as we bring information forward, it's a long, laborious process to identify the victims and reunite them with the family members to advise them of their situation. So we still have the families responding to the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department headquarters in order to conduct a reunification of their family or friends. Eventually, in the next few hours, actually, I don't want to give you a skewed timeline, but approximately 1 p.m. we will request the family members to respond to the convention center area to utilize a larger space, and we could bring in the victim advocates to assist with the family members in the long term. Right now it's just a temporary phase associated with the reunification. Additionally, we're asking to solely utilize United Blood Service for blood donation and UMC as the only places to donate blood. We had some resource issues associated with the Laborers Medical Clinic. I applaud their effort to help us in that effort, but we have some resource issues associated with that. So better utilize lvmpd.com to ensure that you know where those United Blood Service locations are, so we can get the needed life-saving blood for the victims associated with this. At this point, as you can tell, I have several individuals to my rear that would like to make comment. Reference the ISIS statement. I want to bring that up now. So I give the opportunity to Special Agent Rouse to respond to that from the FBI, and he will explain what we know now reference ISIS claiming this individual. Thank you.
Good morning. As this event unfolds, we have determined to this point no connection with an international terrorist group. As this investigation continues, we will continue to work with our partners to ensure that this is factually, thoroughly, and absolutely investigated to be able to bring comfort and peace back to this community. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ruben Kiwen. I'm the congressman for the 4th Congressional District here in Nevada. I just want to say thank you to law enforcement and to all the first responders who are now fighting tirelessly to protect and save lives. I had the opportunity to stop by Sunrise Hospital earlier this morning. Saw firsthand a lot of the victims, a lot of the family members, but I also saw a lot of nurses and doctors that were working tirelessly to save lives. And today is a very sad day for Nevada. It's a very sad day for Las Vegas. But if anything good came out of this is that I saw humanity. I saw our community come together. I saw strangers helping strangers and saving lives. And so I do want to say thank you to the sheriff and to Metro Police, to firefighters, the doctors, the nurses, and everybody who is working tirelessly to save lives at this precise moment. I know we're going to get through this, and our city will be stronger. Thank you so much.
I'm Clark County District Attorney Steve Wolfson, and on behalf of the Clark County DA's office, our thoughts and prayers go out to everybody associated with this event. Two of my young female prosecutors were actually at this concert close to the stage. And I've spoken to both of them this morning, and they're pretty rattled. They're pretty shaken up. This was a horrific event, to say the least. This is a classic WMD. This is a weapon and a man of mass destruction. What I'm pleased so much about is how this doesn't involve politics in the sense of Republican or Democrat. We are here. All of us are Nevadans. And I'm very proud to be present with the other leaders here because we're working together to get through this. I want to thank Sheriff Lombardo for your leadership in leading us through this terrible, terrible day. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner. Thank you, Sheriff. I want to first off begin by thanking the Sheriff. I got down here 8 or 9 hours ago, and there weren't many of us here 8 or 9 hours ago. There was just a handful immediately after this incident. But I can tell you that our first responders, both the fire men and women of the fire department and Metro, were on their way in when this all happened. We've got first responders that are literally covered in blood. As a result of this, there's a lot of victims have not been identified as of this point, but they have stepped up. It was a sole shooter. There is no further threat that we're aware of, no immediate threat. I want to assure everyone that's listening that here's our words, that Las Vegas is safe. The men and women at Mandalay Bay and MGM Resorts have been incredible in terms of communicating and working with the Sheriff's Office in order to assure us that everybody can, be taken care of, get back into the rooms, and that they all understand that we are safe and we are doing everything humanly possible to protect all our tourists and our citizens in Clark County. That being said, the Sheriff and I have set up a GoFundMe account that some of you might have seen. We have been inundated with phone calls and emails and text messages of people asking what they can do. There's going to be a lot of family members that are going through an awful lot at this particular time. As the Sheriff said, we have over 500 in our hospitals being treated, and we need to provide them with some sort of support. So we have done that, and I just can't say enough about the fine men and women that are our first responders here in Clark County, and all of the cities and jurisdictions have pulled together. And I thank them all for that. We've pledged the full resources of Clark County to assist the Sheriff and the FBI in any way humanly possible. It will be at his service, and we ask for your prayers. God bless you.
Go ahead, Mayor. I want to thank you all. I'm Mayor Carolyn Goodman of this great city, and absolutely mirror what Commissioner Sisolak had spoken to about the great response, rapid, thorough, of our first responders and law enforcement. I spent part of last night and was late this morning with you all because I was over at UMC in the trauma unit, and it's been a very, very difficult time for us. And as we look forward to continuing what our great city does, we offer a safe place. This is a crazed lunatic full of hate. We don't know much about his background, but it certainly is not an extension of what we believe in, what everybody who lives here and works here and those who visit here want to see. This is something that was simply outrageous, uncalled for, and so many innocent people, young people, children, parents who've lost loved ones, and so many still suffering in the hospitals, gone through major surgery. We have some that were hit quite lightly with shrapnel as they were near the exits. It's been a hugely traumatic time for all of us and for our visitors who love country music, many of whom have come from the northern part of our states here and just really came here for a wonderful, safe time. We pride ourselves in our law enforcement. They are unequaled. They are so rapid to respond, so thorough in what they do, and our first responders have been simply phenomenal. It is a city and a community that has pulled together. Everybody is working so hard to make sure that we are taking care of the needs of the families and those who've lost loved ones. And it's just been a very, very traumatic time for everybody. The President gave a beautiful message, and he will be visiting us either sometime later today, tomorrow, or Wednesday. Great concern, and we just know that the entire community, I have so many mayors that have called, governors who have called me personally to express their support, help, and what we ask for is blood. That's the main thing right now, is that if our people want to do something and they are healthy, then please donate blood. We'll have plenty of banks available. Always call a hospital if you're unsure where to go. So thank you very much. And Madam Congresswoman, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to step in front of you.
You always go before me, Mayor. It's a pleasure to follow you.
Well, thank you very much. I'm Dina Titus. I represent Nevada's District 1. It includes the fabulous Las Vegas Strip, including the Mandalay Bay, where this horrendous act took place. You know, so many times I welcome people to Las Vegas and all the excitement and entertainment and fun it has to offer. Never thought I'd be standing here trying to offer solace and my office assistance to victims of something like this that would happen. All through the night, we were briefed by law enforcement. I thank you, Sheriff, and your team for all that you did, and the first responders. Mainly, we were trying to stay out of the way because you don't want to turn a personal tragedy into a political event. Today, my office will be giving blood, as the mayor said. They appreciate your thoughts and prayers, but what they need is blood. We'll be open to do anything we can to assist. But, you know, I've just been hearing all these stories of heroism that occurred in the midst of this tragedy. You had off-duty police officers who were there just for the concert, for an evening of fun, who were able to help people get shelter and who were able to identify the location of the shooter. And just random strangers, a friend of some of my staff members who lives in the district, said they were running, being trampled. Somebody just opened a van door and pulled them inside for shelter and safety. That's the kind of people we have here in Las Vegas who are willing to reach out and help one another. And so I thank all of our law enforcement. I thank the first responders, those in the hospitals where people are just in the halls, in the parking lot, trying to take care of so many. And please call on our office if there's any way we can be of assistance.
I'm Adam Laxalt, Nevada's Attorney General, and I want to echo what a lot of people have said today. I've been here since about 2 in the morning, and the job that Metro and our law enforcement and first responders have done is just absolutely remarkable. We've never been hit with such a tough situation in this city, and to see the poise and the pressure that they're able to perform under was truly astounding. I believe that they're always going to be able to get us out of these situations. Our law enforcement will be able to step up to the plate when we need them most. And of course, the city and our state will bounce back. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hey, I just want to add one more thing before we have the governor come up. I got to ask you to do something else. When you see one of these men or women wearing a badge or members of our fire department, tell them thank you. Their selfless actions saved the lives of hundreds of people. Not a dozen people, hundreds of people. This death count would have been many hundred more were it not for the brave work of every single one of these men and women that you see wearing a badge, members of our fire department, our first responders, our police department. So please, I encourage all of you watching, next time you see one, just say thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Governor Brian Sandoval. You know, I don't know if I have words to describe what we're going through and what these poor, unfortunate victims are going through. We're angry, we're grieving, we're confused, people are hurting. You know, I want to thank the sheriff and all the first responders. You know, I just had an opportunity to visit some of the patients in the hospital, and it's unimaginable what people are going through right now. You know, you got family members who are here and don't have anyone to reach out to. But the first responders and what they've done, it's their finest hour. Their finest hour. And the way that the sheriff and the Metropolitan Police Department have handled this event is unprecedented. The paramedics who came on the scene in basically what was a war zone and treated all those men, women, and kids. The healthcare professionals at the hospitals, the doctors who came from all over the valley to do whatever they could. And now, you know, we don't understand what's happened, and I'm sure we'll find out a little more from when Metro continues to do its investigation. I do know for everybody watching, and I want to thank the President of the United States, the other governors that have reached out to me to offer their help and assistance. We need blood, so if anybody can contribute blood, anybody in the Las Vegas area or locally who can do that. But as we move on, we'll learn more. We're going to need this help. This is obviously an unprecedented event in our nation's history, and we're going to have to learn from this. We're going to have to fight through this. We have to stop and pray for the families and for the victims. We have to rely on our faith in a time like this to get us through all of it. I couldn't be prouder of the way that Nevadans have responded to this and what they've done. Doctors and nurses and everyone else who's worked through the night to save lives. And they've told me they've saved lives that if not for their organization and their professionalism and their training. So again, Sheriff, thank you for the courage that you've shown. To the people that were at the concert, you see courage and compassion there. People helping total strangers, risking their own lives to help people. That really speaks highly to the character of America. So again, there's a lot to learn from all this. It was a cowardly, despicable act that I'm very angry about. There's not much we can do, but we can learn. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you for everybody's care and concern. I said, I'm really proud to be with everybody who's here, the mayor, the congressman, the attorney general, the sheriff, the congressman, our law enforcement. This is the Nevada family at its best. So God bless all of you. And God bless, most importantly, the families, the victims, the mothers, the fathers, the sons, the daughters, the aunts, the uncles, cousins, nephews, nieces, friends, and neighbors. And for everybody who's watching, please stop for a moment and pause and say a prayer for them. Thank you.
Sheriff Barlow. Hold on a second. I'll take questions here just shortly. As you can see, we had the opportunity to have some of Nevada's delegation here today, and some are missing. But I don't want them slighted because they all reached out to me, Senator Heller, Senator Masto, and Congresswoman Rosen. They all reached out to me throughout this tragedy and offered their assistance. So I don't want them slighted just because they're not standing behind me. Additionally, I have a chief of police next to me, and that's Chief Troy Tanner of the Mesquite PD. He has been instrumental in the assistance of his folks towards us to help us complete this investigation. So I think it's appropriate that he gets recognized for their effort. And then Greg Castle, he's just very humble. He's obviously the Clark County Fire Chief, and he likes to stand in the back. But where we are different in our jurisdiction, as through my travels in comparison to other jurisdictions, we work very well with the fire department, and they did not hesitate to pair up with an officer and enter the fray. So I want to thank him for that. Thank you, Greg. So I'm happy to answer some questions. As you know, the investigation is continuing, so please do not get too detailed on your questions because I probably will not be able to answer it at this time.
Sheriff Lombardo?
Yes, sir.
The search of the resident down the Mesquite, has anything been told there in the way of computer information or anything which gives anything towards voting or what this man might have? And you mentioned a second location in northern Nevada.
No, the second location is just based off assessor's records of ownership. We discovered that he owned another piece of property in northern Nevada. As far as the electronic evaluation, we haven't had the opportunity to do that yet. The only thing we are immediately aware in our position is additional firearms and ammunition.
People were hit with shrapnel at the accident. That's what Mayor Goodman said. I want you to follow up on that. And also, how did he get these weapons into the hotel room at Mandalay Bay?
Well, like I said, we're doing the investigation. I don't want to give you any inaccurate information, but we do know that he brought the weapons in on his own. In an original briefing, we believe that he was in partnership or companionship of a female, and we have determined the female is out of the country. So he brought these weapons in on his own. As far as method, I don't have the ability to give you an accurate picture.
Was the shooter known to local law enforcement here in Clark County or Las Vegas? Any prior charges or anything like that?
No, not at all. We've checked all the federal databases and local databases and state databases, and we had no knowledge of this individual.
Sheriff, are we going to change the designation on the woman who was involved with this man from a person of interest for a possible accomplice or suspect?
No, it's still we still consider her a person of interest. We have been in contact with her, and we plan to engage her upon her return to the country.
Our coverage continues. That is a live press conference. Joseph Lombardo in Las Vegas.
Open the windows, or did he smash the windows? Have you pieced that together?
We believe he had a device similar to a hammer to smash the windows.
Sheriff, so far I've heard a description of the suspect as a lone wolf. Is the investigation looking into any potential ties, even loose ties to extremist groups?
Well, obviously we will do that. We will run it down to the very end. But right now, at face value, we haven't been able to identify that.
Sheriff, you said he checked in on Thursday, the 28th, to the hotel.
I believe that's accurate.
Did he have tickets to the concert?
I have no idea. So.
Do you know what he has done between checking in and
no,
last night?
we're following up on that. There will be hours and hours and hours of video surveillance that we will have to recall with the cooperation of the MGM.
Just proceeded prior to his safety. We've seen your center upstairs where you keep
the Fusion Center?
Correct. There are cameras everywhere. Practically every inch of the city is covering a camera. Outdoors, indoors. How could this happen?
Well, I don't understand what you're alluding to. How could it happen? This is an individual who was described as a lone wolf. I don't know how it could have been prevented if we didn't have any prior knowledge to this individual. It wasn't evident that he had weapons in his room. We have determined that there has been employees going to and fro from his room, and nothing nefarious was noticed at this point. That's what we know now. So.
Sheriff, first responders were integral to stopping more deaths. Can you describe how a multi-agency effort and strike teams were able to find the suspect?
Well, yeah, you're absolutely correct. So any special event that takes place in the southern Nevada region, it's required by NRS to supply police officers to ensure security. The Mandalay Bay did a great job of hiring police officers. They had sufficient staffing for the concert. And when this individual decided to fire upon the crowd, which was approximately 22,000 individuals, it's very difficult to manage that size crowd, and you have to ensure you have the proper staffing. And as described, our officers responded immediately in conjunction with the fire department as soon as the fire department arrived, but they were able to identify where the weapon was being discharged from in a proximity. It's hard to tell what floor it is from the outside, but once they gained entry into the hotel in conjunction with security and through phone calls from patrons, they were able to cull it down to a possible floor. Once they made entry onto the hallway, they immediately knew what room was in question.
Sheriff, there's some dramatic reports about what exactly happened in the room when SWAT officers entered, that maybe there was so much smoke from the shells that the smoke alarms were going off. Is there any truth to any of that? I
don't know. I haven't been told about any smoke alarms, but I know that he had killed himself, and exactly we'll have to go through our body-worn camera and existing video, whether we engaged him at the same approximate time or not.
Sheriff, you said you didn't believe that this was connected to ISIS. Do you have any idea of what kind of motives we could be looking at?
No, ma'am. I can't get into the mind of a psychopath at this point.
Sheriff, on the investigation that's going on right now between at the site of the shooting, how extensive is it, and what are we talking about as far as Las Vegas Boulevard being shut down while the ballistics and the criminalists do their work out there?
Well, I believe we've got most of Las Vegas Boulevard open. Directly adjacent to the Mandalay, it still remains closed. We'll ensure that we go out to the proper intersections to limit the hindrance of traffic. But we're looking at a minimum of 12 additional hours for documentation of the crime scene and the removal of the bodies.
Do you know about how long he was able to shoot for, and do you happen to know if there was ever any return fire from officers on the ground in any way?
No, I'm not aware of any return fire, nor am I aware of the timeline. But we did have SWAT officers discharge weapons at the room location.
ATF checking the weapons right now to determine if any of them are legal or illegally converted?
Yes, the federal or the FBI and the ATF is helping us with that aspect.
Sheriff, you mentioned whether any injured or deceased come from the hotel. Were they all in the concert, or were any in the hotel area?
I'm not sure, because we had people that were deceased and injured outside the vicinity of the concert area, so it would be hard to determine or make that determination at this point. We're obviously going to have to talk to all those injured individuals to make that assessment.
How many people who were injured were shot, and how many were injured running away?
I don't know, ma'am. The people have been displaced in 5 separate hospitals, so it's going to require an extensive review of that communication with them to determine that. So thank you very much. I appreciate everybody's time, and I appreciate everybody here to the back of me and their support of our police department. And we will keep you regularly updated. I can't give you an exact timeline at this point, but we will keep you informed as we receive information. Have a great day. Thank you.
Sheriff Joseph Lombardo in Las Vegas. For those of you just joining us, of course, we are covering what has become the deadliest mass shooting in American history, with some staggering numbers there from the sheriff. It all unfolded last night. 58 killed, at least, perhaps 59, 515 injured, as that gunman opened fire at the Country Music Festival in Las Vegas last night from the 32nd floor of the Mandalay Hotel. You see that right there. We just learned from the sheriff that the gunman brought the guns into that room, more than 10 guns into that room by himself, smashed it open, that window open with a device he brought into the room as well, and opened fire, killing 58 or 59, injuring 515. Happened about 11 hours ago in Las Vegas. There were hours of panic and chaos on the ground. You saw people running in every direction trying to get out. The sheriff could not answer there how many people were killed by the gunfire and injured by the gunfire, how many were killed and injured by trampling in the commotion in the hours after the shooting. President Trump has spoken from the White House this morning, diplomatic room of the White House, calling this an act of pure evil, sending prayers and condolences to the families. He says he will go to Las Vegas on Wednesday to meet with first responders, to meet with the families of the victims as well. Says that at a time like this, the nation must come together as one. As we've been saying, 58 killed, 515 injured by the shooter, Stephen Paddock. He is dead. Police believe he shot himself as they went into the room, breached the room with explosives. And we also do know there is his house in Mesquite, Nevada. But that has been searched by police as well. They say they have not yet gone through his social media, but they have completed the search at his house, found guns, found ammunition in the hotel room as well. Much more yet to be found. No sign of motive yet from Stephen Paddock. The sheriff said he couldn't get in the mind of a psychopath, but Brian Ross, we did learn a lot from the sheriff right there.
We certainly did, and we understand now the investigation is focusing on motive, as you say, and on means, particularly all those weapons. According to the sheriff, housekeepers were in and out of that room over the 3 days that Paddock was there, noticed nothing amiss at all. He had at least 10 firearms.
That still mystifies me.
Yes,
how can you not see 10 firearms?
Hidden in luggage, hard to know. In any case, some of them were automatic weapons based on the cadence of the fire we hear. Some of them were shooting off rounds at 600 rounds a minute, at incredible speed. And the question is, where did he get those guns? It's a question that his brother, Eric Paddock, is posing and asking, as we asked him today about the motive.
Find out who he got the machine guns from. Where the hell did he get the machine guns? I mean, you'll find out, he had a couple of guns, but they were all handgun, legal. I mean, he might have had one long gun, but he had them in a safe, and he had no machine guns. I moved his house. I mean, there were no machine guns.
The brother said there was nothing in his background that would suggest he would head to this day He said he was a person who had worked briefly as an accountant in the 1980s, managed some properties in Texas. We know he had a private pilot's license. He was a hunter and was a regular at Las Vegas casinos. We've talked with one waitress there who said he'd like to come in with his girlfriend. I guess that means Mary Lou Danley, and would drink shots of tequila, beer, and gamble. And spent afternoons and early evenings doing that.
But no indication of anything that would set off an incident like this. Let me bring in our special agent Brad Garrett as well. They had the FBI come out and take pains to knock down that claim of responsibility on an ISIS website.
And, you know, it's always predictable, George, with these mass killings where ISIS or sometimes Al-Qaeda want to jump in the game when they don't have any information to support that. Because, let's face it, they like to align themselves with this level of carnage against the West.
We have seen the sheriff, though, now several times use the term lone wolf. We heard the mayor call him a crazed lunatic, the sheriff call him a psychopath, all pointing in the same direction based on what they know now.
Right, which I still think is they know very little about what is the true motive as to why Stephen committed this act. And, you know, based on what little information we have, I'm not sure we're going to get a super clear picture. It strikes me as somebody who pretty much internalized his rage. And he just decided, you know, maybe to isolate himself in recent times, launch this raid. And I think probably fairly well planned. In reference to the guns, my thoughts are the following. He could well have had them in the trunk of a car parked underneath the hotel and decided, you know, an hour, 10 minutes, 2 hours, whatever it might be before the shooting to go down and bring them up. So that may be one reason his room didn't really look amiss.
And nobody found anything. Okay, Brad Garrett. One thing, Brian Ross, they've also seemed to continue to say that the companion, the roommate, Mary Lou, who they found overseas, had nothing to do with this as far as they know.
Exactly. They were searching for her this morning. They located her overseas. The sheriff indicated she is coming back to the country now, and they're very eager to talk to her because she may have the best information about what was going on in the mind of this killer.
Okay, Brian Ross, Brad Garrett, thanks very much. I want to go to Matt Gutman on the scene in Las Vegas, has been there all through the night. And boy, those last numbers that just came from the sheriff, 58 killed, 515 injured. The numbers keep climbing and climbing and climbing. And it was clearly a scene where people were being hurt and injured by gunshots, hurt and injured by the panic in the crowd.
That's right, George. Not only were the numbers of the injured and killed most striking, but also the amount of planning and care that went into this attack. That shooter, Mr. Paddock, knew exactly where he was going to go in the building. He knew exactly when to begin shooting, right when Jason Aldean took the stage and began singing the very climax of this concert. And the other thing that was most striking, the panic that was sowed by that gunfire, people describing their friends, their loved ones falling right beside them, hit with bullets. And that panic created such chaos that dozens were likely trampled. Overnight terror on the Las Vegas Strip, 515 wounded and at least 58 killed in the deadliest shooting in U.S. history. The gunfire exploding at a music concert near the Mandalay Bay Casino. At 10:08 local, blasts of automatic gunfire ringing out towards the end of a concert at the Route 91 Harvest Music Festival. 22,000 concertgoers in attendance. Country star Jason Aldean performing on set.
It sounded like firecrackers, and everybody kind of got startled for a second. 2-3 seconds later, it started again, another burst. Everybody I saw in the bleachers hit the deck.
It was crazy. I've never seen anything like that in my life. I heard it. Boom, 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 boom.
Panic ensuing, concertgoers scattering, some hiding out in the basement of the nearby Hotel Tropicana. First responders rushing to the scene. They ferried the wounded victims by pickup truck, even using a barricade as a makeshift stretcher.
We need your truck. We just need to get people over to the hospital, okay?
The gunman firing from this hotel window on the 32nd floor overlooking the venue. Shortly after, 11:20 p.m., SWAT teams zeroing in on that room.
All units on the 32nd floor, SWAT has explosive breach. Everyone in the hallway needs to move back.
Breach, breach, breach.
They set off an explosive device to enter the alleged suspect's room. At 1:30 a.m., police confirming the shooter was dead.
We believe right now that it was a self-inflicted gunshot wound.
The shooter, now identified as 64-year-old Stephen Paddock of Mesquite, Nevada, his brother speaking out this morning, saying the family is dumbstruck.
We've been working with the Las Vegas PD all morning trying to make sense of this. I mean, anything we can do to help. He has no affiliation with anything, as far as we know.
And overnight, an urgent manhunt for his companion, Mary Lou Danley. She has been located. Authorities do not believe she's involved. This morning, a swarm of federal agencies, the ATF and FBI, on the scene to assist with the investigation. Now, in a day dominated by savagery, it was also punctuated by acts of incredible courage and loving. We saw the heroism of loved ones covering the bodies of those that they cared for most with their own, willing to take bullets for them, friends plugging their friends' wounds with their own fingers, taking their shirts off to stanch the wounds, helping them over barricades and over fences to get them out of the field of fire. And this is very much this morning a traumatized city, George.
Oh, it has to be, Matt. It's a scene of the deadliest mass shooting in history. There we see, that was the window at the Mandalay Bay Hotel 32nd floor where Stephen Paddock unleashed this fury and carnage. As we said, the police say he brought some kind of device to smash the window, then opened fire with one of more than 10 guns he had in that hotel room. I'm going to bring back Brian Ross right here with me as well. He had an entire arsenal in there, in that room, had at least 4.5 minutes to unleash this.
Weapons and huge amounts of ammunition to keep firing. The burst would last 17, 18 seconds, then stop, 30 seconds. Perhaps he's reloading, changing magazines, and then open fire again. It was a total of 4 minutes, 37 seconds. We timed it out in terms of all the shooting. Of course, for the people who went through it, it was a lifetime. It was an eternity.
They've all said that. And Matt Gutman, one of the eyewitnesses, will also describe it sort of like a game of red light, green light, where people would try to run away or get out of range when they heard the shooting stop.
That's right, and one of the things that made it much more complicated and chaotic for the people on that concert floor was the fact that the echo of the gunfire made it very difficult for them to understand where it was coming from. So they tried to take cover when it seemed like it stopped, but at other times it echoed. They couldn't tell where it came from. Now, every sniper will always seek higher elevation. It gives them a tremendous advantage over their target. And this man's target was 22,000 people down below. Now, at that range, people described it as shooting a fish in a barrel. They called it a kill box because they simply couldn't get out of the way. It was just a very, very deadly spot for them to be in. It was also clear, George, that shooter, Stephen Paddock, knew exactly what he was doing, going up to that elevated floor, to the side of the building facing that concert, breaking through the window just at the right moment and opening fire on all of those innocent people below. George.
To maximize the casualties. Okay, Matt Gutman, thanks very much. So many of the injured brought to University Hospital in Las Vegas. Lindsay Davis is there.
George, you know, being outside of this hospital all night, it's kind of, you can't help but think about the life-saving efforts that are going on in the building right behind me. And so we've gotten to the point where really at every update you kind of hold your breath a bit because the numbers rise so drastically each time. And of course, for the latest, we're hearing 58 deceased and 515 injured. And we know that 104 of those injured were brought here to UMC. Now, what we've heard from the spokeswoman here is that many of them have been discharged, and we don't have that amount quantified. So when she says many, but we do know that several of the people suffered from shrapnel injuries and have since been treated and released. And I want to touch on something that Matt Gutman was talking about, that, you know, in the face of something so ugly, that in a way you do end up seeing the best of humanity. You know, we heard from all different levels, from the governor, from the mayor, from police, asking people to donate. And before the sun went up, you had people lined up by the hundreds to give blood. And the sheriff said that people have also been asking, hey, what can I do? And in response, they've already set up a GoFundMe page, and people are donating money for the victims.
They are coming together. Okay, Lindsay, thanks very much. You mentioned the hospital spokeswoman. That's Danita Cohen. She joins us now on the phone. Danita, so much work going on all through the night at your hospital. Can you tell us about how many have been treated, what the condition is of those still in the hospital?
Sure. Hi again, George. So far, we've had 104 patients come through our doors here since last night. 8 of those went straight to the operating rooms. 12 are still critical this morning and remain in our ICU unit, so they are receiving one-on-one care from our intensive care staff, and many may return back to surgery later this morning. We just needed to wait until their injuries were a little bit more stabilized.
And do you have any sense of how many you've been able to simply release that had relatively minor injuries?
I don't have an exact count, but I would say that I personally walked about 20 folks out of UMC and tried to help reunite them with their families. That was a challenge because our Metropolitan Police Department had sort of cordoned off the area around our trauma center just to make sure that healthcare workers stayed safe to take care of those who were injured. So it was a little bit challenging getting our discharged patients reunited with families, but we are working through that to make sure that loved ones are back together this morning.
Yeah, and we heard the sheriff talk about setting up a new meeting place for the families later this afternoon in Las Vegas. One question that the sheriff could not answer, I don't know if you have any insight on this at all, but the nature of the injuries of those who've come into the hospital, those who might have been injured by the crowds, those who might have been actually the victim of gunshot wounds.
Most of our injuries that came to the trauma center were gunshot wounds and critically injured patients. Many more were injured, as you said, trying to make their way through the crowd, but the majority were gunshot wounds.
And of course, your university hospital, one of only many in Las Vegas that is now dealing with this trauma.
Correct. There are several other hospitals here in Las Vegas. We're a unique healthcare market because there are so many other hospitals here that have emergency departments, but we're the only level 1 trauma center. So the highest acuity patients will come here to UMC.
Danita Cohen, thanks very much for your work. Thanks for sharing some of your information this afternoon with us as well. I hope we can come back to you later. I want to bring in now former Chief of the New York Police, Ray Kelly, also former Chief David Brown of the Dallas Police. And Ray, I want to talk a little bit about Sheriff Lombardo right now. So far, I think he's given 3 or 4 briefings since this shooting unfolded, now 11-something hours ago. Textbook example of, I believe, leadership in a crisis, saying clearly what he knows, clearly what he doesn't know, offering consolation to the community.
Absolutely. Calm, cool, and collected, putting out information as he gets it. He's had, as you say, I think 4 press conferences. I've been very impressed with him, impressed with how he's handling the questions. Just as you say what you know and say, hey, we don't know that. You know, and he's doing precisely. And you can see events in the past where a police department has not gotten out and given information, and it's caused lots of problems.
Chief David Brown, you had to deal with situations similar to this in Dallas, and you know how important it is to the community.
Yes, and you know, the chief is making it look easy, but keeping your emotions in check is quite a challenge when you see that type of carnage and the effects it's having on your community, on the victims, and on your officers. You know, this is a highly charged, emotional thing to see this kind of tragedy, but yet be able to do the job in a way where the public feels confidence that your leadership is doing the best it can at keeping us all safe, given this tragedy. And so it's very impressive what the sheriffs have been able to do at these press conferences and on the ground, leading these men and women in the law enforcement community, and along with coordinating with the fire department.
And they are taking pains to say now Las Vegas is safe. They believe this is completely contained right now. And Chief Brown, you were pointing this out earlier. This could have been far worse had the police not been able to get to that room as quickly as they did.
I think we'll look at this story, at this case study, and see that this was an extraordinary response by law enforcement to be able to identify that room on that floor, given scant information about where that shooting might be coming from an elevated position. That's extraordinary bravery and courage to breach that door and go right in, not knowing what they'll be facing, particularly given the firepower that you know this person had to have to be able to do what he had done. It's just extremely impressive law enforcement skill set for the Las Vegas Police Department.
And Chief Kelly, all major cities trained in responding to an event like this, but there's no way you can protect every single major event in every single city.
No way, although I think you'll see some rethinking about police anti-sniper teams being on high locations when you have major events. They'll just have to do it. This will change some of the thinking, but you're right, can't be done at every large event, so there is an assumption of risk there, and you need intelligence information, anything that can help. And with this individual, again, I hope that we're able to spot some things that were sort of aberrant, and that people will at least be aware of these things and report them to authorities.
That is all being run down now by the FBI. I want to bring in former FBI agent Steve Gomez, who joins us as well. They brought out the FBI special agent in charge at that press conference, Steve, simply to send one message, and it was about that claim of responsibility by ISIS.
This clearly showed that ISIS is willing to take any opportunity whenever there's a situation, mass casualties in the U.S., to take responsibility. And we have to question now, every time ISIS takes that kind of responsibility, whether they are just taking the opportunity or if they really inspired that kind of an attack, which seems that this was not an attack inspired by ISIS.
That certainly seems to be what the officials believe by the sheriff so many times referring, Steve, to this gunman as a lone wolf.
Yes, I mean, from all the information that we have and what has been announced at the press conference, and as everybody has said, they have done a fantastic job at the press conference, providing that kind of information, what they know, what they don't know. I've been very impressed with them. And I think they want to make sure that the public knows that this does not appear to be anything related to ISIS, Al-Qaeda, an international terrorist incident, a lone wolf. It looks very much like that. The question is, what is in this guy's mind? Why did he do this?
It certainly is. That is the big question everyone trying to answer right now. I want to bring in our senior justice correspondent, Pierre Thomas, as well. You know, Pierre, we talked about this arsenal he built up inside that hotel room, more than 10 weapons, and the ATF also on the scene right now doing everything they can to figure out how he got these weapons, how they got into that hotel room.
Exactly, George. That is a major emphasis. ATF on the scene, FBI on the scene as well, working to determine where these guns came from. We have some new information. We can't say precisely where the guns used in this attack came from, but we are being told by sources that he was known to buy some weapons legally in that vicinity of Nevada, that he was known to buy some weapons legally. Again, we cannot confirm that these weapons were the ones used in this particular attack, but we're being told that he was known to buy some of his weapons legally in that local area.
Yeah, when we heard his brother say he helped move him, and he knew he had some handguns, maybe one long gun, all kept in a safe, but nothing like machine guns that apparently were used in this shooting right here. What other things are the authorities now going through to try to determine what happened here? They mentioned social media, but the sheriff said they hadn't been able to get to anything yet.
Exactly, George, and it's unclear whether they will find the social media footprint. Now, we know they've been at the home, as Kenneth Milton has talked about. Again, they'll be going through records. They'll be looking at phone calls. They'll be talking to associates. Again, does he have a computer? Is there anything that would indicate what he's been looking up recently? Again, they would be looking for additional information about, the purchases. Where did these long guns come from? Were they converted? Were they machine guns when they were first purchased? All that information is being worked on as we speak. Now, the interesting thing is at ATF, they still don't have a computerized network for doing gun traces. A lot of this work will have to be done by phone call and by hand, George.
Okay, Pierre Thomas, thanks very much. We've heard the descriptions of the scene last night: commotion, panic, chaos. Lots of heroism as well last night. I want to go back now to one of the eyewitnesses on the scene, Brian Cranepool.
I'll do my best. I can't even believe how many people were killed. But so I was sitting in the VIP section, and it was right near the stage, and I heard a popping sound. Thought it was fireworks. I looked up in the sky, didn't see anything. I was worried. Jason Aldean stopped singing. There was kind of a gap in his song. It was very surreal. I knew something was wrong. And then I heard shots fire, like just going off, like they were right on top of us. So I ran to the front, up the aisle, laid face down on the aluminum. I was pulling people down because I think a lot of folks didn't realize at that point that the shooting was taking place. They were still sitting up. And I have to tell you, when I was on that ground, that shooting went on for, it had to have been 20, 30 seconds.
And you almost left early,
there was
Brian?
A gap.
Brian, you said you almost left early, too?
Pardon?
You almost left the concert early?
I was, Robin. Yeah, Robin, it was so ironic. I was going to leave and take a 7:50 flight back to L.A. today. But what's so surreal about this is I'm on the 24th floor of the Mandalay Bay. I have the exact view of this lunatic that killed everybody. And I was looking out that window this afternoon, and I said to myself, this looks so beautiful. It's such a beautiful setting that I'm going to stay an extra night and not go back. And then I go, and people were massacred because of that same view that I saw.
And I know that you were thinking of your daughter, Brian.
Yeah. So I have an 11-year-old daughter. Mm-hmm. And what happened, Robin, is after the first round of shooting, I ran down these steps. Then a gentleman screamed, "Get in this room," because we were in open fire then. We were running north, but we were right next to Las Vegas Boulevard. I go into this room. It was like a little production area. And the hardest moment for me is I saw like 6 young women. They were maybe 20, 22. They were all crying on the ground. I was trying to be calm. But at the moment, I thought of the Orlando shooting because we were in this room. We didn't know where the shooter was. We thought he was just going to jump the fence and come in that room and shoot us all. So I didn't know whether that was the right decision. So I'm thinking, am I going to die like in this room? And then the shooting stopped. I peeked out the front of the door. I peeked my head out. Police officers screamed, "Go, go." And I rallied everybody out of that room, and we ran toward the back, further back of the venue. And that's where I saw 2 people shot. And then I found out an hour ago from the couple next to me that a young woman in the row. So there was a fence in front of the VIP section, then general admission. A young woman was killed, like, in the general admission section right in front of us. So go figure.
You can't figure something like this, Brian, and I'm sure you brought those young women more comfort than you could ever imagine. And
I really tried, Robin. I mean, I really felt like I needed to do something there because I had to rise above it. I was determined. I said to myself, these girls aren't going to die. I'm not going to die. I need to get home to see my daughter. This is not happening. Not happening.
Oh. Well, we're glad that you and those that were around you were okay. Brian, thank you.
Defiance there in the voice of Brian Cranepool, one of the witnesses on the scene last night, who survived, of course, the shooting last night. So many didn't. 58 killed, more than 500 injured, as in what has now become the deadliest mass shooting in American history. Of course, as we've been saying, it unfolded last night at that country music festival in Las Vegas. The shooter from the 32nd floor of the Mandalay Bay Hotel, Stephen Paddock, had more than 10 rifles and weapons inside that room, sprayed for about 4.5 minutes into the crowd of 20,000 people, and commotion ensued for several hours in Las Vegas. They thought there might be multiple shooters, multiple incidents across the city. That turned out not to be true. A single shooter, Stephen Paddock, right there, killed himself as police arrived at his room, but not before he killed at least 58 others right now. Right now, police believe that he acted alone, without the help of his former roommate, who they found outside of the country. And the focus now on the injured, those at the hospitals. You see the bloodlines right there, people lining up to donate blood to the victims of that shooting last night in Las Vegas. Also want to go to Ken Moten. The investigation continues right now. He's outside the home of Steve Paddock in Mesquite, Nevada. They completed the search of that home. Also, they had, for a time, ordered those homes, the neighbors, to be evacuated.
They were evacuated, George, and we still have a very active scene here. We got a little closer. We're at the entrance to the subdivision of Stephen Paddock's home. Right behind me here, police are still blocking us off. His house is just down the street here. And just an incredible image that Mesquite police gave to us in the early morning hours. They took down the garage door of Paddock's home to make entrance. They were able to search the home, clear it to make sure there weren't any other dangerous devices inside, and then they secured it as they wait for the feds to enter the home to process it. And we believe that we just saw a caravan of FBI agents who are going down to that house to start processing that scene. That is what Las Vegas Metro PD and also Mesquite police have been waiting for, is for the feds to get on the scene to start processing. We know that weapons and ammunition were found inside the home. Police at this point have not said what other items and things were found inside the house of Stephen Paddock. We also know that he lived here with that companion, with that partner. We spoke with neighbors who say they would see them. They would see them leave the home. They seem like a nice couple. This seemed like a nice guy. And of course, they woke up to this shocking news this morning to find out that the neighbor was the person who was suspected of this horrible mass shooting. But right now, we know that the feds are here on the scene. Police are still holding this scene, and they will be holding it throughout the day as they process that house. George?
Hey, Kenneth, you may not know the answer to this, so forgive me, but I do want to ask. You say the neighbors thought they were a good couple, saw them together at times. Do they have any idea of when Mary Lou Donnelly may have left the country, if it was some time ago?
I actually just spoke to a neighbor, George, who said that she believes she left at least in the last week. She felt like she saw them together at least 2 weeks ago. So this all happened within the last week or so. And then neighbors are now asking the question, when did he snap? When did things go wrong? Because they would talk to him. They never saw anything. They never saw any rhetoric, any political talk that would lead to something like this. And so right now they're all just asking the same questions about what went wrong with Stephen Paddock.
We certainly all are asking those same questions. Kenneth Moton, thanks very much. Here with our chief investigative correspondent, Brian Ross, as well. And Brian's still trying to find out an awful lot about Steve Paddock, the shooter. We've spoken with his brother as well, and have uncovered some interesting information about his father.
Indeed. Eric Paddock has been working with Las Vegas authorities trying to figure out what happened to his brother. One thing he pointed out to us was that when he helped him move out to Mesquite, he had just 1 or 2 rifles. Somehow he had 10. The brother also revealed that their father was a bank robber who was an FBI fugitive at one point in the 1960s. His father was Benjamin Hoskins Paddock, who was described as psychopathic on an FBI wanted poster, using firearms in the commission of a bank robbery, considered suicidal, armed, and dangerous. That's the father. Eric said the 2 boys did not know their father well. That is part of the family history.
Fascinating. Okay, wow. Brian Ross, thanks very much. I want to bring in Pierre Thomas, our senior justice correspondent as well. And Pierre, one of the things we've been talking about is the prevalence of these mass shootings now in America. Those where more than 4 people are killed at a time. 3 of the 4 worst mass shootings in the United States in the last 5 years. The 4 worst all in the last decade.
This is of great concern to the FBI and law enforcement officials around this country, that the pace of these scale of mass shootings seems to be accelerating. Again, as you mentioned, more than 273 such shootings this year in which 4 or more people were shot. We are getting additional information also, George, about the length that law enforcement is going to in terms of trying to figure out where these weapons came from, because if you cannot assign the motive, you've got to be able to come up with a plan to deal with these kinds of shootings. You heard Ray Kelly say earlier this morning that from now on, looking at sniper venues for mass-scale events like this will probably become standard operating procedure for every police department around the country, George.
That's right. Okay, Pierre Thomas, thanks very much. We've heard from President Trump earlier today as well, speaking in the diplomatic room in the White House, calling this an act of pure evil. I want to bring in our senior White House correspondent, Cecilia Vega. Cecilia, the president also saying he wants to visit Las Vegas, visit with the first responders and the victims' families, probably on Wednesday.
Right, George. He will be there on Wednesday, and I've got a couple different updates for you. We are told by the White House that he is also still definitively going to Puerto Rico tomorrow, so that up first. The president is here at the White House right now. He's got a visit from the Prime Minister of Thailand, with whom he just met at the entrance to the White House, where the president was asked some questions. He was asked whether it's time for new gun control laws in this country, whether what happened in Las Vegas today is an example of domestic terrorism. Two questions that the president did not answer. We know today from the White House that he has been on the phone with a number of leaders there in Nevada. Take a look. We've got a photo, I believe. Actually, we've got some video of him on the phone with the sheriff there, Joe Lombardo. Take a listen to that.
The fast response that you gave saved hundreds of additional people from being killed.
So that's President Trump on the phone with the Las Vegas sheriff. He also has spoken to the governor of Nevada, with the Las Vegas mayor. This, of course, comes after the president addressed the nation today, where he called for comforting those victims, and he said that unity cannot be shattered by evil. Take a listen to the president just a few minutes ago, not long ago, here at the White House.
My fellow Americans, we are joined together today in sadness, shock, and grief. Last night, a gunman opened fire on a large crowd at a country music concert in Las Vegas, Nevada. He brutally murdered more than 50 people and wounded hundreds more. It was an act of pure evil. The FBI and the Department of Homeland Security are working closely with local authorities to assist with the investigation, and they will provide updates as to the investigation and how it develops. I want to thank the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department and all of the first responders for their courageous efforts and for helping to save the lives of so many.
And again, that's the president there not that long ago here at the White House. And he did go on to say again that he will be going to Las Vegas on Wednesday. The reaction to what is happening there in Las Vegas has been pouring in from all over Washington. Among them, Congressman Steve Scalise of Louisiana, who is just now back on Capitol Hill just after being shot himself in a mass shooting here in Washington, that congressional baseball shooting. Gabby Giffords is speaking out, the former congresswoman who was shot herself in 2011. We expect to hear at length from her speaking out today on Capitol Hill. And now, as is often the case in the wake of these shootings, the debate over gun control wages on. And we are hearing from former Vice President Joe Biden today, George, who says that there is no excuse for inaction at the White House and Congress right now.
We have heard those cries in the past as well. It had not made much difference in the past. We'll see what happens now. Cecilia Vega, thanks very much for that. I want to go back to the scene. What was happening last night as those shots unfolded? One other witness on the scene, Mike Kronk, who leapt in to help save some of those who were hurt.
It was very horrifying. At first, it sounded like fireworks, and then my buddy that was standing right next to me said, "I'm hit," and then we knew it was real, and it was chaos. We got him down, and people screaming, and
he got hit right in the chest.
Just pretty horrific. My buddy got shot 3 times in the chest.
How is he doing?
Last I heard, I haven't been on the leave here, but he said he was going to be good.
My goodness. So tell us what happened in those moments afterward. How did you all get out of there?
Most people started scattering, and they climbed the fence, but I had to stay with my buddy. So we got him over the fence once the fires stopped and slid him under a stage so we were safe. And then we transported him around the backside of the event.
How did you get him around? How did you stop the bleeding?
Got him over to the triage. There was 3 of us carrying him, and there was a cart. And so we got him on the cart, and we wheeled that around.
So you were able to get him to the triage, and then where did you all go next, and how did you find safety?
Well, I wasn't really worried about the safety part because I was going to stay with my buddy. There were no ambulances available, really, because it was a fire zone. So we actually got 4 wounded people in the back of a truck.
I know you got 4 wounded people in the back of the truck, but not all of them made it.
No, and no one of the guys in our truck did not make it either. I carried him out of the truck, and he passed away in my arms.
Oh, I can't imagine what that must have been like, but you had the presence of mind to try to get people to safety, but this all unfolded so quickly.
Very quick. It's surreal.
And in those moments, where were your thoughts?
My first thoughts were for my buddy, you know. I mean, I wanted to make sure he was taken care of. But, you know, we were pretty much yelling at everybody to stay down, you know. That was what we needed to do.
Well, we're glad you're okay now. So sorry for your friend and all those who've lost their lives and loved ones in this. But Mike Cronk, thank you for being with us this morning.
Thank you.
One of thousands on the scene last night. 20,000 were at that concert when the gunshots started to burst through from that 32nd floor window of the Mandalay Bay Hotel. I want to go back to Matt Gutman, who's on the scene. And Matt, you know, you've got so many lives upended here. The killed and injured, first of all, the families of those who were killed and injured, but also everyone else on the scene now dealing with this trauma. We've just seen the MGM Grand Hotel there in Las Vegas put a call out for trauma counselors to deal with all those affected.
We're talking about tens of thousands of people who were affected, George, not just the 22,000 who were at that concert venue on the floor as those shots rang out and kept ringing out hundreds of times, and they saw their loved ones and friends fall beside them, but also everybody at these hotels. They were on lockdown, many of them for 5, 6, 7 hours. They didn't know what was going on, and adding to the confusion and the chaos was the fact that because of the way that the bullets, and so many of them, ricocheted and echoed in the canyons of the buildings behind me, there were fears that there were multiple shooters in multiple locations, even bomb scares, which ratcheted up the fear across the city. And earlier this morning, I saw a woman who looked to be perfectly fine, wheeling her luggage right off that bridge and down here, walking out of this city because she said, I don't want to be here anymore. But there are some silver linings here, and that man you spoke with, Mike Cronk, I just heard from him, and his friend Rob, the man who was shot 3 times in the chest, and they tried so hard to save. He is out of surgery. He is conscious. I don't know how long his recovery is going to take, but he will certainly survive, and he was well enough to actually speak with his friend, Mike. So a little bit of good news. There are some survival stories here amidst all of this wretchedness and misery and suffering. George.
Matt Gutman, thanks very much. Here with Chief Ray Kelly, former Chief of Police in New York Police Department. You look at the targets these days, a concert, country music concert in Las Vegas, elementary school in Newtown, nightclub in Orlando, college at Virginia Tech, these big mass shootings. We don't know the motive of this shooter right here, but we know the impact, creating terror where people are going about their normal lives.
Absolutely. It is so disruptive. People throughout the world are going to be thinking about this event. They're going to think twice before they go to large gatherings, that sort of thing. And very difficult for law enforcement to address it. Unfortunately, it's going to happen, and then you have to respond. The question is how far away law enforcement.
And here in New York City, you're used to it. Ever since 9/11, people have been on alert. People are used to seeing more of a police presence. We have it right here in Times Square, but not so much in a lot of other cities.
No, you don't see any city like this, and that includes internationally. And I think it's important to note that when you have, for instance, the New Year's Eve celebration out here, hundreds of thousands of people. For years, there's been police officers assigned to the rooftops to look across the street at other buildings, look at other rooftops. The observation posts, helicopters are looking at that. That's a major event. You do it for other events as well, but obviously you can't do it every time that there is a mass gathering. So it is a risk, unfortunately, that we're assuming in this day and age, and there's not much to do as far as preventing it.
And Stephen Gomez, one of the few times we saw Sheriff Lombardo bristle at these press conferences was at that question of how come you couldn't stop this. He said, how can you know when it's one person, that's what they believe right now, one person acting alone, who had given off very few, if any, clues in his life?
Exactly. I mean, this is not something that you could have predicted. The difficult thing about this attack is that this person exposed a gap in security in that he took an elevated sniper position, something we would do in law enforcement. He saw a venue where there was going to be a massive crowd, figured out where he could position himself, and then took that spot. Now, is that something that law enforcement or even the security officials at the casino are able to determine that this person has that intent? Probably not. That's too difficult. You can't read their minds, but that's something that now casinos, hotels, any place where there's a large gathering, the security officials need to be mindful that that could be some way that somebody tries to commit an attack, almost turning the concert into a soft target itself.
Well, yeah, that's exactly right. And Brian Ross, as the investigators continue to do their work right here, so far they seem to have ruled out any international connection. But these are investigators in an entire system that has already been on the highest state of alert for years.
Absolutely. They also have ruled out, according to the brother, any connection to domestic terror groups, to groups that might be white nation groups, that sort of thing. That has also been ruled out. This person was just a gambler with a girlfriend who liked to drink and play video poker in the afternoon.
But then why go for such a massive crowd?
That is the question they cannot answer at this point. That's the question they will have to answer.
And let me, I don't know if Brad Garrett, the former FBI special agent, is still with us. And let me pose that question to you as well. Usually with these, I guess I'm going to take that back. I shouldn't say any usually, but you think of an event like this as someone trying to send a message. In this case, that may not have been.
No, this may be his message to himself, George, that he committed this act because he was that mad, basically, I'm going to guess, at humanity. It's just really the only thing you can come up with. And if they don't find any writings, they don't find any connections, as Brian mentioned, then he's basically maybe has gone to his grave with whatever the motive was to commit such an outrageous act.
You've been saying that throughout the course of the morning. You think we may not know.
Well, I don't know. I'm hoping we do. The reason I say that, George, is that there's been nothing pop up yet that would suggest all the people around him said things were fine, they didn't notice anything different. He's a guy that, for whatever was going on in his head, was able to project, okay, inside, seething, wanting to go off, and then he plans this shooting. So every one of these mass shootings, there's a thing called leakage, which means they say something to someone, they make overt gestures in purchasing the weapons, they do things that would trigger, as we go back sometimes and look at them, that it's like, well, no kidding, he committed this act. We're not seeing any of those yet. I hope we find them. I'm only suggesting we may not find them.
Yeah, so far we have not seen it, but we are getting some new information about the weapons. Senior Justice Correspondent Pierre Thomas has that.
George, we heard the sheriff say earlier that there were in excess of 10 rifles in the room. We're getting new information about just how lethal the situation was. I'm being told by a number of sources that it's in the range of about 20 weapons, a combination of handguns and rifles. One source specifically saying 19 firearms in that room.
19 firearms in that room, and it now appears, Pierre, that he was probably using several of them, finishing up a cartridge, dropping the weapon, picking up another one.
Absolutely, George. This man was on a deadly mission, every intent to kill as many people as possible. Just a stunning level of carnage and pure evil, as the president said. 19
weapons, Brian Ross. That's quite an arsenal.
It certainly is, plus the ammunition that takes some time to stockpile all that. And then to put it in his car and travel from Mesquite into the hotel and move it from the trunk of the car up to his room, and then bringing along a hammer to bash out not one but two windows. Apparently he had a suite was on the corner. So he had two different
see it right there.
points.
You see the three windows right there. We also have a shot now of police up in Reno, Nevada, outside another home apparently Mr. Paddock owned in Reno, Nevada as well, had one in Mesquite, which is closer to Las Vegas. You had reported earlier this morning that at one point he had several $1 million in property.
He had several properties. He owned an airplane. He seemed to be well off. Then ended up in this retirement community on the outskirts of Las Vegas.
Ended up, and that's where the police are. Well, the police are both in the outskirts of Las Vegas and Reno, Nevada.
And we don't know whether gambling played a role or not, but he was an avid gambler. He liked to gamble.
And according to Kenneth Moten, who spoke with some of the neighbors, there had been some question about when his roommate might have left the country. According to at least one of the neighbors, they had seen them together in the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, but I think Brad or Ray could weigh in better than me, but it seems to me that's the one thing that has changed in the last 2 weeks. The girlfriend, the companion, left the country.
Yeah, and Brad, let me bring that to you, because earlier you were also talking about the idea that Steve Paddock may have been completely isolated. Who knows when that isolation began? Who knows what he was hiding from others? But we did have that report from Kenneth Moten that neighbors had seen them together out in public, showing no signs of any distress in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, but George, if you have any social skills at all, you can sort of fake it. If you're not really in intense conversations, long-term conversations, you know, we all have niceties with each other. So his social skill set may have been okay. I'm going to guess there's so many weapons, he's been stockpiling those for a period of time. Maybe at an offsite where she didn't know that he was actually acquiring all those weapons, or, you know, even thinking about committing the act he was committing. I'm only going to suggest that he's been thinking about this a long time, and was going to, I'm going to guess also that he was going to empty all 19 of those weapons if the SWAT team hadn't kicked in the door or blew the door off.
Yeah, he was armed and loaded and ready to kill in such massive, massive numbers. I want to go back now to another one of the witnesses we saw on the scene. Jake, what can you tell us?
It was wild. I mean, it was wild. I was on the stage actually watching Jason play. I had just come off stage previously, and you know, standing there, you could hear the bullets starting to hit the roof of the stage, and people started fleeing everywhere. You can hear people screaming. At that point, the only way to go is just wherever it just sounded like gunshots were coming from all around us, and this is before any of us knew that it was coming from above. It was chaotic. It was, I keep saying, it was like a bad movie that you've seen before, but never thought it would be real life.
So you were actually right on the stage?
I was on the stage watching the show about 50. Jason turned around and started running back towards the drum riser to get out of the way once he realized that gunshots were being fired, and the crowd started running. I mean, it was a bad scene. I mean, there were people literally being shot. You could see blood everywhere. It was something that I don't ever, wouldn't want to ever see again or wish upon anyone else to see.
And it seemed like, Jason played for a couple minutes, and then he just dropped the guitar and ran off stage.
Yeah, well, I think what a lot of people don't understand sometimes is, when we're up there playing, we have those what we call in-ear monitors in our ears, so we can hear each other. And I don't think at first he could even hear the shots that were going off until I think someone maybe in his crew said, hey, you need to get off stage and run back here. Because I could tell he kind of stopped and started running. But at that point, we were all not knowing what to do.
Well, we're glad you're okay right now, Jake. Jake, thank you. One of so many terrifying stories from last night. 20,000 on the scene when this shooting unfolded. The investigation now trying to figure out what led Stephen Paddock to get up on that 32nd floor of the Mandalay Bay Hotel. 19 weapons, we're now told, and to start firing indiscriminately into that crowd from that window right there, killing 58 people, at least 58 people, injuring 515. Site of the investigation this morning and this afternoon, his home in Mesquite, Nevada, about an hour outside of Las Vegas. Kenneth Moten is there. Kenneth.
George, the activity really picking up here at the subdivision of Stephen Paddock's home. Just down the street behind me here, we just saw another caravan of federal agents who are going to process that scene after authorities moved in this morning with a robot to get inside to clear the home. They secured it, and we now know the feds are going to process that scene for any evidence. Federal authorities believe that that home is crucial and key in finding out a motive in this case. George?
Yet if they found any kind of computers in the home? I think we lost the connection to Kenneth right there, because I'm here with Brian Ross, our chief investigative correspondent. Right now, that, according to police, is going to be the key. Seeing what they can find on his computer files, on his iPhone, any clues on social media.
Right. Is there anything in there, any ideology he was following, any connections he had that would perhaps provide a motive? His family says no, there are no such connections. The FBI says no connection they see so far to international terrorism.
His brother seemed absolutely mystified, also in another kind of shock.
Yes, exactly. His brother suddenly is this mass killer. He had helped move him to Mesquite, had a couple of guns, handguns, 1 or 2 rifles, not this kind of arsenal that we're hearing described today by Pierre Thomas.
Final word from Matt Gutman on the scene in Las Vegas. I'm sorry, I guess we don't have Matt Gutman right there, but just to recap, we're going to go off the air now in the next minute or so. We have been covering all morning long the deadliest mass shooting in American history. It unfolded in Las Vegas last night, shortly after 10:08 Las Vegas time, when Stephen Paddock opened fire on that country music festival. Jason Aldean was performing on the stage at the time. The shooter was up in that hotel room at the Mandalay Bay Hotel on the 32nd floor. Broke through the window, 4.5 minutes of gunfire, 58 dead, 515 wounded. For now, we're going to return to regular programming, coverage all day on abcnews.com. You can get the latest breaking news alerts from our app. And of course, we'll be back as breaking news warrants and a full report tonight, a special 1-hour edition of World News Tonight with David Muir. Have a good day.
We are. We actually had Chopper 13 overhead in Mesquite, and I believe, I don't know if we're going to cue the video up right here. There we go. And they were there, not easy to get a signal there, but we went there, we shot some video, they sent it back, and so that's what you're looking at, is some recorded video from earlier. Chopper 13, fast and first. Now, we showed you